We've almost got those runners set up. So please, keep those donations coming in so I got more to read. I see a few of you are helping me out. We got $50 from Cinder Phoenix, who says, shout out to Kaios behind the couch. I'm staying up as long as I can to watch the FF12 run. I have to work 12 plus hours tomorrow. Just got off from a 9-hour shift. Good luck on the run, guys. We also have $5 from Collis, who says, good luck on the run, Hollowface. You can't hear him yet, but the runners are quite happy for that Hollowface emote. We got $12 from Wretched Eden. Thank you for hosting this amazing event year after year. Save the frames, kill the cancer. Not exactly what we're going for here, but shoutouts to all the FF peeps live at RPG Limit Break. Thank you very much for representing us there. Crystals light our path. Bless RNG for Hoishin and Roosta. Tyrant on ATB, leading Kappa, put this donation towards naming the Choco Chick Solomon of the World of Final Fantasy. Base background guy.
Oh, hell no.
And it looks like our runners are ready to go. So, with no further ado, Final Fantasy 12, take it away, guys.
Thank you, Jay Hobbs. So welcome to Final Fantasy 12.
Yeah, it's a speed game, I'll tell you that much.
And
It's the best Final Fantasy speed game.
It's incredibly unforgiving is what it is.
Exactly.
We'll get into all of that as we go through the run, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's about time to get going, though. So if you got a tech crews ready, let's do this. Okay. Hoishin, you want to count them down?
All right.
So welcome to Black Screen. You're going to be seeing this a lot just because it takes time to load the cutscenes, even though you will be skipping them. So the game doesn't know you want to skip them to begin with, so it tries to load them.
This is also somewhat unique as it's the first main series Final Fantasy game where you can skip cutscenes. So you'll notice that this one has a shorter time than most of the ones, at least the 3D ones before it, just because you can skip through cutscenes.
Yeah, and for reference, a run without skipping cutscenes would be roughly twice the length of a normal any percent run.
I think it was like 5.5 hours more. Yeah, so
Yeah,
It's
12
something
hours,
like that.
Like 12 hours.
hours.
Yeah.
Something like that.
FF 12 hours. So right now, we are just going to be proceeding through the plot as quickly as possible. This part is a sort of prequel to the main story, and we just have to clear all the goals here. There's nothing to farm, nothing to gain. We're just getting through it as quickly as possible.
Stop trying to use fancy words. It's a tutorial.
Yeah, it's a tutorial,
It's
and
just,
nothing carries over.
So we'll meet this nice character named Rex. He's a great guy, just here for help defend his country.
He's the main character of the game.
I mean, yeah, he is the main character of the game.
Yeah.
but
He
we
is
got to give
the
him some
best
backstory.
character.
Come on.
Yeah. The tutorial is the backstory. So we mentioned this game being pretty unforgiving, and this boss coming up right now, Aircutter Remora, has an attack called Remora Strike, and it is possible for you to die if you get hit twice without getting healed. So even the first boss in this game can kill you.
Okay, everyone.
About a minute in.
Everyone here on the couch and behind, raise your hand if you have died to Aircutter Remora.
It just comes down to
It's easy every time.
it comes down to the AI of the soldiers.
Yeah.
If they decide to heal you or not.
Looks
which
like we're
is
safe this
completely
time.
Random.
You could just not get hit by Remora Strike.
That's kind of hard to do.
The thing is,
It's really not.
you see he's switching between thunder and attack, and that's something that's going to become a much bigger deal later. But the basic gist of it is that there's a limit on special animations that are not basic attacks that the game has, and Remora Strike takes up all of it, that queue, basically.
Yeah, this is going to be a really big deal throughout the whole run. This is sort of the first Final Fantasy where you're free roaming, and the battles aren't just one side versus another side. And so there's a lot of game design choices that went into this game that we take advantage of or have to deal with as we go through the run. And one of them is, like we just saw, Remora Strike, or the effect capacity, where when Remora Strike is happening, you can't use any spell, but you can still attack.
Right, and one of the things that leads you to die is that you have to run in for those attacks because you're getting damage then, right? And 90% of the time, even if you're at low health, 90% of the time, you're fine. And normally you're not even at low health at that point. So it's rare, but it is possible to die there.
But we made it through, so
Yeah.
we're good for a few more minutes.
So coming up here are 3 soldiers, and then shortly after that are going to be 3 rats. These are all damage ranges. It can take 2 hits or 3 hits for each of them. It's considerably more likely to get 2 hits, but it's still fairly common to get 3. So we'll see how his luck is. That's a good first damage roll.
But as we mentioned, these are just it's basically a tutorial to help learn the mechanics, and so we're really just trying to clear this as quickly as possible.
Yep.
And one minor thing of technique that he's about to do here as he kills this final guard, he's already dragging them up to this door, which is where he has to go. He flees for just a moment to put his sword away. Otherwise, he would put his sword away, open the door, pull his sword out, and then put it back a second
And
later.
every time you take out your weapon, you stop and you can't move, and you lose a little bit of time. So
Yeah, it's about a second each time, roughly.
yeah,
And finally, moving while you have your weapon out is also just slower in general.
you run a little bit slower.
Yeah, you actually run at 5/6 the speed if you have your weapon out or in combat.
Yeah, so this next fight is basically the same as the last, except now it's against the rats instead of the guards. This is kind of a funny story here because when the game was first being run, people were like, we'll just kill these rats as quickly as possible. But eventually, I believe it was Freda discovered the technique for dragging one rat towards you, and then it'll bring the other rat from the other side quickly. So we can spend the full time charging ATB and killing the rats as quickly as possible.
Unfortunately, Hoishin didn't get the glitch a bit, but it has a little bit to do with how the AI works in this tutorial zone.
Yeah, I think this is a reset, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, maybe.
Wasted 5 seconds.
But yeah, it's basically...
Oh, a nice 3 hit.
and
Also,
hit.
each of the guards we just had, and each of those rats has a small chance to take 3 hits.
But now that we've cleared this, the character we were playing as before, Rex, is the older brother of this character, but Rex died, so now we're controlling Vaughn.
Rip Rex.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Never forget.
And now we meet the real main character, Vaughn, and we're just going to be wandering around doing some errands in the capital city for now.
So why weren't we doing level 99 Rex RTA?
Do you even get
Oh,
experience from the guards?
God.
You do. It's technically possible to level up Rex, but oh man. I'm
It
gonna
takes
take-
forever.
Like, it takes long enough to get to level 99 normally in this game, and if you're fighting these peon, low-level enemies for practically no experience, it would take an incredibly long amount of time.
You'd probably be able to do an Order of Ambrosia run.
You'd probably be able to do 2 or 3 at
multiple, yeah.
least, including sleeping in between.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we're just doing errands right now. He's going to the place where the license port tutorial is, and we'll have a little bit of mashing, but that's basically what the start of the game is, just connect the dots in the
Panella.
story.
So,
Hi, Panella. We passed by
yeah.
over here.
And since we mentioned Order of Ambrosia, we should probably explain what it is. It's basically an all achievements category for this game. Order of Ambrosia is the highest clan rank, and it includes things that are basically analogs of achievements. So we took that as our 100% category because it's the closest definition we can really come to. So if you're wondering about what that is, it's a 26-hour run that I did most of the routing for. Freddie has run it. Another guy who is not here, Zero Scar, who is a Finnish runner, very good.
Zero Scar, who will be in chat correcting all the wrong things we say.
Probably.
Most likely, yes. Yeah, Alec routed a lot of the initial parts, and then I kind of got tired of waiting for him to finish it, so I kind of took over and routed a lot of the later parts of it. And then me and Zero have been kind of just running back and forth and
Like
optimizing it since.
Alex said it was a 26-hour run. I bet Zero just said it's 25 hours, guys.
I'm being approximate here.
We're trying for 24, okay?
But amusing little tidbit here. Hoishin and I, the way we split up the time is we're alternating hours. The run should be about 6 hours, extra 30 minutes because a lot of things can go wrong in this run. But if you split up really fast time, it's about 6 hours. We're splitting it hour by hour and alternating. So he gets the first, I get the second, and so on. An amusing thing about this is there's three chunks of the game where you actually mash quite a bit, and Hoishin got all of them. And the thing that's funny about this is that the Japanese runners use turbo controllers. They just hold. So we gave the runner who's not used to mashing all the mashing parts. But he's been practicing. He's learning quite well.
Good job, Roosta.
I definitely did not do it for that reason. I promise.
I just
don't-
wanted to confirm that Zero Scar is indeed already correcting things in chat.
Yes, yes. I expected as much.
I0.
So we're about to pick up the first hunt. This guy needs us to go kill the rogue tomato in order to allow shipments to get through the Ester Sand. And so when Alex said that Order of Ambrosia is the complete clan ranking category, we have to do all the hunts. So this is the first one, but in the any percent speed run, this is the only one that's plot mandatory.
Well, all but one.
Yeah.
You don't have to do Bolito.
Bolito, yes. So all but one. I'm sure Zero also said that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Recent development, but yeah. So this one and also the Mandragores but those are the only two hunts we have to do in the story. So those are the only ones we're going to do. But for now, we're just going to go talk to this this green dinosaur over here, and he's going to give us a small package. There's a little plot quest where you can deliver the package for him to someone
For nothing.
For
no
nothing.
reward.
for
Yeah.
no reward,
Just some nice words.
or you can sell it for 150 gil, and you can guess which one we're going to do.
He even asks you not to sell it too. That's the best part.
Yeah. I mean, does Vaughn look like a trustworthy person? I don't know.
Does.
Well, one of
He's
the
a thief,
cutscenes. One of the
right?
cutscenes he skipped. Yeah, Vaughn just stole a coin purse from an Imperial guard.
But so we're just going to run out into the Ester Sand and kill the Rogue Tomato as quickly as possible. We should be able to do it at full HP or without having to use a potion. But the first category you have to sort of meet here is you have to get enough money to do the first Dustia farm, which we'll discuss in a little bit. But right now we're trying to save items as much as possible, pick up all the optimal chests. And so we're trying to save this potion, but we'll see how it goes in this actual fight. We've got to avoid the wolves on the way or else they'll do extra damage to us and then kill Rogue Tomato.
Yeah, ideally you'll not have to even use a potion here. And in fact, earlier today, I went through this whole section without using a potion and had over 70 health at the end of it, which was pretty absurd.
Yeah. Extremely rare.
That's a lot of blocks. So this fight has a little bit of RNG involved. You can, so there's two different phases to Rogue Tomato, and if you get high enough damage rolls, you can get him to the second phase in only 3 hits. It looks like he's not even really that close to it this time, but
Yeah.
He could have done with the 24, I think, but that's super
that's
rare.
very rare.
Very rare. But it looks like I think we're going to have to use a potion to be safe here, which is a little bit unfortunate,
Yeah.
but it's okay.
It happens pretty much.
Potion is
most of the
35 gil,
time.
and we can make up 35 gil pretty easily
Yeah.
just by doing an extra chest or two. So you'll notice right now the potion is in the queue, right? For a few more seconds after you used it, you could see the action for the potion. That is something that's going to be very important later on, and something you have to deal with as part of the speed run, but we'll discuss that more when we get there. So just finishing up second phase of Rogue Tomato, kill him, and then we'll head back to Rabanaster.
Also, usefully, this has a free camera, so Hoishin showing us some nice camera angles of the fight. So just get a great view of it.
Yeah, and that's a pretty decent time for a Rogue Tomato. Sub 10:30 is a good time. And going to be doing a little bit of
10:34.
running around, so now would be a good time for some donations if you want to go ahead and read a few.
Absolutely. We've got $20 from Skate for a Living, or
Hey,
Skatey4 as
Skate.
everyone else knows him. What a pleasure it is to see some of the most talented people I know running such an amazing game and representing the best community I know. We're in for a treat tonight. This run is always a pleasure to watch, and you couldn't have a better group of people representing the game. Good luck. You all are the best. Bring a 5-shot Mandy's back home for me.
Yeah, Skate's another guy who's run this game. He's cool.
Sorry you couldn't be here today, Skate, but
Feels
maybe
bad.
next time.
We miss you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we miss you, man.
Can confirm he's pretty cool. We got $5 from Mutsky. It says $5 to win a Rogue Tomato plush. The only FF12 thing cuter than that is probably Hoishin, so sign me up. Put these $5 towards naming Kina? Quina? Kina? in FF9 Hollow because Hollow Face. I'm sorry, I need to beef up on my Final Fantasy naming.
I think that's Mutsky right over here. So
Need to work on your Final Fantasy memeing. It's fine. We'll get to it.
We have $100 from Puri, who says,
ooh, thanks.
runners, make sure to save 7 minutes over the course of the FF12 run by turning off the flicker filter. OMG Scoots.
I also want to give Puri one more quick shout out because he donated the $500 that was remaining on the singing the credits incentive a few days ago. So we're going to be singing because of you. Thank you, man.
Shoutouts to Puri and Skate.
Not Mutsky.
He's right there.
$25 from Anonymous, who says, thank you very much for such a fun week. I haven't been able to see most of the runs, but I'm looking forward to catching up on them later when I have some free time. Have a good rest of the run.
So a really quick thing here, we're about to run by a chest that is pretty rare to get the Phoenix down, but it gives you a Phoenix down, and Phoenix down is what we're going to be using to farm Dustia. So if you do get the Phoenix down here, it's very lucky. So let's see.
Hey!
Very lucky. So we had to use the potion earlier, but it doesn't matter anymore. A potion is 35 gil, but the Phoenix down is 250 gil.
And
so
basically, we
instantly
instantly have enough money
Yeah,
for the
for
Dustia
the
farm.
Dustia farm,
Like
yep.
that.
So a lot of extra chests that he might have had to go the way just to make sure he had enough, he can pretty much just ignore.
Yep.
He might get a couple anyway because of a couple extra little items like some ethers that are useful later on, but
What Fred is saying is, World record pace.
World record pace.
This is actually a good pace.
Yeah,
Not that there's been much of the game so far.
The Phoenix Down is a nice time save. It makes up for pretty much anything happens earlier.
That said, there's a big potential time swing coming up in
Yes.
this next
So
section.
the next thing of the story we're going to be doing is we're trying to break into the Rabanastre Palace, and to do this we need a sunstone. Sunstone?
Suncrest.
So the sun.
yeah,
I think it's
I
just
don't know.
Sunstone, actually.
Yeah, it is a sunstone in the game, but it's a Suncrest.
We're going to need a plot device, and so we're going to go to some plot points. So we're going to be running around the Giza Plains, trying to fill up this crystal we're going to get from a nomad camp over here. Or I think Dolan has given it to us, and we're talking to the nomads about how to charge the crystal. So the idea behind this part of the game is we would be picking up chests to get the gil we need for Dustia 2 or Dustia 1, but we have it from the Phoenix Down, so we really just have to go and complete the pop points.
And now that I think about it, no. I was thinking that for some reason Dallin said Suncrest. The Suncrest is actually a plot thing later on.
Yeah.
But I was
Different
thinking
plot.
he said it in his little rhyme there, but he doesn't.
So
Now that I
we'll-
think about it.
these crystals, the way they work is you have to charge this stone that you're about to learn more about to 100%, and every crystal you go to can give you between 25 and 55%. And so if you do the math, you'd imagine if you get two 55s, you'll get to 100 with 2 crystals. Or if you get 3 25s, you'll be at 75 after 3 crystals. So
In
they can be
which case
2.
you'd have to do a 4th crystal.
Yes, so 2, 3, or 4 crystals. The average or the normal one is about 83%. You'll get 3 crystals, and that is what you expect in a normal run. If you get it in 2 crystals, you save about 40 seconds, and if you get it in 4 crystals, you lose 1 minute and 20 versus a normal run. So we're about to see what our RNG is here, but we're expecting 3 crystals typically.
Yeah, that's pretty common. Although I played this the other day and got a 4 crystal.
It
So,
happens.
yeah,
4
it
crystals about
happens.
10%, 2 crystals about 7%.
There
Were
was
you racing?
There was one day where all the runners for that day actually got 4 crystals, myself included.
Even though we're a little bit behind schedule, I think we still have time for a reset if it's a 4 crystal, right?
Yeah, it should be fine. Good Evolution's not in the room.
Just going to hop in real quick with $10 from T. Frank. He says, excited to see the runners take on Elderworm in FF12. The fight made me rage quit too many times to count.
Did Roosta not practice that fight enough?
What?
I don't think
I would
so.
practice everything. What are you talking about?
It's okay, you can go around it.
Not if it's a
Hidden
donation
freebie.
incentive.
But not today, yes.
So we talked to the nomad woman just now, and we're going to find Jin, who is the child who will teach us about the Sunstones, and then we'll be going to the Sunstones.
And coming up, actually, what he's setting up for right now. So he set at the very beginning of the game, he changed a couple of menu options. He set the ATB to active, so that when he has this menu up, he'll be able to keep moving and stuff instead of having it stop.
Yeah, the alternative is that you can stop the game anytime you open the menu, and that's ATB wait.
Yep, and we'll be using that a lot more later on in the game, but early on, there's not enough happening for that to happen, so you're just
Yeah.
going to keep it on, leave it on active.
Really quick, we can point out there's a little cool piece of tech
That's
he
what
just
I was-
used,
yeah,
which
yeah.
Puri, who just donated, actually discovered, where if you pause, the NPCs load a little bit faster. If you run straight to where Jin is, this kid, you can actually stand where he spawns and stop him from spawning. So we pause buffer to make him load in a little bit faster, and then don't stand on top of him and stop him from spawning. But
You can also just hang back a little bit. It's really your
yeah,
preference.
but that's not cool speed tech, okay? Come on.
That's not cool speed.
Yeah.
Pausing is
We're
better.
here for the cool speed tech, not for the good times.
like
more
the
black
cool,
screens.
the cool speed tech, like this pitted warp coming up, which is why the world record is free.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So what we're about to see is
Gonna
the
be
pitted
used-
warp, the infamous pitted warp.
Where he's going to
so-
use a potion
And-
to hold Penelo right in place and then have Vaughn run up to the crystal. As soon as the crystal charge is done, he's just going to switch back to Penelo as the party leader and just go into a different loading zone.
These types of warps we'll be doing a lot of throughout the run.
Yep. Good start.
Good start. Yeah.
That's a good start.
So
Not
25 to 45, right?
guaranteed.
2 crystals still
Yeah.
possible.
2 crystal possible, 4 crystal still possible. So if we get above 75% in the next crystal, then we're guaranteed to be good. If we get 100%, it's excellent.
Pretty high roll, though,
Yeah.
to get that.
We'd have to get really unlucky to get a 4 crystal.
I think the highest.
Don't count it out just yet.
Yeah, I think the highest I've got a 4 crystal after the first roll was a 47. So, yeah.
Never count this game out. This
Never.
game will absolutely destroy you if it wants to.
Yes, it can. So another couple options he changed in the menu at the very start as he switched to the battle speed to fastest. That's pretty much explains itself. Excellent at 87,
So 3
guaranteed
crystal.
3 crystal. Finally, he switched the ATB or the menuing to memory, so that a lot of things that will be done throughout the course of a run is we'll be running along, bring up the menu, prime it to somewhere, some menu option we plan on using next, so he can just automatically do it without having to try to menu in a more dangerous situation.
Another little mechanic that sort of wasn't known early on in the early running days, but we know now, is that if you open the menu right when you enter a screen, there's a little bit of extra loading time that it takes the menu to open. So whenever we want to try and do a menu, we try and wait at least a little bit. And so he just opened the menu halfway through the screen in order to set up for Dustia 1. So he's set up for it now. You could do it any time, but he just did it at a place. Ideally, when he does it that way, Penelo also doesn't have her animation for taking your weapon out, but he opened the menu a little bit too quick. But we still were set up for Dustia 1, and there was no time loss from the menu buffer there. So we've completed the quest. We're going to get some free stuff from the Nomads and then head back to Rabanastre.
Some pretty important stuff as well. 2 teleport stones, which are used to teleport between the orange crystals that you see here and there. You saw one as we were leaving Rabanastre.
Yeah, we'll see it again on passing by.
Yeah, normally you have to touch them, but you automatically have the Rabanastre location known, so you don't actually have to touch that one.
Yeah, teleport stones are routed very tightly for the first half of the run, until a spot we'll get to later that gives us many of them, usually.
In fact, enough that we'll be able to sell quite a few, in all likelihood.
So the next part of the game is the first thing that will be unfamiliar to people who have only played this game casually, and this is the first real farming segment of the game, and it's called Dustia farming. So what Dustia is a rare game in the Damascus Wester Sand, and he has a spawn condition, which is if any party member is below 10% HP, at or below 10% HP, then he will spawn and try to kill you. He is a very, very high level enemy, but he is undead, which means we can kill him with Phoenix Downs, right?
Yeah.
And so
most undead in this game are vulnerable to the instant death by a Phoenix Down or Raise spell. However, there are quite a few stronger ones than Dustia, and most of those are not vulnerable to that.
the designers just said that that'd be too much of a weakness and took it out. But Dustia is at the level where he is weak to it. And so the nice thing about this is Penelo's about to leave the party, so the only person in the party now will be Vaughn. And this is a very high-level enemy, and when we kill it, Vaughn will get a lot of experience really quick. The first one is going to give us 4 levels, from level 1 to level 5, and 8 will get him to level 11.
Yeah, you get about 1,100 experience for each Dustia kill, and if you have multiple party members, then if they're in the party actively, then that experience gets divided evenly. If they're not in the party, then they just don't get experience. They'll get LP, but not experience. Yeah. So what we're going to be doing with the Dustia farming both times we do it is we're going to be doing it with only Vaughn, so that the characters that come into the party after that have their level determined by Vaughn's, and we're effectively multiplying the experience gained.
That's a really important thing to understand why we do Dustia when we do it. Penelo leaves the party now, and then when we enter the palace, we'll get the next 2 characters, Fren and Balthier, and their level is based on Vaughn level. They're going to get Vaughn's level +1, and so that's why we do Dustia now, so that they come in with the right level. The other 3 characters will come in later, and we'll have more time to do more Dustia later, and get Vaughn's level up even higher. And this means that Fren and Balthier will be lower level, and this is going to be important later on. But for now, we'll just leave it there.
Yeah. By the way, I don't think we've done a roll call yet. So let's go ahead and do that.
So I am Roostalol.
That is Hoishin
Hoishin on the
game
controls
right now. I'm Alec47. I'm kind of an OG runner, mostly router at this point.
I'm Solomon. I also run this game.
And I'm Freddy, also one of the more original runners, and some people might have seen me in ESA. I ran this game there as well.
Yeah, so we're just going to hit this shop really quick. We have 4 Phoenix Downs right now, and we want 8 in order to do all the Dustia farming right now. This 8 is actually very specific because we want to have the party members that come in at level 12. If they come in at level 13, things do not work very well later on. And that's actually a boss about 5.5 hours in will be ruined if we have the party members at the wrong level. But we'll talk more about that then. The other thing about Dustia is he gives you 3 LP per kill, which is quite nice. And everyone in the party will get that. Everyone in the party is getting this experience as we described, and he also has drops. He has 2 drops. One is the Book of Orgain, which is worth 500 gil. That's quite a bit of gil.
532.
532 gil, yes. I can imagine Zero probably said the same thing in chat.
It's okay, stream delay. You beat him.
Yes. And then also, yeah, there you go. And then also it drops the Flame Staff. And the Flame Staff is a very important item, but that's the primary weapon we use for the damage dealing later on. But we don't really need that yet because we do Dustia again, and we have a much higher chance of getting the Flame Staff in Dustia 2 because we do more Dustia then. So for now, we're just hoping for a good number of book drops to give us the gil we need for Dustia 2.
Yeah, and safety saving here because critting down, it's possible to die.
Yes.
There is a specific wolf out here that we refer to as Hero Wolf. We do that for a reason. Hero Wolf destroys runs. There was one time we were doing a race, and it killed me 2 times in a row, in fact.
Yeah.
Or at least led to my death one way or another 2 times in a row trying to set up for this Dustia farm.
It's Hero Wolf because he can be a hero sometimes.
Yeah.
But
All the time.
the point about Dustia is that only Vaughn is in the party, and we're getting to below 10% HP, which right now is about 10 when he puts his armor back on.
Yeah. And
So if he has 10 HP, that means a single hit will kill him, and you will game over.
yeah, and one thing that's worth noting here is Vaughn can have either 82 or 84 HP because HP and MP growths are slightly variable in this game. And 82 is ideal for most crit setups.
Yep. And we are successfully critted, so we're good to go.
And lowering the battle speed just so he has time to react because Dustia pops up and immediately starts casting Dark, which even if you're at full health would probably just destroy you in one
Oh, yeah.
hit.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yep, the other reason we don't do that as many Dustias in this time because it's a little bit slower because we have to manually target Dustia.
We don't have the gil for it, and also this Dustia, we have to manually target it, and it's a little bit slower to zone at this zone. That's actually a cool story we can tell
Yeah.
when we get to Dustia too.
Yeah.
But for right now, we also like to explain the Dustia zoning trick, which may also be unfamiliar to a lot of people. And this is basically if we zone out before the LP and experience stats of Dustia appear on screen, then he won't despawn. Normally, when you kill a rare game, they don't appear anymore until you leave the area completely, or at least go a certain number of screens away. So we do this zone back out, so we can kill him over and over again. And so as you see, Vaughn is gaining an incredible amount of experience, multiple levels from these kills.
yeah.
And it really makes the next part of the run quite a bit easier.
And it's worth mentioning that this does not work with every weapon or every enemy, but Dustia, fortunately, is one of them. So it's one of the best farming spots early game for pretty much everything conceivable. You have Gil if you get the drops. You have LP because 3 per kill, and especially the experience.
You may also notice that he is moving to the left side of the screen. That's because down on the ridge below there is an animal called a cockatrice, which is no problem except for the fact that he can appear on your cursor and cause you to accidentally select the Phoenix down on him instead of the Dustia.
Yeah, and there was one especially fun time where it appeared. I noticed it appeared, so I pressed down. But as I pressed down, it went out of range, automatically shifting my cursor to Dustia and shifting it back because it came back in range. So I ended up tossing it on it anyway.
Yep.
I couldn't see. Was that a flame staff? Or am I crazy? That was just a bug.
It was
Okay.
just a
That
bug,
was
yeah.
bug.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
a bug.
I thought I saw something.
The other reason you go to the left right way is because it actually spawns Dustia a little bit closer to the edge of the screen, so it's easier to get that timing right.
Pretty decent drops here.
Yeah.
3 is usually about average, more or less.
So one of the things I really think is really awesome about this game, and it's something that actually sets it apart from a lot of other Final Fantasies, is it may sound bad at first, but it's one of the only ones you have to grind a lot. And for most other games, you can get everything you need along the way, and the bosses will give you what you need, or you can farm things along the way. But for FF12, you really have to farm, because you have to buy spells, you have to buy equipment to use the spells, you have to buy the licenses to use the spells, etc. And so you really have to farm, and so that makes the route really flexible. How much do you farm? When do you stop? How much can you cut from the route?
Yeah, bosses do not give experience in this
yes,
game,
boss-
only LP.
They only give LP.
Yeah, and there's been a lot cut
And-
from the route in the last year
and they
or so,
don't-
courtesy of a lot of about these two right
Yeah,
here.
Yeah. They don't always give LP, though, but we'll see. We'll talk about that when we...
Yeah, hopefully we don't have to.
So here's the
Yeah.
part where Hero Wolf can be a hero. He's pretty close to where we're running, so we're just going to use a potion. You know, you lose a second and a half, but you stay safe. What you're looking out for is a lunge, but we have 100 HP now, so it's no problem. So we've made it through Dustia 1.
Yeah, all enemies have a chance to do an instant move instead of having to charge up their own ATB to do an attack,
Mhm.
and those can chain as well. It can do a lot of damage really
Yes.
quickly if an enemy decides to.
And some of those instant attacks get pretty scary later on when the enemies get higher and higher level.
Especially one boss.
Yes. But for now, the pattern of this game is, at least as the run is laid out now, is we level up really, really high, and then we move through the game, and then we become under-leveled as we go further and further along. But now we're level 11. Fran and Balthier will come in at level 12, so we're really quite over-leveled at this point.
A little bit, like 4 or 5 levels ahead of where you would expect to be, I would say. Maybe even a little bit more at this particular moment, but soon enough that will catch up because we won't be killing all that many things along the way.
So I mentioned before that we were just collecting chests to try and get enough gil for Dustia 1. Now we want to do Dustia 2 later to get our party to where we need to be for the rest of the game, or at least until Jellies. And so in this next dungeon, we're going to be proceeding through and doing the plot as quickly as possible, but we're also going to be doing some farming as we go through the dungeon, trying to get gil and license points through the dungeon.
We don't get a whole lot of license points in that dungeon, though, yeah?
We don't get a lot, but it's enough to get some things and cut a few Dustia. If we didn't get the LP, we'd have to do a few more Dustia. I also want to give a quick shout out to Emanon, who is the one who really came up with the Barheim and Garam Scythe that we're about to see, more than anyone else. Before, originally, you would there's a charge mechanic that can spawn skeletons, and so skeleton farming used to be part of the run. But thanks to the Japanese runner Emanon, who is one of the really big pioneers of this run, we now just kill things as we go along and never really have to farm anything except what we see on the way.
And even the skeleton farming was from another Japanese runner, Kai, who has not so much run the game for a long time, but he still has some insane knowledge of the game and its mechanics.
So for now, we just have Vaughn in the party, so it's not really efficient to farm, so we're just going to continue until we pick up the next 2 party members, Fran and Balthier.
And this is also a good time for a couple donations if we have any.
Oh, we do. We've got $7 from Laxaria,
Oh, no.
who says, Phyto, Roosta and Hoishin, may the Dustia ever be in your favor, and may the Traveler be with you. Also, not to labor the point, but let's place this into naming the Earthbound player Happy Birthday Solomon.
God damn it.
We've also got $5 from Most Healer, who says, "Hey Hoishin and Roosta, glad to hear you guys there for the glad to hear you guys there for such a good cause. Good luck for the run, and shout out too for Solomon on the couch and Kyle's little monster behind. Cheers from Indonesia."
Yeah, Most Healer is picking up this game.
He's learning to run right now, up to about geese, I believe.
$25 from Anonymous with no comment. Thank you very much. And $25 from Asian Wafer.
Oh, no.
Asian Wafer. Says, "Happy birthday, Solo." Hey, if they're donating money, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, so we got a Phoenix down from that chest, which is good because we do want quite a few of those later. The main thing we're going to be trying to get money for is the Dustia grind, the second one. So
yeah, so
Razorfin reset.
Yeah.
Yes. So there's a rare game in this dungeon called Razorfin, and you sort of don't come back here, or it's hard to get back here. And so if you're doing the Order of Broja speedrun, you have to kill Razorfin, and if you don't see him here, you have to go and load a save, and it takes like 1 minute and 20 seconds or so every time.
Yeah.
So you just have to sit there and reset until he spawns. So
and it's roughly a I would say probably a 20-30% overall chance to spawn. We don't know the exact mechanics 100%.
Luckily for us, that doesn't matter, and the Phoenix Down does matter. So
That one, I believe, is 10% per fish.
But there was one time where I was still kind of routing, and I think Freddie remembers this, where I was trying to spawn Razorfin for like 40 minutes.
I think we just made a lot
That's pretty bad.
I think we just made a lot of people in chat very sad. We just picked up the elixir chest.
Yeah.
Which means we now no longer have access to the Zodiac Spear.
So yeah, there's a group of 5 chests that are all linked together. If you pick up one, you can't pick up any of the other ones.
Yep.
4 of them or 3 of them are very close to the start of the run.
Yep.
And then the other 2 are kind of...
One of them is actually, there's an amusing story associated with it, with one of the runners here, where when they were learning the game, they picked up the chest outside Dolan's house.
Oh, no.
Every single time. And it turns out that that's despawns the elixir chest. And that runner thought that he was unlucky every single time with it not spawning, but it turns out that he was just picking up the Solomon chest.
I hate you.
Yeah. So if you're wondering why we don't get the Zodiac Spear, the basic idea is that it has really high attack, but we are not going to be high enough level to really use it well. We're going to deal far more damage with magic, so it serves no purpose to us, whereas we do actually have legitimate uses for the elixir, even if it's just selling it for 777 gil for Phoenix Downs to grind.
which is often what happens.
It's
Oftentimes.
usually what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys remember when we had to do 47 Dustia and getting Gil was an absolute nightmare?
Yeah, so
I remember those days.
as I mentioned,
Oh, wait, we
gonna
don't do that anymore?
we're going to be going through this dungeon, picking up Gil to afford Dustia 2.
Hey, Buckethead.
Excellent.
This is halfway to being a real run.
We
So-
only need one for a real run, okay? Two
No.
is being greedy.
No, you also need Don't Listen to Ondor's Lies.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
That's fair.
So we used to do 47 Dustia. Each Dustia is 1 Phoenix down. And so that means 47 Phoenix Downs. 40 Phoenix Downs, I believe, is 10K Gil. So 47
250 apiece,
is
so-
like 11,750. So we're just trying to get to that Gil amount. And so we used to do 47, but eventually, studying once again Eminon, we managed to find a way to cut out 8 of those Dustia. Now the specific numbers come down to what level we were going for. So originally we went for Vaughn level 21, but now we go for Vaughn level 20. And that means we can cut a lot more from this run, make it a lot quicker in this next part of the dungeon.
And you'd think the level would be the important thing there, but actually the main rate limiter that kept us from considering it seriously for a long time was LP.
Yep.
Because the extra LP from those Dustia kills allows you to do some simpler and easier strats that are faster, but because you have to do the extra farming, ends up slower overall.
Exactly.
Or they found other ways to get around that's just
Yeah.
as fast anyway.
Pretty much.
The idea was you needed a certain amount of Gil to get a certain skill, but it turns out that it doesn't lose as much time as you'd think, given that you can save so much time
Getting
earlier.
it later.
It's
yeah.
partly that, and it's also partly delaying certain licenses on Ash.
Yeah. But we'll get there in the
Yeah.
Leviathan. But for now, we continue through the story, and we're about to meet the leading man.
The leading man.
The leading man.
So
So
best character in the game.
our whole goal was to break into the palace, which we have now broken into, and we are at the treasure room right now in the suspicious-looking door. And we're going to be stealing the goddess's magicite, I believe. And that's just a piece of treasure that's here. And Balthier and Fran are also after it, and so we all hook up together and are going to be... They want it from us, and we're just going to be trying to escape from the palace together.
Cutscene skip, please.
Yeah, sometimes the game locks your X button out for no particular reason for a while. I've had it locked out for 15 seconds straight before I finally gave up, unpaused, and paused again to finally skip the cutscene.
Like, people think I sometimes menu not good, but I honestly just complain about my X button. It's like, hey, this game's dropping my inputs. It does do that sometimes.
The menu in this game has a little bit of time between each input when you're not allowed to do anything, and so it sort of limits the speed at which you can menu. So if you're trying to menu faster, you'll lose inputs.
Sounds like a game made by Square.
Yeah. But that gives a noob like me the ability to menu really fast, and people like Losbel can't get their crazy menu speed going.
All right, we have $1 from Lunar Dragoon, who says, "This is my favorite gaming event of the year. I love the Moogle buddy on the couch. I'm curled up with mine right now, Kupo. Final Fantasy saved my life, so it is always the highlight for me during the marathon. Best of luck on the run, and I'll stay up as late as I can to cheer you on. Put this to Runner's Choice." Which actually, your Runner's Choice was fulfilled, so if
Yes.
we get a new
So we
one-
are moving on to the Quina, or I'm at least moving on to Quina being named Hollow, and the other was, these guys know it. The FF9 ones. Oh, right. Vivi, I believe, being... Oh, okay.
Swansig.
Zwanzig for Vivi and Hollow for Quina.
All right,
For the wedding.
be sure to do that.
So now we're going to set up the party for the most efficient form of farming we found so far, which is, the idea is, you'll notice here Vaughn has 31 LP. That's specifically because we did the number of Dustia we did. Rogue Tomato gave 6, and then the 8 Dustia gave 24, and he had 1 left over from the tutorial, so now we have 30, and that's exactly what we need here to get fire.
Yeah.
And
And a fun fact about that LP from Rogue Tomato, it's 3 base, but for whatever reason, all versions but the Japanese version give that LP to you twice. Once when you first complete the first phase, and then again when you finish it off. Whereas the Japanese version only gives it to you once.
Yeah, so when people ask what the differences between the Japanese and the North American version are, it's really just Rogue Tomato gives you 3 less LP, and it's pretty much the same otherwise.
And there are a few other things, like a couple bosses have different AI,
Yeah,
and there are a few cutscenes that play differently. But otherwise, it's mostly similar.
So So right now we kill a few stealings because they have good drops and good steals. In this area, a single attack, or the 2 attacks is enough to kill them. In the next area, they are not, so we can only really kill them here. You'll see a technique which is used quite a lot, which is the party leader runs ahead while the people behind who are doing actions will warp to them to pick up the item and then warp back to the leader to save a little bit of time. So this is all really just movement optimization with the farming as we go along. So next up is a few Gigantoads. They are weak to fire, so now we have Vaughn and Fran ready to use fire, and Balthier will continue to steal. We're doing this all with no gambits except for Balthier's steal. We used to do it with gambits on everyone, and this is just one of those little optimizations we work towards.
What are gambits?
Yeah, what are
They're those things that they just had the tutorial about. But yeah, we basically listen for the sound of the item dropping, and that lets us know if we even have to go back to begin
Exactly.
with.
So we're gonna kill this frog up here. and
Yeah,
they'll be ready.
what gambits are typically just little commands we can set for the AI partners that we are not controlling right now. So we can tell them to like cast fire on the party leader's target, or just cast
Exactly.
fire on nearest enemy. The thing interesting about the gambit system is it doesn't only apply it to just attacks. You can also tell your allies to use items as well.
Mhm.
So that's what we're going to be using for Dustia farming, which is coming up. We're going to tell Vaughn, hey, nearest enemy, use a Phoenix down.
Exactly. Another thing a lot of people don't know about the Gambit system for this game is that it's actually got a little bit of intelligent AI behind it. So, for example, if you say, ally any, use smelling salt, then it'll only use a smelling salt if it's appropriate. It won't use it otherwise. So some people just think, oh, you know, I can't set a Gambit for this because it'll use all my items, but it'll know not to use them if it doesn't need to.
Hopefully Amalia's not a troll.
It looks like, so Amalia used dark mode, which is really good. We're just looking to kill these guards as fast as possible, but there's a little mechanic here, which is that if Amalia gets the last hit, which you saw, she's not technically in the party right now. Oh, she got two.
No.
So that's 4 LP lost right there.
Thanks, Zero. But she's not technically in the party. She's just another person in the fight. And so if she gets the kill, she gets the LP, not you.
And bear that mechanic in mind because we'll be coming back to that later with certain bosses.
But there's a few things in Barheim that we normally skip. I think we can kill in order to make up the LP. So maybe that mimic we've been skipping, Hoishin, would be good.
Let's think of her as a guest then.
We'll see how Hoishin deals with this. I'm not sure I've ever seen the current route with 2 guard steals. So.
Not 2, no.
Because the LP is really tight on both here, so it should be pretty exciting.
So we keep to our affairs and she to hers. I doubt
We'll find her wanting in valor.
being such an
This is one of the
Resistance.
one of the unskippable cutscenes, which all of the runners memorize word for word after playing this game many times.
Well,
What are we
what are
waiting
we
for?
waiting for?
This is one of the other things that's different in JP. In the Japanese version, you can mash text here to get through it faster. So we had the guards fight just now, and now we have to fight 4 flans. Same idea, just have Vaughn and Fran cast fire. They're weak to fire. Balthier's going to be stealing, and Fran's going to be doing damage. Since Amalia stole so many kills, our MP is really good.
Balthier just needed to practice his first aid skills for a bit.
Yeah, that's another party leader warp just to save a few seconds.
Yeah, because these chests on either end. Oh, a caramel steal. That.
Yeah,
is
we've gotten
nice
really
for a
good
kill.
good luck so far.
Yeah.
Amalia got blinded, but Hoishin
Fran
fixed that.
did.
No, Amalia also got blinded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble seeing some things because, well, I have a great view of the back of Hoishin's head, and I'm kind of trying to watch the
Yeah,
projector
could
most
you just
of the
move out of
time.
the way? Just sit over here, Hoishin.
Amalia is not blind though.
He gave her eye drops.
Oh, fair enough.
So our drops have been really good so far. We have 4 books and quite a few horns, quite a few. We got the caramel, so I think we're looking pretty good on Gil right now.
Yeah, especially if this next chest actually cooperates for once.
This is a 50-50 Red Fang worth 10 Gil, or Phoenix Down worth 250 Gil.
Hey,
Oh,
Excellent.
Phoenix down.
Yeah,
Nice.
looking great. More drops.
jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, this may not be a good Barheim for LP, but it's really good for Gil. And honestly, Gil matters more right now.
Yeah.
No Gil, no Dustia means, oh boy.
The next license menu actually happens after a fight which has a random number of LP coming from it. So the route is a little bit flexible in that sense. The only real LP problem is Balthier might be a little bit late on his ability to cast fire in the next dungeon, but we'll see.
And that just means one extra menu, and it's a short one, so the main loss is honestly not too bad.
A little amusing piece of trivia that needles runners when they're going is that the rarer steals from these guys are worth less gil. So you're like, wow, I got so lucky, I got the worthless one.
Yeah.
Random chance.
It's like 150 gil for a horn or 35 gil for the water stone.
Although for some of them it's not bad. Like, for example, from the stealings you can get an arm guard, which is actually really good.
Which is really good, but that's the very rare.
Yeah, and you can there are 4 tiers, which I'll talk about later, because we're actually entering a boss fight here.
A very fun boss fight.
Define fun.
Fun in a bad way.
This is a lot of F12 Runner's least favorite fight because it has a lot, probably some of the most random elements to it.
Yeah.
So the strategy is really simple. Attack him. The problem with this fight is he takes more damage in the water, and he can't use a move called Bushfire when he's in the water, but he likes to teleport away from the water when his HP gets lower.
And
He likes to just teleport in general.
Yeah, he just likes to teleport.
2 things that are worth mentioning. While it's teleporting, your attacks can still happen, but it will
See?
not be damaged like that.
Look at that tree. That was
the reason we're dragging it into the water is also because there's a train effect. Fire Main is weak to water, and it takes more damage
See?
in the water.
Balthier got a shot, but it didn't do any damage. So he's trying to optimize his movement to keep Fire Main off of the ground. But he's going to teleport to the middle soon and use Bushfire.
Yeah.
And Bushfire, you'll see why it's annoying in a moment.
Actually a pretty late one, fortunately.
It's
Yeah.
annoying just because you have to sit here and lose time.
Yeah, Hoishin tried to use a potion there to try to delay the bushfire as much as possible, but
Yes.
wasn't quite able to get it off in time.
The other mechanic in this fight is that Amalia is actually your biggest damage dealer, but she also heals you when you get lower. So, there's
Yep.
the
There's
clutch
the second one.
Bushfire.
Does anyone remember the highest number of bushfires they've ever had in this?
I'm not sure, but if Pitted is in chat, I'm sure he'll say what it was because it was to him.
Yeah. Although with old strats, I think my worst was like 8.
8
At
bushfires.
lower level, because I was dealing less
Oh.
damage. The fight was longer in general.
The old days when you did 3 Phoenix Downs instead of 8.
Yes.
Right. So you were level 8?
Level 8.
And
Yeah.
then, So we're through Garam Scythe now. We just got captured and we're about to break out of prison. One little short fight coming up just between Balthier and Vaughn, but since we're so high leveled, this fight's really straightforward. Just kill them with fire.
They take away all your weapons and armors, but you can still kill them with fire.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you don't need weapons to cast magic.
Exactly. All you need is licenses. But amusingly, if you're doing the low-level challenge, this is actually a really hard fight because you just have low-level characters that can't do anything. Hoishin just picked up Knot of Rust, which is an item that could be useful later. It's what it does is it takes a random number between 1 and 10, and it does your max HP divided by that number damage. But there's a boss later who gets a damage reduction, which isn't affected by the Knots of Rust. And so if we get unlucky Dusty at 2 gil, then we can use that to make that boss a little bit quicker. So that's why you went for that chest. So yeah, it really is just Vaughn kills them one at a time while Balthier punches and then steals. The middle one, Dagaza, has a little bit more HP, so Balthier makes him weaker. Steals 200 gil. Excellent steal. And then we just kill him. The way we used to do that, there was a chance that Balthier could combo one of them all the way to death, but we sort of gave that up in the interest of getting more gil from the fight. So if you ever get unlucky and you don't get the elixir chest earlier, a chest appears here, which we pick up anyway. So once again, Zodiac Spear, rest in peace.
Yeah. It's 316 gil, I believe.
363, I believe.
It's something like that. It's so rare to actually get it that I don't even remember the number because the elixir.
Hey, 10%, man.
Yeah,
All I
elixir chest
remember
is
is just
90%.
300 gil.
Yeah, there's actually another chest there that he just picked up with the tourmaline ring on it, and usually in the Order of Ambrosia run we were talking about earlier, I just avoid picking that chest up because I don't want to accidentally pick up the wrong one.
Because the Order of Ambrosia does use the Zodiac Spear.
Yes.
Yes.
The tourmaline ring only sells for 150, so what would you rather have, 150 gil or the Zodiac Spear in a category that actually uses it?
So Hoishin just picked up another Knot of Rust, but that chest was a 50-50 Knot of Rust arrow mode, and so the arrow mode would be nice for a fight that's coming up. Give us the ability to cast arrow before we can normally buy it. That could have been an Ether or an Ether, but it was just Knot of Rust. Now we got lots of Knots of Rust.
The fun mechanic with
chest
items in this
chest
game.
luck.
Chests, stealing, etc., drops, etc. Everything is very random with what you can actually get.
The items from chest are random. You could get gil. The chest could not spawn anything.
Not to mention a couple.
Speaking of that,
Yeah.
Speaking of random chests, we're about
my
to see two.
two favorite chests.
Luck-
Random gil between 2 and 400.
Yeah, 444 I think is the max. 444 and
no.
333.
No, it's 300.
333, 555.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And then a guaranteed 777.
Yeah, there are 3 chests. Each has the numbers stated: 1 to 333, 1 to 555, and the final one is a guaranteed 777.
And now we also notice that we have Bosch in the party. He's going to be important for our run through Barheim. So we get the 777 gil, and let's see what we get here.
Wow.
Really good.
Very, very good.
Yeah, so our Barheim drops basically don't matter anymore because we've gotten all the good chests, caramels, horns, good gil, elixir chest.
We're
We're good.
rich.
We're rich.
Only 3 Dustia drops.
What did someone say? 47 Phoenix down or 47 Dustia?
Yo, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, we'll let you guys. You'll let Alec take over.
So we have to run down to the bottom of this hill real quick, pick up an item from the guy. Meanwhile, Vaughn's just going to sit there curing himself because then we have to run right back up there to hit a switch.
It's actually kind of funny if you think about it. We run Balthier down to pick up the tube fuse while Vaughn stands by the switch, and then somehow Vaughn magically has the tube fuse as soon as you warp back to him. So
I'd like to think both of you just throws it up
Yeah.
at him and Vaughn somehow doesn't drop it.
I think Vaughn would drop it.
He probably would drop it.
Yeah,
would drop it.
Vaughn would drop it.
We're picking up two
That-
things here.
That or to bounce off his abs.
So
Those are abs?
we picked up
Paint it on.
the obligatory complaint about how Vaughn's abs look in this game. They fixed it in the remaster, guys. It's okay.
Kind of.
Not really. They're still painted on abs.
So we picked up the Blizzard spell because the mimics in this dungeon are weak to Blizzard. And he also picked up the Light Woven shirt, which is sort of, it's not that big of a thing. It gives you 2 magic, but it really helps with a few things. We're going to put it on Ash, and it'll help us with a few damage rolls later on, and it'll help us farming jellies. This is another thing that was inspired by Emanon. Originally, we got nicer armor for her later, but we realized we could just spin less gil here, and it's just one of those ways to streamline the run. So now that we're entering this dungeon, we're going to be fighting these things called mimics. I'll let Balthier explain how they work.
It does make some farming a bit more difficult later on, though.
It does, but
So, what happens then?
I don't know.
what happens, leading man?
Undead happens.
Lights out. And it is worse in the dark.
Much
Much
worse.
worse. So, let them get too close to one of those conduits and they'll suck it dry.
But don't worry.
It'll give the energy back if you ask nicely.
You're a speedrunner, so
Too.
clock's ticking. So we're just going to be running through here and farming the enemies which we have found to be most optimal for getting us the gil and LP we need. Oh, the nice courtesy poison on Fran is quite annoying. But we have an antidote, so we'll fix that. This is another one of those things that we've streamlined with a lot of learning about how the game works and trying to optimize things.
Yeah, you'll notice that it gave a little over 40% charge. That number is slightly random, and in Order of Ambrosia, it's slightly possible to get trolled if you do 1 extra kill, but you don't necessarily have to do that. So, yeah.
So this mimic right here is one that we normally skip. However, it gives us 2 LP, which we make up for the guard that Amalia killed earlier. So that's one little thing he's doing to make up for the problem that happened earlier, that getting unlucky. So these mimics are a little bit above dying to 2 blizzards, so we attack them first and then hit them with 2 blizzards, and that's usually enough. They have nice steals and nice drops, so we get the steals and the drops if they happen.
Yeah, iron scraps sell for a decent amount of gil. There are other ones that aren't worth as much gil, but you can also get, I believe it's the Mage's Habit from them?
Yes, the very rare drop is the Mage's Habit, which is worth 1250, 1,250 gil, which is... Getting one of those is just like, boom, you're good for your Barheim gil. So that Mimic is running by too quick. We used to be able to kill him with 3 blizzards, but Balthier does not have the LP at this point, so we can only steal. So we just steal from it, get that iron scraps, hopefully, which we have. But once again, our gil is great. It's great luck so far. One more Mimic up here we're going to steal from, and then we're going to set up for Flan killing. The other enemy here is Flans. Flans are weak to fire, so we're going to be using fire on them. More iron scraps. fire on the Flans, Blizzard on the Mimics, and just proceed through the dungeon to the places we need to be to continue the plot.
Yeah, the main thing Flans give that is going to get you most of your money from them is green liquid.
Yes.
So that is a common steal and common drop from them.
All right, Balthier has the LP he needs, so he has fully recovered from the Amalia problem. So now Balthier will be able to use fire also, and Blizzard on these Mimics. Fran got the poison earlier, and now the blinds. We'll use another eye drop.
Just clean out the inventory, making it easier to find stuff later.
Since Fran is attacking all these Mimics, it's important that her attacks hit, so we have to heal that. If the blind hits someone, oh, looks like another blind's coming. If the blind hits someone else, it wouldn't be a problem, but it's really minor time loss, but
Has a decent chance of missing, too.
Final Fantasy 12.
yeah,
people.
Final Fantasy 12.
Yep.
You can have the gil, but you're not going to have the speed.
We've got a question from Anonymous, who donated $5 and said, "Hey guys, I was just wondering what the biggest changes are between this and the International Zodiac job system
Oh,
version
there's a
when it comes
lot
to
of
speed running,
differences.
and which is preferred over the other overall. Good luck."
So the biggest changes is everything. All the glitches are gone. Or not all the glitches, but the most important glitch for the run is probably underflow is patched. We can't use that. And also, it's harder to set up the type of late game party we use, because we use a few characters in multi-purpose roles, and your character's roles are fixed in the ICJS version.
Just gonna go and grab a buckler here for 500 gil.
Unfortunately, it didn't even spawn.
Didn't
Yeah.
spawn.
Yeah, but we have
just
so much gil from other
Yeah.
things, it's not a problem.
Money's not really looking to be a problem at all. So a lot of these kills are for LP at this point.
But yeah, so in this run, we're like Vaughn is sort of a swingman. He's going to be able to attack stuff and do magic for a little bit. We can't really do that in IZJS. That makes it harder to get the route as we know it now. We really rely on mages in this run, and mages aren't very good earlier in the speedrun settings, so it's hard to find a balance between those two things. Although recently a Japanese runner has found a route similar to the 80% route, the vanilla route. But this is actually really new. As of like 2 weeks ago, we've seen this.
Yeah, and more people run any percent in both regions just because it's the original version of the game, and also here because it's a bit harder to get access to IZJS.
The
That said,
international
least
version only
Not for
available in
much
Japan.
longer. Not
Yeah.
for much longer. Very
Yep.
soon we'll
Zodiac
have
The Zodiac Age.
an HD version, which not only adds the changes from IZJS, but there'll also be removing or fixing up a couple different things. Like it's going to be there'll be a 4x speed boost instead of only the 2x's in the current version. Load times will be a lot faster.
Increase the effect queue.
They remove the effect queue. I think they're either increase it or remove it completely. I think it's just removed.
They increased it. It's still there, I think, from the trailer.
Well-
Didn't you were the one who said that
It was pretty much.
Flare,
we really don't
Flare
know at this
still
point, I
clogged Tiamat?
No, it didn't.
No, it is
it
Flare and Scathe at the same time.
Yeah, there were
Oh.
multiple instances of using Flare and Skate at the same time. Yeah.
Normally, both of those
suffice to
spells
s-
take up the entire queue.
Suffice to say, we don't really know because the game's not out.
Yeah,
It-
yeah,
From what I
essentially.
have looked at from some Japanese and found some translations of Japanese interviews, is that they've pretty much confirmed that it's gone.
Yeah.
Like, they don't need to do it anymore because the
Well-
PS4's capabilities are a lot higher than the PS2's.
Yeah. We said earlier that certain moves you can only do one or two of at the same time. That's to stop the PS2 from getting overloaded by the spells. So, for example, Flare, Scathe, these Remora Strike, these are all things you can only do one of at a time, and will stop anything else from happening. But in the trailer, we saw the party using them at the same time, so we know that the effect capacity must be different. So far in the dungeon, Bosch has had no armor and no weapon, and so he has been... Oops. So he has been really punching and dying really
Yep.
quickly.
He was our tank.
So Bosch did not live so
he
far.
took a lot of extra damage that we
Yeah.
would have not liked to take. That's
But,
about it.
but now he gets his armor and his weapon, and he's going to make these next few mimic kills much faster.
Ocean's listening for a bit of an audio cue with this cutscene skip.
Yeah, there are different ways you can do it. I just listened for music on this third one.
You may hear it on stream. Let's. Yep. You can hear it for just a moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Listening for that music. Can you hear me?
No.
I can't hear myself.
I think we might have lost
bumped.
Rooster there for a
I
moment.
think,
Yeah,
I think this
we'll
got
get on
bumped down
that.
here.
Red Brewster.
Should be okay now.
Hello, hello. Nice.
Yep, there we go. Got a wire, it's a little bit loose.
Yeah. So we're going to kill 3 more mimics and then move on to the Mimic Queen. At which point I will be taking over.
hope you love Dustia farming.
Yeah,
Might
so
be doing that for a bit, yeah.
we killed 8 before. We're going to be killing 39 coming up. Gil will be no problem for affording it.
So it's up to you to keep this luck train going. You got this.
Yeah. I'll do my best. Pick up those drops.
We had 3 $10 donations with no comment, so thank you to Where Tiger Ray, James Bradfield, and Nathan Collins for those donations.
Last Mimic kill up here. This Mimic is the last one we really can kill because we need a certain amount of LP for this next fight. All 3 members have to have 40 or more MP to use enough Blizzards to kill the Mimic Queen, and so we have it mapped out where the running will recharge the MP and we'll have enough by the fight in order to be ready to execute the full fight.
Yeah, and if we weren't doing as well on Gil, we'd probably kill and steal from more stuff along the way just to make sure we had it. But because of that, we're able to skip this last Mimic and a few other enemies and chests.
We're really great on Gil. So.
Yeah, and that allows us to be pretty much assured of having enough MP here. Otherwise, you know, we just pop over and hit the save crystal that you see in this, and it loses a few seconds. It's not too bad. But you got to save that time when you can.
So in this fight, you'll see an interesting little mechanic that was discovered, which is when you're looking at the Mimic Queen, the PlayStation slows down. So we just don't look at the Mimic Queen. We're going to be looking at the gate that we came in through while casting Blizzard on the Mimic Queen with all 3 members. Oh, Bosch got a kill. Nice.
Hey.
got one extra LP there.
ATB resetting here.
Yes.
Pretty much you can, whenever you do an action, the ATB kind of like clogs up for a little bit, has a slight delay, but you can get rid of that delay by just changing any type of equipment you have that's on you. So we're going to be using that quite a bit for the run in future boss fights. There he just removed all of his equipment to ATB reset and set up for a menu he's going to do when he gets to Dustia.
So I want to point out right now that Hoishin's actually on really great pace. About 1 hour, or 1 minute, 1 hour for a Mimic Queen is actually a really good time. Both here ran out of MP, it looks like, so.
That's still sub 1 Mimic Queen.
Yeah. Still very nice.
59.59.
Oh, I think cable got pulled again.
Yeah. I'll bump it in a second.
No,
Oh,
I think
that.
it actually got muted
Yeah, that was
intentionally
weird.
this time. I'm seeing the tech guy nod.
Part 1 down. Now we get to talk to the ever-verbose Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca.
Hi, Hoishin.
Hello.
Good job, Hoishin.
Think
Dalmascan air could taste so sweet.
where are we? The Estes Sand, by the look of it. Let's back to Rabanasta before we shrivel up. By your leave,
We have
Captain.
$5 from Miserai Core, who says, best of luck to the FF12 run. Hey, Solomon, how does Ash take the kids to school? She uses the minivan.
Oh my god.
Happy birthday as always. Donation goes to Runner's
God
Choice.
damn it.
Okay, so we're going to be running to... We could run to a slightly closer place here that has a teleport crystal, but we have to teleport to the Nalbina garrison a bit later in the run to... well, a bit later, about 3 hours later in the run. So instead we're going to take a little bit further run to save a lot of time later. And it also happens to have a shop that we can sell stuff at and buy Phoenix Downs.
Yeah, otherwise the fastest way to Nalbina would be to take an airship, and that's just slower.
Yep.
Because you'd have to go to Rabanastre and then fly there instead of just teleporting straight to Nalbina.
Got time for a bit of a longer donation?
Sure.
Go for it.
We have $50 from Kazplum.
Oh,
He's a fellow FF12 runner, and as you can guess, he likes to troll this guy right here.
Oh my god.
Who
Quaz.
says,
Don't.
Too late.
hey Hoishin, hey Roosta, good luck. I expect to see the sweet new Bellius ATB strats that were found like 2 days ago. Split this money 5 ways for the runners and everyone on the couch to share. Although it will be going to Nami, just to make that perfectly clear real quick. Also, Solomon, I know you're tired of all the birthday wishes by now, so I won't wish you a happy birthday. Instead, I'll wish everyone else happy birthday. Happy birthday, Roosta. Happy birthday, Hoishin. Happy birthday, Alec and Freddy. Happy birthday, Kyle's Little Monster. Happy birthday, everyone in the audience. Also, happy birthday, Donation Reader as well. Thank you. as well as all the staff members, volunteers, and all the other runners in the marathon for making this event possible. Happy birthday to Nami for working towards a great cause. And last but not least, happy birthday to all the viewers, both at the event in person and at home. Happy birthday, everyone. Feels birthday, man.
Perfect. So we got a couple more than the minimum he needs.
How many was that? 40?
It's 39 or 38.
39.
I thought you had 40.
Yeah, 40 means he doesn't technically need to do another shop before a fight that comes a bit after the Dustia farm. I would not be surprised if he does buy a couple more Phoenix Downs anyway, because
Yeah.
I
That
see him
fight
nodding.
is
Because that fight
just-
can.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That fight can
Yeah.
be
I
absolutely
went into that
trolltastic.
fight with 3 Phoenix Downs and I still died.
I can confirm, I saw it, and he was playing fine.
Yeah, what Quaz was talking about earlier was a new Belias ATB strat that I'm sure Rusto will be explaining when we get closer to it in the run.
This strat was discovered literally
Well,
2 days
you
ago.
can explain it before you take over. He's like, I'm going to be doing that, though. You'll be fine. I read enough about it that I should be able to at least explain the general idea of it if we don't get to it before then.
Yeah, so who wants to explain chain mechanics? And also, for that matter,
Sounds like a you.
Okay, I can do that. But also, there's the matter of the zone that we're going to this time.
Yes.
I'll let Freddie handle that one, I guess. So, it's
So-
pretty even.
Originally, we did both of our farming of Dustia at the zone we did Dustia 1 at. But once again, Emanon had been doing it at the further spawn, or a little bit further spawn. There's 2 different zones that you could spawn in, and one's about 30 seconds or 45 seconds extra of a run. We're like, oh, well, it takes forever. But it turns out loading the zone that we move into instead of this zone takes about roughly 3 or 4 seconds faster per cycle, which over the course of killing 37 of them, much less, or 39 of them, much less 47, you end up saving about a minute to 2 minutes just by going to this zone by itself. So that cut off a minute or 2 for free. That's going to make the damage down a bit quicker or more interesting. So usually it takes about a blizzard and a fire or 2 blizzards to hit him down to crit here. He's about within the damage roll range of what another blizzard would kill him, I believe, so he's probably going to resort to attacks to finish. Oh, we have another strat. He has another strat that I'm not sure about then. Oh, he's going to equip armor and then do it, which should bring him down to crit without having the chance to kill him.
Yeah, the
Yep.
reason being he just gave himself some magic resist that he didn't have before. So, chain mechanics in this game are, in their most basic sense, kill more of an enemy in a row, and you'll get more and better drops as you do that. There are 4 levels. The first level has that kind of brown bag that you see. Second level has a bluish kind of orb. The third has a golden orb, and the fourth is kind of like a medallion type thing, or a crest. We call them levels 0, 1, 2, and 3. I used to call them 1, 2, 3, and 4, but eventually
I still get confused at which one we call it nowadays.
eventually I just gave up and said, okay, 0, 1, 2, 3.
Green, blue, yellow, gold has been used before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the basic idea is that picking up drops makes it take longer for you to get higher chain levels. Higher chain levels give you more drops and a higher chance of getting drops. They also give you nice things, at least in most cases. They can heal you randomly. They can give you protect or shell status. And we don't want to be healed here.
Because then that stops Dustia from spawning and we'd have to punch ourselves to respawn it.
Oh, and I actually,
Dangerous in its own right.
if you just notice that number flashing there, that's another mechanic that comes into play. And it took us a while to figure out exactly what it did. But what it actually does, it has a 5% chance to show up at any given time. Once it happens, the next number is also a 60% chance for it to keep flashing. And what it does, you can see it didn't keep flashing. It treats the next kill in the chain as if you had not picked up any drops since your last chain level. So that's really nice if you're picking up drops. It helps you get chain levels with some more regularity than you would otherwise.
Granted, for this segment, we just pick up anything that Dustia drops anyways.
Yeah, we just need all the drops we can get. if you kill more Dusty, it becomes progressively more worth it to delay to get
No.
higher chain levels.
No. However many kills, however Dusty you kill, it's worth to just pick up all drops.
Right now, yeah,
Yeah.
because of only killing 37 or 39 of them now.
Yeah, I was saying if you're killing like 75 for Order of Ambrosia.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well-
then it would be worth to manipulate.
Even then, it's still
No,
arguable. We've done. There's been a lot of math done
I did
on this.
programming to simulate these dopings, and yeah, if you're interested in, I can give you full mechanic of this chain mechanic system. I programmed with Python, and yeah, I simulated it. And however many Dusty you kill, you just have to pick up them all. That's the most efficient I found. It
And
may be different in game, but that's what
Yeah.
simulators
Yeah.
say.
A funny thing is we're actually not 100% sure that all the mechanics work the way
Yeah.
that we're told, because we have some evidence that seems to lead to the contrary. It may be confirmation bias. It may just be that we missed something, but we don't know, and it's a little bit frustrating, and we don't necessarily have the will or expertise to delve into the game's code itself to figure it out.
It's just
Yeah.
FF12 being FF12.
Yeah.
That's what we usually do down to. Yeah, actually, the flashing chain level was something that we used to think worked a little bit differently until Zero Scar himself actually was looking at him like, wait a second, I'm pretty sure I did this and it didn't actually work like this. So I'm gonna look at this again and see if I can test to figure out. And that kind of led to our current understanding of it.
Right. Which may not even be 100%
Which-
correct for all we know.
Yeah,
This game's weird.
it has some interesting decisions.
Yeah. I mean, if you look into the mechanics, just look at the formula for how much experience it takes to get from one level to the next, and it's like on a piece of paper, it's like 3 lines of just,
How many flame staffs so far? Nah.
yeah.
I didn't see any. A lot of books though. Yeah,
A lot of 2-book drops.
is that at least 10? I think.
Something like that.
Yeah, Hoishin actually has a laptop over here sitting ready for entering in some guild numbers depending on how many books and stabs he got. I believe he was messing with it for guild for just affording Dusty 2 as well.
Don't
No,
worry, I'm
actually,
here.
it's full of Japanese my notes.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So
It's just his
can't
notes.
read it.
He can get a little bit read. Maybe.
Don't worry, guys, I'm here. Well, I'm sure we'll get good Dustia.
Yeah, Solomon seems to have the best luck out of any of us with.
I have the Dustia world record. I'm
Yeah.
sitting at a 32.3K.
For 39.
For
that's pretty good,
39.
yeah.
Which is actually really, really good.
That's a pretty good one for 47, no less.
Yeah, it is. Like even 47, you'd be happy to get 20, 25K.
I think I've gotten only 32K in an Order of Ambrosia run where we kill 75.
Yeah. The best I've gotten is, I think, like 47K with killing 51. And some of that was probably left over from the previous skeleton farming.
Yeah, or the oldest run back when I first started running. So I've been running this game for, I don't know, since about 6 months after Crystals for Life,
Yeah, so that would've been
2014?
2013.
2013?
Long.
Yeah, 2013. So about 4 years now. And back then we were killing 51 Dustia. So about each Dustia takes around 18 to 19 seconds. So going from 51 to the 39 that we do now is a full 4-minute save just by itself, just in less farming. And a lot of the other farming has been lowered since then.
Like the jelly farming.
Yeah.
Yep. Even from my run at ESA, this run has changed actually quite a bit in its routing. A lot of that had been already in the runs before, but I hadn't had a chance to learn it until then. So.
And if you're wondering, wait, didn't you do 54 total Dustia then? And yeah, but the funny thing is, doing 8 early on, actually, you make up that time by Mimic Queen. And so the number of kills in Dustia 2 hardly even factors into how many kills you do in Dustia 1 anymore in that sense.
Yep. And then, yeah, if for anyone that watched this run at Crystals for Life 2013, you'll see many, many differences from there to here.
You'll see me without facial
Traveler.
hair. And
Traveler Les Bergen.
yeah.
Traveler wasn't a thing back then. That was...
That was a very primitive version of the route. Like
Once again, Emanon.
hardly anyone was really running the game. There was a segmented run on SDA, Speed Demos Archive, and then Nitrodon and I picked it up for that marathon and had what was a really good run for the time, actually. And
Yeah, there was a segmented speedrunner named Yokai, or not, yeah, Yokai,
yeah.
Yokai.
who spent a lot of time trying to rat out looking at Japanese runs. Originally, he was doing something similar. Actually, Essentia, if she's still back there, it doesn't look like it. But was one of the original people that tried to rat this game out.
Yeah,
and
she was using quickening chains and Fummelhauts, which are
Yeah.
guns. Guns do not factor your level into their damage potential, so they're good to use if you're underleveled.
Like the 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3
Yup.
run.
That is the low-level category because those are the minimum levels of each character.
I'm going to jump in real quick with a donation that someone behind the couch may have been waiting patiently to hear.
Or not.
It's $150 from Kyle's Little Monster. He says, shout out to the most amazing community I know. You've been so supportive, loving, and just inspiring to be a part of. Here's to an amazing run and an amazing time at RPG Limit Break. Lots of miles traveled, but we did it, boys. To the community members who couldn't make it, we miss you and love you as well. Roosta, Hoishin, don't forget to get good. Roosta face, Hoishin face.
The face, Hoishin face.
$150 to naming Vivi Zwanzig, and P.S. $150 to naming Vivi Zwanzig.
Yeah, we actually have a fair number of emotes on Franker Phase Z that are just our faces. Like, the three of us, I don't think, have them, but
Well,
most
I mean,
of us
I-
have them.
Yours doesn't count.
I don't count.
It's your birthday. It always counts.
Well, have those been made into emotes?
Anyway.
We have memes.
Yeah,
in the
we have
a lot of
memes,
memes.
yes.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Speedrunning memes, what?
We talk a lot about a lot of things. It's not always about FF12.
Just
There's a lot of
quick,
math involved.
Just a quick update on that bid war, by the way, for the finale, Final Fantasy IX. Naming Vivi Zwanzig is at $150 in the lead. And then not too far behind are both Vivi and Vado tied for $50. And then there are several names below that, one of which is Solomon. So I know y'all can do it.
And Jeff.
And Jeff.
And Jeff.
Jeff is sitting there at $1. Let's bring that up.
Flame Staff. It sucks to get shut out if you don't get any flame staves
Also
here.
a heal, though, so it's a bittersweet flame staff. You'll take.
Yeah, it's always worth taking the first flame staff at least, and
Yeah.
probably the second one as well.
Don't worry, we're gonna get like a 3 flame staff drop right here, man.
Yeah, we want 2 flame staffs minimum, just because we use 2 flame staffs throughout the course of the run.
It's coming. I promise, it's coming.
One thing you saw him do there is like, why is he not bothering resetting to make sure Vaughn doesn't combo himself to death there? Well, that's why he was fleeing, because fleeing interrupts combos. That's another thing we picked up from Emanon.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight timing, actually, but he's done it enough that
Yeah.
he can pretty much hit the timing without
There's a
even
there's a
thinking anymore.
really good visual cue actually at this battle
It's not that
speed.
tight.
If you
It's not super
no,
tight.
just hit it right around the time the ATB hits the first T in attack, and you're good.
A couple more donations here if we
Ooh,
got some time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chain level 4.
$12 from Anonymous, who says, hi guys, wonderful to see my favorite Final Fantasy game being run right now. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see most of it due to work, but I wish the best of luck on the run. P.S. Don't believe Ondor's lies, please. Cheers from Trig.
I don't know. Andor seems like a nice guy.
We've also got $3 from Keishura, if I'm pronouncing that right,
Thanks,
who has requested that I try to pronounce this in Japanese. It's not going to go well, but I'll give it one shot for just the first thing. Hoishin-san! That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. Roostalol, Ganbear, good luck. We're all cheering you on from Japan. It's not much, but please put this towards Hoishin's choice. Also, happy birthday, Solomon.
God damn it.
Thank you.
You want to take that one, Hoishin?
Bibis?
No, the Ganbare.
Gambare.
What?
Basically,
Oh, yeah.
basically
It's
good
alright,
luck.
it's alright.
Basically good luck, Hoishin.
Yeah.
Those heals at the end.
It
Did
happens.
you get a second staff? No, not that you know of. You can get both books and staffs from drops. So
If that
someti-
happens,
if that-
the staffs are hidden though, because the text doesn't display that you've gotten another item quickly from when we leave the area. So we call those staffs hidden staffs.
Yep. So when he goes to sell stuff, he might find he has extra flame staffs, which would be very nice.
And right now he's waiting to run up to those enemies until that potion hits because, well,
They hurt.
yeah, and I think he was waiting for the cockators to get out of the way because if they both hit him, then it would be bad news.
Also a lot of time lost.
Yeah. Shoutouts to Fideliant if you go the other way.
Oh God, no.
Yeah,
Skate.
Fideliant is a rare game that spawns in that area. It's also undead, so you could kill it if you had an extra Phoenix down.
Only problem is he knows lunge.
Yeah. Lunge is an instant move, which means it has no charge time. It just happens as soon as it can. And those moves are going to become progressively more annoying as we go on in the game because they deal more and more damage, and we're going to stop getting armor upgrades after a while, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to try not to reference Sword of Umberto too much, but it's actually very handy that Fideliant spawns, because since we move back and forth in that zone so much, Fideliant has basically a 100% chance of spawning, so...
Who here has had a run die to Fideliant?
No.
In Dustia 2. I can name one runner off the top of my head.
He's probably wishing you happy birthday right now.
Most likely.
Speaking of which,
I wouldn't even believe that.
we have $5 from Callus, or Callus. Happy birthday, Solomon, Feels birthday man. $10 from ZMaster498, who says, Happy birthday, Solomon, the
God
backup
damn
strat
it.
god.
See?
Yeah, I do a lot of backup strats compared to most other runners in this game.
The thing is, you need to know those backup strats if you want to finish runs of this game.
Or try to finish runs
Or
of
try
this
to.
game.
Yeah, often just try and fail anyway.
Many things can go wrong, and many things can go spectacularly wrong. Or just wrong in a way you haven't seen before. If there was any game to give us a chance of this hasn't happened before, this is one of them.
Curse when you have Miramail on. Alright, here you go. 1 in 300 chance.
1 in 1,028, maybe?
I've had over 300 attempts at this game, and that happened to me only once.
Yeah, he's the only one we know who has had that move by one particular boss happen to him while he was leading with a character with Mirror Mail on, which means they had Reflect.
Actually, that happened to Kill recently, too.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he just said he didn't have Mirror Mail
Oh,
on.
I
so,
had
yeah.
Mirror Mail on, and that happened to me. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me?
FF12?
Yeah. It giveth and it taketh away, mostly the latter.
It'll give it sometimes.
Sometimes, a little bit.
Speaking of which, I wonder if Dustia giveth.
We will know in a few minutes.
Yep, because he'll be stopping to pick up some extra Phoenix Downs.
I'm pretty confident it did.
No? No?
I didn't
You're not going
see
to?
all that. Oh, you're not shopping in Bajerba? Oh, he is.
Yeah.
But I think, so you're saying you're not too confident? Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think this is probably around 17K would be my guess.
18.2.
15.5.
That seemed about like a 14-8 or something. Like it wasn't too solid.
I'm calling it.
And are we
stabs.
counting the one staff, like the 2,400 loss from that?
Let's not count that because I wasn't thinking about that in my number.
I'm calling it right now. Hidden stabs, boys.
Yeah, a very important thing to make sure you do when you're running through here, doing some story, is to talk to Dallin there to turn in the Rogue Tomato quest.
Tamaj.
Tamaj, yeah.
Or, sorry, Dallin's another guy.
Yeah.
Tamaj to turn in the Rogue Tomato quest in order to get 2 teleport stones. Otherwise, we'd run out before we get more again.
And that would be bad.
Be very bad.
It's only 1, by the way.
Is it only 1? That's right. It's 2 potions.
Because you can steal 1 from a bat, but it's a super rare chance. But if you do that, you could skip Tamaj.
He also gives a little bit of money.
Yeah,
which is
300 gil, which is pretty good.
Every little bit counts. which is also why we're going to be going for a few chests in our way through the mines in Bujerba.
Killer bow hype.
Killer will be quite happy to see right now.
Yeah, Killer Bow is a bow that you can get in the mines, and it sells for 1,000 gil. And then there's also the Assassin's Dagger, which sells for 1,500. Those numbers sound right?
It's
700.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Assassin's
What's the one
Dagger
that
is
sells for-
700.
There's one that sells for 1,500. I'm trying to think what that is now.
Talking about the mace and the Sansi, maybe, that we don't pick up anymore.
I don't know. There's a weapon that I went for a couple times that sells for 1,500. Somewhere along the way.
I know a weapon that sells for 1900. That's the bow and arrow you get in Jahara.
Yeah.
Bowgun. Yep.
Bow gun, dart gun. Not a dart gun, but same difference.
You get that for free, though. It's not random drop.
Thank you to Devil REI for $20. Said, I'm tired of debating the best Final Fantasy. I think we can all agree, however, that Fran is the best Final Fantasy waifu by a country mile. Put this on the original Star Tropics.
We actually have a running debate on this. Whoever has the world record gets to pick best girl in FF12.
And right now, I believe Roosta says it's Pinello.
Yep. Before that, Zero had the record for a bit, and it was Ash.
Yep.
Well, Ash is
Amalia.
Zero's waifu, so
We haven't met Ash yet. It's only Amalia still.
we all know who Amalia is, kind of.
Spoilers.
Raise your hand if you saw through it the first time Amalia showed up. In casual play. Yeah.
I never played the game casually, so
Oh, it's
Solomon.
been a long time since I played this game casually.
Solomon, all serious all the time.
I'm serious?
All the time.
Since when?
You are always serious. If he is not
All the time.
serious, then you know it's the end of the world. Because if he's not serious, then something is seriously wrong. And I'll stop that now, don't worry.
Anyway, so yeah, this game is about 11 years old at this point.
Hidden steps. Called that.
Fine. It was still only like 13.5K though. I was still closest.
Yeah. But we all went over.
We all went over, so Price is Right rules we lose.
Roosta. I am so sorry. No, I'm kidding.
No. Hoishin sapped all the luck out of the controller. That's what happened. They got the
He got
Barheim
all,
luck.
yeah,
Sorry.
all the luck happened in Barheim instead of Dustia 2. Rip.
Because of my Dustia luck, I'm referred to as the Dustia Queen, and I didn't give him good Dustia gills, so it's kind of my fault apparently.
You should have touched the controller.
I probably should have.
Yeah.
I just wanted to quickly give everybody an update on that Star Tropics bid war. Right now, Zoda's Revenge Star Tropics 2 is still in the lead at $119.50. However, the recent donation Star Tropics Original is actually at $67, so not insurmountable. So if you want to see that OG, be sure to keep those donations flowing.
In the next area, he's going to have the chance for the Killer Bow. It can also be a Knot of Rust in that chest.
It could also
or
be nothing.
Gil. Yeah. Or it could not spawn. Let's see.
My bad again.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there we go.
No, it's a bit
Hadn't gone far
farther,
enough.
but it
Oh, it was a
doesn't.
bat.
It's
Nah.
Well,
185
better than
gil
nothing.
isn't
That's not
terrible.
bad.
Better than a Knot of Rust at this point, since we already have a few.
My gil is not good though.
No.
It's not the best. But that just means Late Traveler makes up for most of that, at least for the early part.
Yeah, it means we're going to need a little bit more money from Jellies, which is the major gil farm in this run.
So a lot of this is just continuing on with the story after all the Dustia farming. This is notoriously one of my least favorite parts of the run because I tend to just kind of fall asleep by the halfway through. It's like,
Good thing
okay.
you have chat to talk to, or man.
Or that would be the worst. It's true.
You can read off some donations while we travel from point A to point B.
Can do. Don't be falling asleep on us now. We got a lot more to go. All right, we've got 2 donations with no comment. $15 from Cohen K, I think, and $26 from Johnson H. Thank you both for those donations. We have $10 from Anonymous, who says, I remember playing FF12 on the PS2 shortly after release and being in absolute awe at how good the graphics were. The amount of subtlety in facial expressions and animations were unheard of at that time. Money goes to Shantoto in World of Final Fantasy because I can't vote for Ishtola, if I'm pronouncing that even kind of correctly.
You want to talk about backgammon farming, Hoishin?
Okay,
man.
when I started running this game, I was browsing YouTube and this Nico video and the stuff, and I found very fancy farming called the backgammon farming. Well, you can see the enemies following Van right now,
The
and
giant red circles.
they gives you a lot of LP actually, 5 LP per kill, and you can do similar thing as Dustia. You can just kill them and zone out, and kill them, zone out, and it gives you a lot of LP. So, I thought this was cool, and I just routed in. But actually, this OG, used to use them and routed out.
Yeah.
Like 3 years before I started running the game, and I just implemented it, and this is cool. Everybody, watch this. This is cool, and oh my God, Hoishin, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's the first thing I routed out, actually. We did the Crystals for Life run, and then I'm like, you know what, I don't think we need this. This is a really stupid grind.
It is because they can kill you.
Yeah, and I made it safer by making it less efficient, and I didn't like that. So I just rerouted the game to remove it entirely, and then Freddy popped in pretty much immediately after that.
That was literally the reason I'm like, okay, I'm going to actually pick this up because that looked terrible and I don't want to do it.
Yeah, that's where it would have happened, is where Roosta's looking back at that zone line.
Run, Von, run. He's coming for you.
I put a lot of work into this farming and made very efficient, but it was still like a 12 minutes lost or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So I just gave up.
it's actually pretty tricky to really do efficiently.
Yeah.
And
It's
you have
really
to-
weird how it worked too,
I
because
was,
you would not
like-
only lose the time doing it, you would also lose the time actually licensing the extra licenses that you get from it.
Yeah.
So
I was 6 minutes behind one run and decided, oh well. So I tried to I tried to backgammon farm, and that didn't go well.
But it needs practice, yeah.
I have done backgammon farming exactly once when I tried to do a Balthier solo run. I did backgammon farming for that.
How'd that go?
Not really great.
Yeah.
And
I actually had
it was hard.
I actually had a really good backgammon farm in the Crystals for Life run.
Oh.
But yeah, it's not really worth doing.
Did we explain about 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3?
Briefly,
little.
I said it's the low level, low level run of this game, which is the minimum level that each character comes in.
In that speed run, we do backgammon farming. So yeah, that's my.
You do
next speed
backgammon
game, I guess.
farming on top of doing 93 Dusty or something like that.
Yeah,
94. Okay.
94.
All right.
yeah. LP has a bit of a outsized impact in that run because you use the extra LP to get licenses and augments, which makes
Best cutscene.
helps make up for the fact that you're really low level.
Survivor were to spread, the Marquis may find his position compromised.
The men he's been funding bear little love for the Empire. They won't be thrilled to discover
time for a
the
donation?
rumors of your death were, in fact, greatly
This is a great cutscene, to
exaggerated.
be fair.
It
Oh.
was a claim to that effect.
I'll give it a sec.
Just get their
Give it a sec.
attention.
Nothing to it. I'll just go around town spreading the word. How about this?
I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca.
That was worth it.
or if you watch Crystals
for
for
it.
Life. I'm Captain Bosch von Rosenberg of Dalmascus. But yeah, go ahead, Hobbs.
All right. So I apologize for this donation ahead of time because it could only have been written by Spike Vegeta.
Oh.
$25 from Spike, Adam, Biz, Kiwi, and Keck Gaming. We say, hey runners, good luck, have fun, you know the drill. Hobbs, you're cute. Biz sucks and keeps dying to mysterious figure and no heart. Adam is making fun of him. Kiwi is bored, and Keck Gaming is triggering bloody. It's looking pretty rough, but we want you to know these beds feel awesome, super comfy. Remember, we love you. And 28. Put this towards Aqua for the BBS bid war because people need to see the greatest cutscene in the history of video games. He's hyping that cutscene up way too much. P.S. He just beat No Heart. Was dope. I told you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's pretty quality.
Oh yeah, if any donation incentives come in for me, just put them towards Ventus, by the way.
Sounds good.
Other than that, do a runner's choice for them. Yeah, it's fine.
So right here, he's just going to run around and start shouting at people, saying that he's Bosch to raise his notoriety meter. The more people around that he gets inside of a shout charges the bar faster. So he's going to be shouting in very specific areas to get only 3 shouts in order to fill the notoriety bar up to maximum. Ooh.
And sometimes it's a little bit of RNG if
Hey,
you
no,
get
nope.
enough.
It's good because it got Don't Listen to Ondor's Lies.
It's true. Now it's a real run.
It's a
Yeah,
real
yeah,
run.
that's fair.
I'm gonna.
Did you miss one?
I'm gonna look at the incentives here and figure out what I want to put mine towards.
Well, meanwhile, we have a $25 donation from the person to my right, Dell. Says, hey from Tech, if Zoidic Job fixes the glitches, how is it faster?
Because you have a
Zodiac.
speed up.
Zodiac.
You have a speed up function.
It's
When the
instead of
game-
all this black screen, everything will be loading instantly. Or
When the game
close to
runs at
instantly.
double speed, I would expect it to be faster.
Like this last section probably would have taken about 2 minutes in Zodiac Age, if that. Instead, it's been like 15. So now we're finally getting to some more meat of the run here. We're going to be entering the battleship Leviathan. Just as soon as he talks to Ondor up here. That person that we were just talking about not listening to their lies, we're going to go listen to them for a bit. And then we're going to go to the Leviathan, where we'll be running down to rescue Penelo, actually, who was with us earlier. And then on the way, also rescuing the Princess Amalia, which we will then know as Ash, her actual name in the series. Right now, to do that, right now Roosta is getting some licenses ready for that from all of our Dustia farming. And we'll also be equipping a Flame Staff initially on Vaughn for some extra damage. At the start of the zone, he will be using fires and attacks to bring a guest member of our party, a Vossler, down to critical HP. And that is to use an ability for... Vossler has, or all guests have their own custom gambit system that we can't actually change. But... Sorry, I let them... Okay, they can't actually change, but so the one for Vossler, when he gets into crit HP, he will use an ability called Balance, which does damage equal to the difference in their max HP and their current HP. This has a somewhat low chance to hit, but it is AoE and hits a lot stronger than any other ability that we have at the moment. So we're gonna do that as soon as we can. And the reason we do it in the very first area is because there is a weather effect that causes fire to do a little bit more damage. I believe 1.2 times more.
The thing that makes this fight scary is just the fact that the fight is completely random just because we're completely relying on balance to hit. And I think it has, like Freddy said, it's only a 20-25% chance to hit.
I think it's better than that. I think it's like 60 or so.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the percent chance to hit is because it almost never hits for me on the first wave.
Yeah, it's dependent on the difference between magic and vitality, I believe. A lot of the status effects and abilities like that, there's a few different stats in the game, but vitality tends to be the one that counters magic or strength for status effects or damage or things like that. And it's a minor defense difference. But so the fight coming up, there'll be 6 enemies, 2 of them, but he only needs to kill 2 of them to advance the fight, the 2 judges. Most of the time, Balance will kill the other, at least 3 of the other 4, just by virtue of them being around and dying in one hit to balance anyway, but the judges will take a bit longer to kill, and they can use a move called Try Attack, which has a small chance to miss as well,
50-50.
but it usually does, and they will usually cast it on Vossler himself, and it does a third of character's HP and damage. Their max HP and damage. And since Vossler is down in critical HP, which is less than 15%, he will... Is it 20? Yeah. It is 20. Okay. 20%, he will just instantly die from it. So the reason we have Phoenix down is to make sure to get Vossler back up so he can finish off the fight before things get too hairy. So be watching for that. And in the meantime, most of the damage will be done by Vossler. Vaughn and Bosch will also be focusing each one down to try to manage the fight as quickly as possible in case Balance tends to, or misses a lot, while Balthier is mostly there to just throw potions.
Essentially.
Yeah. Because they'll be doing attack damage against Vossler as well, but it comes in like 20 to 25 damage at a time, so he can just kind of wait for him to get low enough for a potion to bring him back up to like 180 HP or so.
You can split any money that comes to me for the aforementioned, not the wedding, but I want to see 2 FF9 runners get married.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Hollow and who's the other one? Luzbel, right? Who was it?
Swansea?
The name. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Swansea, yeah.
Hollow and Swanson was the other one. So FF runners in general, then, as opposed to, you know.
Yep. So he picked up a few chests there. A lot of that's for some backup money, but he also picked up a Reflect emote from one of the chests.
That's going to make us set up faster, because instead of having the characters reflect themselves, you'll just reflect emote and have all of them be reflected at the same time.
Yeah, I can't recall which fight it's been used for. Sir Vossler? Yeah, okay. That's the one I was figuring. But yeah, there's a fight where we don't really have a chance to pre-buff ahead of time, and we need to cast an ability right away, so being able to just instantly reflect everybody instead of having to take an extra round helps. So just around this corner, we'll be entering a zone for the fight coming up. So we're looking to avoid try attacks and have as many balances hit as possible.
Also, hope you like this alarm sound because you'll be hearing it quite a bit in the next couple minutes.
Oh boy.
There is quite the menu coming up with it.
Yep.
Fear not their numbers. Take down the leaders and the others will follow.
So he's going to drag everybody into a corner to get them as all grouped up as possible and try to avoid too much damage. That was actually the try attack sound that you heard there, but fortunately it hit Vaughn, which did slow him, which is annoying, but not quite as bad as the alternative.
Yeah, Vaughn is not the main source of damage usually. There you see Vossler got dropped, and he's having Balthier toss the Phoenix down because A, he deals the least damage, and B, tossing items like that actually draws a good bit of aggro.
So because Phoenix down brings you back up to a bit higher than critical HP, he had Bosch doing an attack to get cast him again. But that was a good fight, despite the loss.
That was actually solid.
Nothing too trolly besides one death on Vossler.
Quite a few balances hit. So interestingly, this is the only time this animation actually happens.
Yeah, if you play casually, you see a lot. You see this a lot.
Yeah.
It's just that we can't skip this part. Because we get I believe it's because we get an item like immediately after this part. So
yeah, it messes with the way the cutscene skips work. One thing one of the runners like to do, let's get pitted. He likes to, if he gets the killer bow, he'll equip it on Fran and use her instead of Balthier, just to see the animation of her and the bow. She has like a little arrow in her mouth at the end of it.
Yeah. Not only that, it also means she does pretty decent damage.
Right.
Hitting the save crystal here.
Honestly, I think that's the only reason he would do it, though.
Also, Fran is Pitted's waifu, so.
Yeah, that too. He's using a cure here so he doesn't have to hit the save crystal to heal, which takes some time to open the door. Additionally, we'll be buying some extra magic gear to continue along the way, a little bit of curables, and 3 very important spells that we'll be using throughout the run.
Immobilize, reflect, and protect.
And dark.
Also dark. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And
Got it off even with slow.
And dark.
So dark is an area of effect spell, and that's going to be very, very important in the next fight.
Wait,
because Huh?
Did he buy Dark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
okay.
did. Yeah, he
I
did.
missed it. He did at the start then, okay.
Yeah, so because it's an area of effect spell, you can cast it and hit multiple targets. The thing is, if you reflect your party and then cast it on your party, you'll be hitting multiple members of your own party. It will reflect off of each of them, and that will then hit the nearest enemy to that character, dealing multiple amounts of that base damage. So that's a strategy that we're going to be abusing throughout the entire rest of the run, pretty much. There are only a few fights where we're not going to use it. And because of this strategy, this fight with Judge Geese, which, normally could be a little bit of a challenge, is not going to take very long. Don't blink.
So during a menu, which Roosta's going to do after he gets Penelo into his party, he's going to be getting a very, very important license called Spellbreaker. And what Spellbreaker does is if the character that has Spellbreaker is in critical HP or red HP, that character will do double magic damage.
Yeah, and this is wasn't used in this fight before, but more recently, as a part of the adjustment to doing 39 Dusty instead of 47, that's one of the things that we started doing, because we do not give Ash the license for Dark yet. She will be getting the certain licenses later on, including Reflect. She also does not have that yet. The whole reason is that in order to get her Spellbreaker on time, by the time she really needs it, we forgo those couple licenses on her, which means that we need a little bit more damage from one of the other characters in the Geese fight, so we get that by doubling Penelo's damage by using Spellbreaker. Also, he's picking up Staves 1 for both of the girls. That means that they will be able to equip Cherry Staves, which amplify wind magic. So they give a 1.5 times modifier, I believe it is, to the damage of Arrow and Aeroga. Those spells are going to be used a few times throughout the rest of the run. It's a little bit more powerful than Dark, but we don't have access to it yet, so we have to stick with Dark for now. He's also giving her some armor licenses. Mystic armor gives more magic power, so we're going to be using that on the girls because they're going to be casting a lot of magic. And then he's going to get them the augments for Spellbreaker and some other stuff in that area, which is along the way. And magic lures, one of which he got. For your reference, raise each character's magic power by 1 for each one you get, which is actually very valuable. And then he's going to give them the spells that they need right now. So right now you see him going to the right around Black Magic 1. That's going to save a little bit of LP for Ash in the long run, because she needs to go over to the right of that little orange orb, which is a quickening or a mischarge, and she also needs to go left from there, and that's the overall least expensive, most efficient path to get there. It's just that in the short term, it's going to cost a little bit more LP, which combined with the fact that she has less LP from Dustia means that that's basically why we do this strategy. But it all works out for the better in the end.
Yep, so for the upcoming fight with Geese here, we want to have Penelo not quite in critical. We do want her to eventually be in critical for the actual Reflect. But the guards in this next fight we need to kill first, and they have a chance to cast, use the tri-attack as well. So we wanted to make sure that Penelo will survive one of those if it does happen, and then Ash will be hitting her down to critical for the actual finish.
Also, the small bit of LP does kind of help.
Yeah. And then we kill the guards first for a little bit of LP and just to make the fight safer, and then...
Yeah, I believe these 3 Imperial Swordsmen each only give 1 LP. That's the default for most. Yeah, 1 LP, you can see there.
Yep, nothing happened.
There are a few specific enemies like that that give multiple, but...
That was good.
2 LP. Yeah,
Perfect.
textbook geese fight. I almost said Bergen.
Yeah.
That's a later judge.
Bergen.
So the way we used to do that fight, we would just kind of run up behind him and reflect, trying to avoid it bumping off into any of the swordsmen. The only issue is that if you missed, I think, at least one or two darks, he had a chance, or he will cast an ability called Arrow, because he casts Arrow automatically at certain HP thresholds.
I think it's 60%, but don't quote me on that.
I think it's 2 of them, but yeah, it's... the important thing is it has a chance to reflect and have him kill himself, which would then deny us 20 LP, which is
Because
very
the game.
bad. Is it more than that? Yeah. So one of the reasons that he went that way with Ash instead of the way we went with Pinello, because I used to actually mirror the license board for both Pinello and Ash, is because we need to save some LP for Ash to be able to afford Spellbreaker in the future. But to do that, we had to eliminate Dark from at least the early. Actually, I think we completely eliminate Dark from a route altogether now.
You realize I just explained that before Geese, right? While he was doing the menu.
Okay.
He was focusing.
He
so
was probably
didn't
just focused on the
notice,
menu.
but yeah.
Okay. That would make sense then. Runner asked me, I oblige. But yeah, so Ash couldn't use Dark, so we'll be using Critical Pinello instead for both that fight and the next fight
And
coming
the
up.
next boss fight.
But she will have Arrow, which we will buy right after the next boss fight for the fights afterwards.
So yeah, like Freddy was saying about the bosses killing themselves, the game doesn't consider you defeating the boss. If that does happen, it'll consider that the boss pretty much beat itself up. So that's why it just won't award you any LP if that happens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically, is the enemy killed by a member of your party? That's the check the game makes. So Ash, when she was going by Amalia in that first bit of the fight, when she killed those 2 guards, that was that removed the LP from the party because she was not part of it yet.
Yep.
Whereas with the Flans, if she gets a killing blow on one of those after she's joined,
So
you get the
where
LP.
exactly is Wraithwall's tomb?
Where is Wraithwall's tomb? You want to tell me?
That away.
That way?
Far to
Yeah,
the
that
west.
away.
We must
West?
first
Is
cross
this the west?
Ogier-Yensa
I'm
and
Aussie.
beyond
Yes,
that, the
that way.
Nam-Yensa, before we reach the tomb.
An expanse of desert larger still than all of Dalmasca.
We
We must pace ourselves. If you grow tired, we stop and take rest.
You don't have to worry
Think about me. I'm tougher than I look.
You are at that.
Yeah, we've seen these cutscenes a few
Way
times.
too many times. That was, I believe, the third to last actual unskippable cutscene.
There's a few more.
So 2 or 3 more.
There's
Wraithwall,
Wraithwall and Bergen.
Bergen.
There's a couple mini ones, I guess, in Still Shrine.
yeah, like and there's like 1 or 2 small ones in the Pharos and ones like that.
Yeah.
They're only like 5-10 seconds each.
Major unskippable cutscenes.
Good chance for a donation?
Yes,
Sure.
it is.
Yeah.
Cool. We got 2 $5 donations from Anonymous that say the same thing, which is firstly, good luck, Hoishin and Roosta. Secondly, as someone that lives with Asperger's, I'm truly honored to call the FF12 speedrun community my friends, and it makes me so happy to see them at this event, helping to raise money and awareness. Thank you to RPG Limit Break, Nami, the announcer, and of course, thanks FF12 dudes. Put this towards Runner's Choice, please, from some guy in Discord. I'd also like to quickly remind everybody that we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance of Mental Illness. You can head to NAMI.org in order to understand how they are striving to raise awareness of the difficulties that those suffer from mental illness, those who suffer from mental illness face.
A quick aside, he just passed by some tomato-looking enemies. Those are all-rounds. One of the backup strats we have is if we're really close to being able to afford Traveler, which is big ability that we'll be explaining later. It's pretty important.
We're not
Saves a
going to be
bunch
able to
of
get it
time.
early this time
Yeah.
because of not enough gil from
Not
Dustia.
nearly enough gil. We're like 7K short. Well, more like 6.5. But anyway, you can steal from them and kill them to get succulent fruits. Succulent fruits sell for, I think it's 336 gil each, which is a nice chunk of change, and you can just use the same gambits that you used for the geese fight, and it's I think it's, who do you have steel now with the current setup? Is it Balthier that you have steel?
And Bash.
Yeah, both
Okay,
Von and
yeah,
Bosch.
yeah.
I
That's
believe,
right.
I believe they crit
cast
Penelo,
dark.
right?
Yeah, that's the new setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be I would just use the same setup as for Geese and Reflect everybody and Reflect Magic instead, but since Ash can't do that, and we can just, they have an easy setup for Penelo to get into crit.
But it does give you more steal chances, and you do tend
Yeah.
to get more fruits from stealing than you do from
Drops.
the kills.
Tri-attack. Now there's Tri-attack missing. Good example of that.
Yeah, we also used to run through this area with Bosch, but why switch? You have 3 characters. They have a pretty big pool of health between them. They can also cure each other without slowing down like he's doing there.
And you get a free heal at the end of it
Mhm.
before the next boss.
Yep.
We have $5 from the Civil Yoshi. Says shoutouts to everyone in the chat for being the best memers on Twitch. Oh, also, the runners and RPG Limit Break staff deserve shoutouts as well, I guess. Those guys are pretty cool. Donation goes to Reader's Choice. P.S. Exclamation point Illuminia? Illuminia? You guys might know that better than I do.
Illuminati?
No? Illumina. Illumina.
Illumina.
I'll make my runner's choice Ventus, or reader's choice Ventus with Freddy over there.
So yeah, this is a place where the game kind of expects you to grind a bunch, kill a whole ton of these Uratanians, and you do have to do that in Order of Ambrosia later, not when you first come through here, but, well, it's faster to just run past it. You
Also,
don't
it's
need
nice
kill
you to
them.
do a little side quest, actually, to make the upcoming boss a little bit weaker.
Yeah.
Doesn't really explain that very well, but you're supposed to, explore and kind of run into it. This game was meant to be a bit more open-ended. More of an open-ended feel to the game, open world type thing. So you do a lot of exploring.
Granted, we just use what the boss's weakness, and just
Yeah.
throw it at him.
Fortunately, the boss is very weak to dark, so it'll be a very quick fight on the hard version of it.
Yeah, don't blink. Even though we're not getting the Esker berries, which are an item that deals dark damage, we do not need them at all.
They won't actually do a significant amount of damage. It just makes the boss incredibly weak, comparably. Does a lot less damage and such.
It also does dark damage.
Yeah.
Fine.
It
Does
actually
technically do dark damage.
it does more dark damage than a direct cast of dark in most cases, actually, unless you start stacking abilities like Spellbreaker on there. So yeah, we're going to be coming up on our next switch pretty soon here. So I think they're communicating with each other about when they're going to swap.
Also coming up, actually, is our first donation incentive for the first Demon Wall. So after the Garuda fight, which is coming up, which is, like I said, it's a pretty major walling point, actually, for casual runners, and it's a lot of challenge runs as well, actually. He'll be doing 2 Demon Wall fights. The first one is a much tougher one that you're supposed to just be running away from. And in a typical speed run, I think
We would.
There's been strategies flying around lately that's like, oh yeah, now with killing the first demon wall is actually good. But
Yeah, it gives you
It gives you a lot of LP, and
It- yeah,
27.
it has the guild property behind it.
Yeah, 27 LP, and if you are so incredibly screwed with Gil that
If you're
you have to
broke.
go to the clan hall, it means you'll also get a nugget of Electrum, which sells for a couple thousand.
yeah. But in general, it's a little bit of a tougher fight, and the strategy for it, we'll see, will be a little bit more creative than usual, but it definitely works pretty well. The main differences between the second and the first are that you have the first one you have a lot shorter distance before he will push you into the wall, and it's just a scripted, your party is done, your game over. And then whereas the second one, you have a much longer area and has a lot less HP. The first one also has a bit more dangerous of abilities, with the usage of like Doom and
So just want to make sure, is it met?
Yeah, just to confirm,
yeah.
all 3 donation incentives have been met.
Nice.
So
Oh,
we will be fighting the
man.
first Demon Wall and Elder Worm, and we're going to get to hear you guys sing.
That is something I'm not looking forward to.
I am. I love Iron Song.
It's a good song. I wouldn't really sing it though.
So he's going to be doing a fairly similar setup as he did for Geese. Instead, just bringing her straight to crit, though, because we don't need to worry about extra guards getting in the way. He actually casted 2 reflects before the scripted cutscene because I'll let him do the fight. Dark's off real quick.
Don't blink.
Okay, fight's over. Anyway, so he used a couple reflects before the scripted cutscene and heal that happened at the start of the zone. He's hoping for Ash to get down to crit here. Usually doesn't happen, but he got enough hits in that he'll get down. And the scripted heal will remove negative effects, but it doesn't remove positive effects. So if he casts Reflect on a couple characters when he did, he can safely do that and have the timing be okay for later on. And this also lets him bring Penelo down to crit without losing having Ash. Words are hard today. Having Vaughn and Ash take a bunch of extra damage.
So right there he bought 2 Cypress Poles, which are very, very important. We're going to be using that on a future boss, about like 2 bosses after this next coming boss.
Yeah, in roughly half an hour.
Okay, so...
As well as buying, his second Cherry Staff, which he'll be giving to Ash, so she gets buffed up wind spell damage.
Yep. So I'm going to quickly explain this fight, then let him go into serious mode for this. The basic idea is he's going to have Demon Wall target one of his characters, and then run that character out of range from him being able to attack while letting the rest of the characters reflect damage so he can't do anything. So, see how this goes.
Fight or run? We better decide fast.
So he used an ability. There's a couple abilities he can use that are very bad. There's one that's AoE mana absorption effect, and the other one is a Doom effect. Both of which have a bit longer range and will hit Balthier from further away. But since this doesn't happen, he can just sit there, reflect arrows, and the fight's over.
Yeah, I had actually come up with a different strat, but I was operating under the assumption that it would switch over to Telega, which basically removes a character from the fight. Looks like Roosta
has left the building.
Yes. He'll be back, don't worry.
It's a 6.5-hour run, folks.
Yeah.
We must be quick.
Together we can bring it down.
The wall it comes. Pretty much the same strategy is going to be used for this wall, except that we're going to have Vaughn, who's also going to be casting arrow, and that's more damage for us.
Yeah, so this fight will be over significantly faster.
Yep, this one you can just have Vaughn tank damage, or block it in this case. Yep. Okay, so just hoping to get the arrows off before Reflect runs out on Vossler, which it barely did here, so... Now it just ran out on Vaughn. So Reflect has a base time of 1 minute and 20 seconds. There is an ability that you can use to extend that to 2 minutes, but I don't believe it's picked up until much later, if at all, actually, in the current route.
No, it's picked up, but later.
Yeah. So for that fight, Reflect timings are carefully timed so you can have one Reflect last through both Garuda and Demon Wall. Welcome back, Roosta.
Hello, hello.
Do you have a nice quick switch over?
Yeah. How'd I do?
You did great, yeah.
Really good.
You
That was really good.
Nailed Demon Wall, too.
I like that you guys said I had a good judges fight, even though it wasn't good. I appreciate that.
It was pretty good.
It was good considering Vossler died once.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
We've had him die like many times.
It was only like 4 rounds, I think.
What I would say is it's good. There's good, there's amazing, there's average, there's bad, and then there's
Game
very
over.
bad,
Then there's
and
game
then
over.
there's game over. So if I were to use that rating system, you got a good fight. You didn't get an amazing fight. It was quick, but he dropped once. It could have been a little bit slower and he hadn't dropped. That would have also been a good fight.
I'll try harder next time.
Right. So, yeah, now he's running through, Hoishin is running through the Tomb of Wraithwall here. He needs to hit 2 pedestals to open the way up to Belias the Gigas. And that is the end of the introductory category that we often race. Basically, you do the run up to this point. You defeat Belias. We call it Belias percent because, you know, we're speedrunners. We call everything percent, even though it's not. And, yeah, it's a fun introductory category for the most part. It gives you a nice intro to the different things that you're going to end up doing in the game without throwing anything too terribly difficult at you. So if you're interested in the game, then I believe we have a tutorial up of it as well. And you know, you can just learn this part of the game, race it with us every now and then. We do a race, and
It gives you the basic idea of everything that happens in the speedrun.
yeah,
So.
it pretty much does.
Yep.
Minus Traveler, but that's a whole
Yeah.
different. That's a whole different world you get into.
That's the advanced learning.
So,
And honestly, Traveler itself isn't that hard. It's just that some of the fights can throw curveballs at you while you're trying to use it properly.
you can just say Mandy's if you want.
Yeah, it's Mandy's.
Some of the fight.
It's Mandy's.
I mean, granted, you also have to move really well. Otherwise,
I appreciate that it's you that mentioned
Apparently Sid 1 can. Apparently Sid 1 can too.
Something I want to mention about that Demon Wall fight, though, is the strategy that I used was invented by Hoishin, and the way we did before that strategy was invented, the way we do those 2 fights, the Garuda and Demon Wall, we do it on 1 reflect on the party. Now the thing about the reflect timer is you can stop it from counting down by removing people from the party, but Vossler cannot be removed from the party, so you only have a fixed amount of time. Reflect lasts, I believe, 60 seconds plus
minute 20.
Minute 20,
I believe, yeah. Minute 20, then an extra 40 seconds for
for Vitality.
Spellbound, yeah.
Or I don't think Vossler has
I
Spellbound.
think Vitality actually matters for Reflect.
I think it's 0.6 or
It
something.
might be. It might have a minor effect.
If you guys want
actually,
to know,
that's
Zero probably just said it. So
right. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Zero in chat knows.
But so you have a fixed amount of time, and so we. When I was first learning this game, it was considered pretty tight to just kill the Garuda and the Demon Wall with Vossler's 1 reflect. But the movement has gotten so refined, that warp between Ash and Penello to get to the shop, the time for beating that fight is such that if you go back and look at the fight, there's probably only 1 or 2 seconds left of reflect on Vossler after, like, the reflect actually might have worn off while the spells were happening.
It did actually.
Yeah, while during the spells. Yeah. So it was very tight. I reflected Vossler a little bit too early.
Yeah.
My movement wasn't ideal, and so but Hoishin was able to pull it back.
Yep, it ran out as the fight was going. Like I looked at the end of the fight, I'm like, yep, that's no more Vossler reflect.
But that's an important thing to know about this game is that if you look at the actions as they charge, when the action reaches full ATB, you'll see that action appears on the bar. That's the point at which the targets are determined. And so if Reflect is active when that action appears, targets are determined, and it doesn't matter if Reflect goes away after that.
Yeah.
It's important later on, for example, when we are using Mirror Mail, we'll take it off after action appears, and the spells will still reflect, even though he's not reflected. So this is an important thing.
Yep.
Just to note, Zero says that he's pretty sure Vossler has Spellbound, but hey, he can't remember everything about the game.
Oh, that's right, he does, doesn't he? Anyway.
But so now I want to mention something that we mentioned, we said we'd talk about earlier, but now we have to actually talk about it, and it's ATB resetting.
Yeah.
So during the Rogue Tomato fight, I pointed out that the potion stayed in the queue for a few seconds after the potion had actually taken effect. And so a design choice they made when they were building this game is if someone's in the middle of an action and you change any of their armor, they just stop the action from happening completely. So if you're halfway through casting a spell, you can stop halfway through the spell, and that's just by changing their equipment. And you can also cast more spells or use more items by canceling after the effect completes, by ATB canceling or ATB resetting. And so that will allow us to get more spells in. So we want to hit Belias here with Arrow 3 times. We don't have time to do that because he has a special ability called Fire Raja, which is triggered by 50% HP. So the way this fight goes is
you might want to run Penello around a bit.
Yeah,
I don't believe he has enough mana.
He's got it.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
as long as you're above 50% HP, you're fine. right? So
This
now
is dangerous.
the second, no, it's fine, it's fine.
We're good,
It's fine,
okay.
Yeah. So the second round will get him below, and now there's not enough time before Firaja, so he does an ATB reset on all the party members. Yep. So now they're all reset. Amalia has the bronze armor. There we go. You have to make sure all your equipment is correct after that ATB reset. And so now we can get the last round of spells in and kill him. He also gets Greater Berry there and starts taking more damage, but the damage is so high where it's no problem.
Taking less damage.
Less
rather.
damage, but yeah.
So now we have the wondrous, the beautiful, the Freddo Warp.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
We call this a Freddo Warp jokingly because Freddy doesn't think it's worth it.
It's not worth
So
it.
Ash
Watch it be not worth it.
is casting
Elixir.
See, it wasn't worth it.
It wasn't
Every
worth
time.
it.
Every time.
It's a 50-50 shot between an Elixir or a White Fang. Freddy seems to think it's more like 80-20.
It might as well be. I mean, you're spending like 10 seconds to go get it.
So actually,
you know,
this
4.
this time it would have been worth getting because our guild.
I mean, yeah.
because we're gonna go to the clan hall to get the guild out from the demon wall kill, and so if we got that elixir, we might have been able to afford Traveler because you get like 6.5k gil, but we're not gonna buy Traveler because it's too low.
Funny enough, infamously, one time after this all started happening, I did a couple runs, and one of those was actually saved by me going to get that elixir.
Mm-hmm.
So
FF12.
a long time ago, we were in Barheim, and we got a light woven shirt, right,
Yep.
for 200 gil, and now we're finally going to use it. And this is one place where you have to have some special equipment on Ash, because you're killing 3 guards in front of Vossler before you do the fight. However, we got the Reflect Emote item, which means we don't have to do that. We can just use Pinello. Pinello with her equipment has more magic right now, so the light woven shirt wasn't actually necessary, but we didn't know we didn't need it until now. So
There's actually a really good chance that you don't get a Reflect mode at all.
yeah, so it's pretty lucky, and that makes this fight significantly safer. This dude's a serious run killer. He can combo, and if he combos one of the girls to death, he gives you 30 LP, and if a girl is dead at the end of the fight, that's 30 LP you have to make up, and it's really bad. So I think this is a place worth saving at. Because if something goes wrong here, or not.
Hoishin's got this.
I wouldn't save here either, to be fair.
With the Reflect mode, it's much safer.
Yeah.
So. And we have 2 Phoenix Downs and backup strats.
Yeah, we do have backup
Infamously,
strats.
we also actually did a 10th anniversary for the FF12, and 2 of the runners died to Vossler.
No idea what you're talking about.
two of the.
While world record holder Freda just sat on and watched laughing.
Alec was with me laughing. It was fine.
Yeah.
What was the other one?
We were both laughing at you. And then I couldn't resist going into the runners channel on the Discord for a minute and giving him a slow clap after they finally beat Vossler.
That was a fun race because the 0 was on the PAL console, which is 15 to 20 minutes slower, and he still managed to win.
Yeah.
So yeah, Pinello kills the guards, no problems. Everyone's reflected. Let's kill Vossler.
Yeah.
Vossler, please.
Not dangerous at all.
It's easy every time.
One other minor thing that we didn't mention is that MP regen can be affected by various factors in the area. So the room Belias is in had dense mist, which drastically increases the MP regen. That made it the fact that Pinello was so low on MP pretty much irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably the first really
think it
good
could quite
bathroom
make it.
break. It's about a minute of an unskippable cutscene after 5 cutscene skips. So
Tends to be
Yeah.
a good time for it.
Yeah. So something I want to mention, we talked about the reflect being such a reflecting area of effect magic being really useful, but just to give you an idea of how the math works out. For most of the run, we're having Ash and Pinello cast spells. So that's 2 people. Both are in Spellbreaker, so that's a factor of 2, so you get 4. You're usually targeting their weakness, so that's a factor of 2, so that's 8. You have the staff, which boosts the damage by 1.5, so that's 12 times. And then each person's hitting 3 party members.
So they do.
So that's
Sometimes 4.
So 3 or 4. So you're getting 36 times the damage of a single spell with one round. So you can get really impressive damage.
Of the base damage, yep.
The one really big exception is bosses that have elemental resistances, where typically you have to use bio.
Yeah, non-elemental magic, basically.
So you don't get the staff or elemental damage then, but we can still get through. The bosses with resistances typically have less HP, I think.
Usually,
Typically.
but not always.
Man cannot live by resolve
Cough,
alone,
Sid 1,
princess.
cough.
Yeah, Sid 1. But we'll get to Sid 1. But so now,
Sid 1's easy every time, guys.
so now we're coming up on a boss in a little while after some plot completion, visiting the clan hall. This is 008, right, guys? We got to pick up all the hunts. Talk to
Oh yeah,
Blanc.
this is
Yeah,
a
pick
great
up
time to pick up all the hunts.
Pick up. Oh wait, we didn't
By
kill
Traveler
Thextera.
and Char.
We didn't kill Thextera, guys. It's
We
all.
We
it's
didn't get
all
the hunt.
over.
We'll just go to the. We'll just go to the. So you just want to go north here, Hoishin? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just cancel. Go. Yeah.
We're just joking.
We,
But yeah.
the Demon Wall strat is new, and I don't think Hoishin's actually gone to the clan hall since making the strat.
Remember,
Yeah.
Hoishin, you can't go straight through the door. You have to talk to the guy.
Yeah, you have to talk to the guy. Many runners have struggled. How do I get in here? Oh, I talked to the guy.
Yeah, I've forgotten that once in a while. Even while doing an OA run, usually.
Yeah. Right.
It's like, oh yeah, this guy. That's the thing. Because the rest of the times you can just go straight in the door.
But so this boss is coming up is kind of funny because the bosses we just fought had like 10,000 HP or so, like 9 to 12,000 somewhere in that area. This next boss that's coming up, Tiamat, has 50,000 HP.
Yeah.
So he has 5 times as much, and he resists all of the elements we have except for arrow, which he absorbs. So we really can't hit him with magic. Originally, the old route, you would, when you had Begamnon farming, you had a lot more MP, so you had enough MP or LP to get magic recharging licenses like War Mage, and you could do Spellbreaker Dark to get him down. But you had to do the Begamnon farming to do that. So now what we do instead is, do you want to say what we do, Solo? I know it's one of your splits.
We beat him with a stick.
Yes, we before Wraithwall's Tomb, we bought 2 cypress poles, and Tiamat is weak to earth, which is the element of the cypress poles. Your party cannot get any earth elemental spells in this game. Only the enemies, like Tremor, get, but you don't get any of them. So we just get sticks that are earth elemental. We got 2 of them, and we're just gonna beat them to death with the 2 sticks.
Yeah, and basically, we figured out that strategy was about a minute faster than the old Reflect strats, just in and of itself.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then further, we then added Traveler onto that, and that saves it about another minute, typically.
Yeah, the last 20% of Tiamat's life, he gains a big damage reduction effect where he takes about, I think, a third of the damage.
I think it's a third.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this does not affect Traveler itself. So,
So
might as well go through Traveler now.
And so
Yeah.
you may know that 20% of 50,000 is 10,000, and
Yeah.
we'll see why 10,000 is a relevant number to Traveler
Yeah,
when we actually purchase Traveler.
The actual effect,
Yeah.
I believe, that increases its damage resistance isn't necessarily a percentage thing. It's a straight defense boost. Like, I think it doubles its defense.
That might be it.
I could be wrong.
But then it reduces
yeah.
your staves too,
Yeah.
Yep.
or your poles down to
Yeah.
like about 30%.
Because they don't, most of the damage comes from the weakness, actually, as opposed to their raw attack strength.
Yeah, exactly.
So, because the defense is raised so much, that has a larger effect than it would otherwise on the damage output because of the weapons you're using.
It turns out doubling your damage is a nice thing to have,
Yeah.
as it so happens.
It so happens to be.
So right now, Hoishin's going to
believe-
grab the Belias license, which we'll be using for some hot new speed tech coming up later.
Shenanigans.
But we'll explain that when we get there. So-
Can't wait to see this. I only know about a certain fight much more later on. I don't know
Yeah.
about the earlier uses of it yet.
That's what we're going to use it for. But it's fast to get it
okay.
now because we're already here in the license menu.
Okay.
So just to explain the licensing that we're doing right now, Balthier and Bosch are the 2 ones that are going to be beating Tiamat with the Cypress Pulls. He also did some licensing on Ash and Penello, and that's to get him ready for jelly farming. So everyone's set up for Tiamat and jelly farming. So
Yep. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see the Traveler Tiamat strat, but
we will not get to see the Traveler on Tiamat.
not quite enough money. But we'll demonstrate how much longer that last bit of the fight goes.
Yeah. We'll just point out when we get to the damage threshold and just say the fight would end here. All we're doing now is extra.
Yep.
Yeah.
12.6k is not quite the nicest. Dusty again.
No, it's not.
And you might wonder why he's not using his turbo right now. Is it that he doesn't trust his ability to navigate through? No, it's not that. It's actually because we're saving it for the longer areas because the timer ticks down a little bit when you go through an area transition. So we want to minimize the time spent in those while
Hoishin disagrees, but... Oh, okay.
So this is something that Final Fantasy XII runners have like an arbitrary competition both against each other and against themselves to see how good of a time you can get on the Chocobo. It only varies by a few seconds, but so the timer on the bottom right is counting down, and when he gets to the final zone line, we're going to look at what time he got and then judge him.
Yep, this is one of Skate's favorite things to do.
I'm sure we can get chat to jump in on that too.
I believe Skate was actually the one that figured out that it was actually a little bit of a time loss to turbo through zone lines.
Yeah, that was Skate.
Yep.
So I'm sure Zero's already mentioned in chat, but 76.4 I think is the best time anyone's gotten. So Oh, he just hit a corner, so I think 76.4. Oh no, it's this
one.
is
Yeah. And that wasn't even really his.
The higher number, the better. So.
Should we just reset?
I think you should just go back. You saved right before the Chocobo, right?
Oh, just reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is reset.
We're only 2 hours in. We can do it.
Yeah, it's no problem. What's the donation incentive for 76.4 second Chocobo ride?
If we get to 300,000 total right now.
Hold on, let me get my credit card.
Yeah, I think staff would be okay with that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and give my stamp of approval to that.
As far as I know, though, 76.4 has only happened either 1 or 2 times. I think it's happened to me, but it might have just been 1 time with Zero.
Oop, another bump.
Yeah, this is just getting worse and worse right now.
Real quickly, we've got 2 anonymous donations, one for $25, one for $26. So thank you to both of you, probably 2 different anonymous people.
So we're just continuing with the story at this point. We're going to have to run to the land of the Garif in Jahara. And then from there, we will be running to Fran's homeland.
The Airute village.
The Airute village. And then we will teleport back to Jahara.
75. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
75.8.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah, definitely. Even after hitting the woolly gator.
Yep.
Looks like we didn't hit that 300,000. Sorry, guys.
Guys, we can still reset, so get those donations in.
So this is a fair amount of text mashing here. So
when I mentioned that Hoishin got all the text mashing, this is part 2.
Yeah.
Part 2 of text mashing.
This is probably the least, like the tutorials at the start are the second worst. This is the third worst. The worst one is the worst is yet to come.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Everyone's favorite portion of the game.
I know which one you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. And I think people who have run this game casually will appreciate the step count at that part, so we'll be sure to mention that. But for now, we have one of the most difficult plot quests of the game, where this guy gives us a stick, and then we have to take it over there and give it to another guy.
We have to take the stick and give it to the other guy who's gonna say, "All right, you can pass now."
It's pretty amazing. This is their test of trustworthiness. You're supposed to not take the stick and go sell it at the shop right here, basically.
You actually can go and sell it, and then you just get a slightly lesser item instead. But we prefer speed over that.
You had one job. It would have taken like 15 seconds, and you sold it immediately.
Yeah. Kind of like, almost like we did with the small package.
Yeah.
Right at the start.
Except that one doesn't matter.
There's the Jaya stick, and then take it over here.
It's my favorite stick, the Java stick.
Java?
Now Hoishin's talking to this guy
Definitely
because he's used to having turbo, and now he's just mashing for no reason. Excellent. Well done. You completed the plot.
Yeah, you can talk to our king, basically.
Yeah, so the reason we're even going here is because the plot says, hey, the Garif might know something about Nethicite, and we have this Dawn Shard now. It's inactive, it's inert, because it just blew up the
Leviathan.
The Leviathan.
I believe.
One of the entire divisions of the Imperial fleet.
By the way, that ship we were on earlier, it's blown up now.
Yeah, it's gone.
No, I think it was the Shiva that blew up. Because it was the one Vossler was on, right?
No, the Shiva is still around. It's the...
Oh, okay. Then we got the... I don't remember now.
It's the Leviathan, because it's Geese's ship.
Oh, right. Keys is on it when
Yeah.
when you fight Vossler.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's right. All of the airships in this game are I believe, dreadnoughts. They're named after summons from previous games, like Leviathan, Shiva, Ifrit. Bahamut.
The
Bahamut.
Bahamut.
The Bahamut. But we'll get to the Bahamut.
The
Yeah,
Bahamut.
the Bahamut is the final one of those.
Spoilers.
We have another $5 donation from Kyle's Little Monster behind you guys. Says, don't mind me making a donation to make sure Quinn is named Hollow Face. We still have $10 from Koishi Chan. That has no comment, but thank you very much.
So we just got an item that Solomon mentioned earlier, the bowgun, which is pretty sweet. It's 1,900 gil, so it's a good, nice little chunk of change to help us afford the equipment we need now.
Yeah, thanks for this thing that we could use, but instead we're just going to sell.
Yeah.
You don't really need it.
I tried writing it in. You can give it to Balthier, but it does about the same damage as the Cypress pole, so it's not worth the time.
Yeah.
And it doesn't combo.
So there's
also.
a couple chests upcoming in the next area that I actually can't recall if you guys go for anymore.
We do go for them
Still
at
go
least
for 'em?
once.
Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah, they have. There's two chests that have a relatively low spawning chance, and they have a chance. One of them has a chance to drop a golden amulet, which is an item we'll be needing to afford anyway. So it's about a 4,500 gil money save.
And then there's this one.
This one has a chance to drop a red cap, which sells for I believe 1,250.
1250. Yep. So it's just gil. It's just nice to have. We're actually really excellent on gil right now.
The hat.
Nice.
Hey.
Yes.
Sweet.
If we knew we were gonna get that chest, we could have gotten Traveler, but we
Yeah.
didn't know.
Yeah, yeah.
So now he's berserking a couple characters for the fight that's coming up. Berserk is a really, really powerful status if all you want to do with that character is attack.
Yeah.
What it does is it increases the rate that your ATB charges. It increases your physical damage. But it also means that they always have their weapon out, and all they can do is attack mindlessly. But given that's what they are going to be doing in the Tiamat fight, well, awesome. It's a 1,000.
It just helps us
1,000 gil.
helps
and
us beat him with a stick a little bit faster.
It's on the
So,
same license as Reflect, or not Reflect, but Dark.
The thing about Reflect also is because we don't have Traveler, we're actually going to be reapplying Berserk once it runs out later on into the fight.
Yep. Just because when you have Berserk on these characters, it increases your DPS about double. Because you attack faster and do more damage. Especially Bosch. Bosch does the most damage in this fight by quite a bit.
Yeah, we used to originally actually just tank with Bosch back in older versions of the run, but since then we moved that duties over to Vaughn so Bosch can go full ham on the boss.
Yeah, Bosch has more HP, which makes it a little safer to take with him, but it's also slower.
So I mentioned earlier that one of the things about IZJS is that Vaughn here is a swingman. He was using arrow on, he did dark on Garuda. He was using arrow on the Demon Walls, Vossler, and Blias. But now he's going to be using his flame staff to just attack Tiamat. So he's attacking, tanking, but before he was also spellcasting. So it's kind of hard to make one character do that in the ICJS version. So
dismounting before this cutscene here saves a little bit of loading time actually. But another thing that
this loading time right now takes a little bit longer if you're on the Chocobo, because it loads you getting off the Chocobo, doing the cutscene, and then getting back on the Chocobo.
Yeah.
So you
Is
skip
that
one
why
of
it
those.
is?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
I believe Pitted found that?
No, I think it
or
was
it Puri?
it was
Eminon.
yeah.
Oh.
If in doubt, it's probably Eminon.
Yeah.
He tends to do that.
Yeah.
But one thing that's worth mentioning is that Vaughn actually would be using a Cypress pole if we had had a bunch more money. Unfortunately, we do not. The black belt is an item that makes the wearer immune to disable. And Tiamat, one of the things that it likes to do is use the technic, not spell, technic, disable gas. So even if we reflected that person, reflected our entire party, that would go through. Its arrow casts, which it does, would reflect off and heal it some minor amount, but yeah, the
so basically,
disable gas is the worst part, really, other than its combos.
So basically, Bosch is the big damage dealer here, and luckily for us, the black belt license is the same license as the golden amulet, so he gets that anyway. So we just get it for him, give him the black belt, and he's a guaranteed damage output in that fight. So it basically makes the fight go faster.
Another thing that's worth mentioning is that Tiamat tends to attack the character closest to it, and tends to use Disable Ga on more distant characters. So
and Bosch's pole animation puts him at the furthest distance of all 4 characters in the fight, and so Disable tends to land on him,
Yep.
and he has the black belt. So it's a really nice.
Yep, and the way we
piece of luck
space
there.
out the characters in that fight, there's usually they kind of space out far enough apart that Disable won't hit more than one.
You'll
Usually.
you'll actually see a pretty cool piece of maneuvering from Hoishin here, where Vaughn will be moving around Tiamat's face because Hoishin attacks the nearest to his center, not to his face. And so when you at his side, you're actually closer to him.
Yeah.
And so you keep Vaughn closest by moving side to side, keeping yourself close to him. And he turns towards you, and you have to move to his side again. And Bosch will always stay far away from Vaughn and far away from the party, so Disable should be landing on him.
Yep.
And hopefully, if all goes according to plan, the fight goes pretty quick.
Yep,
The
there's-
scariest thing about Tiamat is if he opens up with Disable,
Yeah.
because that always target Vaughn and Larsa.
Fortunately, that's pretty rare.
Hey, there's a bit of a
I
sweet spot where you can
disagree
keep.
with pretty rare. It happens to be 70% of the time.
Hoishin is pointing out that we have backups. We always got backups.
And there's
you
backups
need
for it.
backups in this game because
Yeah.
things go wrong.
Yes.
Actually,
Especially
has nothing gone wrong so far?
Gil.
Gil.
We're fine. Then we got the Electrum. So
That's true. Yeah, got the Electrum, got the red cap. We're
Don't-
fine now.
Don't say anything.
Anyway,
at
nothing will ever go wrong in Final Fantasy 12.
now let me fight Elder Worm.
I believe there was
Yeah,
no.
that'll be fine.
There was no 76.4.
So what we did earlier
kinda
was we
went wrong.
touched the save crystal in Jahara so we can set up a teleport point, which what we just did there was we teleported back to Jahara, which we're going to go and buy our armor for Vaughn and other people.
Yeah, this armor we're going to be using for a while.
Shield armor.
Not only is it the best armor that is available at the time, in fact, it only became available once we first got to Arid Village and hit the plot point there. But it also gives you the protect status, which further decreases the damage.
No more
taken.
Phoenix Downs?
In addition, he'll be going to a guard here that gives some extra potions and ether.
Mainly the ether is what's important.
High potions are nice. It's 600 gil, but
Yeah.
I just reminded Hoishin that since we're in a marathon, we should probably be a little bit safer and get some more Phoenix Downs. Tiamat can be rude.
Can do
A
some
giant
things.
troll.
You want to know who did who had to do Tiamat with 0 Phoenix Downs in a marathon run? This guy at NASA last year. It was not fun. It took me 3 attempts.
With 4 Phoenix Downs, I think we're safe enough that we don't really have to save. But if you have 0 Phoenix Downs, you really got to save because he can combo Vaughn to death, and then you're really...
Yep.
And with no Traveler, too.
Breath, sap, Larsa
Okay.
decides not to heal you, you get whacked.
Yeah.
Larsa gets disabled. That's the worst.
So Lars is in our party now, and we're going to rely on him for throwing potions on the party. Anytime you're below 50% HP, he throws a high potion on that character, which is nice, especially for Tiamat and Jelly farming. But
and
later on...
And if you're in critical, an X potion.
No, if you're below 10% an X potion.
10%, yeah.
10% is his X potion threshold. So it's always nice to get the X potion, but we have to get rid of him because he will stop people from being in Spellbreaker. So he's just good. He's good for the Tiamat fight where you don't want to be weak, and for the Jelly farming where you got to stay alive.
And then after that, we just don't want him.
We just dump him off. Although you can't continue the plot without dropping him off, so it's not like you could go to the Still Shrine with him.
Yep, and then we go on back to the center area because this is where we have to go to the next spot. Possibly check the chests again, but probably not.
No,
I'd do it with this skill, honestly.
Well-
Like, we're mostly okay, but I'd still do it.
Looks like Hoishin's going to.
It's a marathon
Ah,
run.
there's the chest.
Yeah, there's
Maybe the chance for the
Golden
banana. Why not?
amulets?
We got the red cap. I think it's like 20% once the chest appears.
Well, yeah, once the chest appears, it's...
Ah.
Okay. Yeah, it's 12.5% overall, as I recall, and then like 10% for the red cap.
Yeah, so we're just berserking both party members now, just because we already have to run, so might as well do it while we're running. There's enemies in the dungeon, so... The manufactured Nethicite is a piece of equipment that Lamont gave to us, or Larsa, we know he's Larsa, so Larsa gave to us on the airship before Geese, and that's kind of a cool thing. It helps us take a lot less magic. It gives you 20 more magic resist at the cost of having silence, and so you'll take less damage from breath and arrow.
It actually halves all elemental damage.
Oh, it has all
taken.
elemental.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Doesn't
I'm
add any
thinking of the
magic
Dawn,
resist.
Dawn Shard is a plus
Dawn
20.
Shard
Yeah, the
adds
Dawn Shard
20, yeah.
is, that's going to be used later.
Yeah, Dawn Shard could also be used in this fight. However, we want to be casting Berserk with Vaughn later on in the fight, so him going to 0 MP would be bad.
Yeah, the idea of Nethicite in general is that Nethicite and stronger versions of it basically negates magic in the area.
Yeah.
So that's used. So the enemy is trying to use that to harness kind of like negative energy and like try to negate strong airship weapons, which tend to use magic.
Yep. But we use it to absorb spells from enemies.
Yeah.
At least basically just Tiamat.
Yep. On a personal one, you just
Mateus.
use it to stop magic. What?
And Mateus.
And
also
Mateus, yep.
And
Very important on Mateus, trust me.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very important.
Hoishin's giving me the I don't use the Dawn Shard on Mateus look, to which I reply, I'm fighting Mateus and I will use the Dawn Shard.
Wait, okay. Things I learned.
I'm still not sure that's not a damage roll, the flash freeze killing you.
He shakes his head.
You'll
It's
see. You'll
fine
see. When
every
you have the
time.
Dawn Shard on, there's a bunch of little guys in that fight that cast Blizzard on you. They just do zero damage, so it just feels good, man.
Yeah, one of the funny things that's actually happened over the last couple of years is that this game has gone from a route that basically everyone does the same thing to everyone kind of does their own thing to some extent.
Yeah.
By the way, if we had Traveler, we would have set it up on those bats right there.
This is about 1,000 steps before Tiamat, and so we'll see why 1,000 steps is relevant when we get.
Until the start of that room, I was like, why did you guys berserk Balthier? Doesn't he just have travel? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't have to explain Traveler quite yet, but the gist of it is every 1,000 steps since its last use, or if you haven't used it yet, every 1,000 steps from 0, then you get multipliers based on that 0 to 1,000 number. And if you're 990 to 999, you get a 10 times multiplier based off the number of steps. So you deal over 9,000 damage.
What?
Over 9,000?
What 9,000?
Yeah.
Specifically 9990
Yeah.
to 99.
And on top of that,
It's a fun pastime carrying FF10 runners trying to get the right number of nines.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Lots of nines.
And on top of that, it's area of effect, and it does not miss. So it's very, very powerful in this kind of mid-section of the game.
Do you think we just confused the German viewers? 99999.
99999!
Shout out to Nikki Noel, who's doing German commentary.
Yeah, reminder
Oh,
everyone, we actually have 3 restreams going on. We have the French restream, which you can find at
And then
that's Dream Boom, I
Dream
believe?
Boom, yeah.
La French
Yo.
restream.
Le Français.
Merci beaucoup, Dream Boom.
There's also the German restream at Germensch restream,
Okay.
and actually, with the help of Hoishin, there's a Japanese restream.
Excellent.
Which is Japanese_restream.
Wait, who is that, Hoishin? Do you know?
Yeah, we went over to her. He's not the main organizer of the Japanese, but he's definitely been helping them out quite a bit.
So that was the jelly room, which we'll be spending a good bit of time in. But in
Later.
order to kill those jellies, you have to have Fyra. And in order to get Fyra, you have to kill Tiamat. That's one thing that's different between IZJS and Vanilla is when you get to the Aryut village, you can just buy Fyra and do Tiamat, or you can do jellies before Tiamat. And it would be really nice if we could do that.
Uh-oh.
Rip. Oops. This
That
could get
happens
fun.
sometimes. Fortunately, there's a save crystal coming up, and that does not do anything bad to hit it. In fact, you want to hit it, and we're probably going to want to save before Tiamat anyway, so it's not the worst thing.
And we have 4 Phoenix Downs. Well, it's Hoishin's call, I guess.
RPG Dino.
I would definitely hit the save crystal and save, but
Don't hit the save crystal.
Fawn doesn't need to live. It's fine. Just use a Phoenix Down.
I mean, it's not just only that. It's also we hit the save crystal to set up a teleport point.
Yes.
because
Yeah.
we're gonna
That's
be
very
coming.
important.
We're gonna be coming back
we
here.
were
to
kind of
grind
joking
those
about it
jellies.
for that reason.
Yes.
Because we
There's-
have to hit it.
There's a few places. This one, you can forget to touch the teleport crystal in Jahara, and you can also forget to touch the teleport crystal at Mount Baromises.
Yep.
As I think many
Those are
runners have
very,
done.
very common
Yes.
for new runners. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I've done it before too. That's one of those
There's-
things that's bolded in my notes at all times. Do not forget to hit this save crystal.
Yeah.
After taking so many walk of shames, I just was like, all right, guys, I'm never gonna forget another crystal again.
And then it gets even worse in Order of Ambrosia when you have to remember to, when you're used to any percent and you have to do Order of Ambrosia in order to hit things like the Tomb of Wraithwall teleport crystal.
Yeah, that one's actually really important because otherwise it's a long run out there.
That's
Saber
zero,
gun.
he knows.
Nope, nobody said well.
No, just
So-
Sabalaga.
That's nice. So the way
Ayo.
this fight works is Tiamat has a bunch of area of effect things that kind of suck when they hit you. So we try and space out all 4 party members evenly so that nothing can hit 2 people at once. You may notice that he opened the fight with an attack. Larsa has a gambit, which is ooh, it's gonna hit Larsa. This could be bad.
Oh,
right. So
no.
I think we're gonna have to sacrifice Larsa to the Tiamat and bring him back.
Yeah, there are 2 ways that this can go. Either you can try to potion and or hope and just let Disable run out. Or you can attempt to kill Larsa, actually.
So Larsa getting disabled is bad because, like we said, he's the potion user here. So, but Larsa has a party leader target attack gambit. Oops.
Unfortunately, that uses a Phoenix down.
Yeah, so this is still okay. No
Yeah,
problems.
it should be fine.
It's just a little bit annoying and some time loss, but so Larsa has a party leader target attack gambit. So the first thing Hoishin did in the fight was try and leave Larsa in a fixed. Oh no!
This is why you want Phoenix
Yeah,
downs.
exactly. Now Disable, but Disable Gut is on Bosch.
That's
Balthier is not attacking.
actually
so
good, yeah.
Oof. Scary.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, Larsa's is Larsa gonna die? Nope. Okay.
So now we're gonna enter his phase where he starts getting that 1/3 damage reduction.
We have one more breath to weather here.
Yeah, he uses an arrow at 80%,
So,
an arrow at...
Let's point it out right when he starts to flash, which is moment. But right now, we can hit him with Traveler, and the fight would just end.
Yep.
And so that's the time that Traveler saves.
Yep. Any time from now to then, basically.
But now, Tiamat will no longer use any magic spells after this last one. So he took off the manufactured Nethicite, and now he's going to try and re-berserk both Bosch and Balthier.
Miss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has a % chance to miss, unfortunately. And rather than saying he uses arrow at 80% and 60%, and then the breath at 40% and 20%.
And one thing about the Petrified status that Vaughn has right now, it actually does increase your defense, so that means he's taking less damage right now, which is actually a good thing.
It means less potions from Larsa.
Does deal less damage, but he's not a significant amount of damage.
There's
But he will have to heal it before he actually gets petrified in 5
Yeah, so now
seconds.
he's doing the thing I mentioned, which is just running to the side.
Yeah, you can see these strikes are dealing less and less damage as it
Out
ticks
of
down.
rust.
These are what the Knot of Rusts were for, also. Getting okay rolls. Nice!
There's
Full
a
damage!
Full damage.
Got that 10% full damage roll.
710.
Yep, full. That's Vaughn's max HP.
Only
Actually-
needed about 300 at that point, but hey.
Hey, we'll take it. So that's actually something that we didn't know for a long time. Is we thought it was current HP, not max HP.
Yeah.
That Knots of Rust do. But since we learned it's max, the value went up.
Don't know where you guys got that idea. Because
Yeah.
I always knew it was max.
I think somebody told me that, and they were wrong to begin with.
Yeah, it happened.
I think that was me before I had actually started using them. I was like, okay, we're gonna have to do this, and then like it was kind of in that period of routing Order of Ambrosia where I was focused on other things other than like what's the exact mechanics of Knots of Rust.
Yeah.
So we don't need the poles anymore, so we're just gonna go and sell it.
So yeah, a lot of this equipment that we've been using we're selling now, and stuff that we're not using as well.
Rip leather hat, by the way.
See ya.
There's the Electrum.
Oh, that's also that
3500,
much?
yeah.
Oh, nice.
I didn't realize it was that much either, actually.
Yeah.
Could probably get a...
I thought it was 2,500, not 3,500, so yay.
Buy a bunch of high potions, yeah.
So yeah, buying Phoenix Downs, the Fire spell, Smelling Salts, and some high potions.
Yep.
All stuff for the Jellies grind. So this is the other major grind in this run. There are 3 sections, essentially. There's Dustia 1, Dustia 2, and Jellies. Jellies, we go in there twice. Once we come out and get golden amulets so that we get more LP from all the kills. And then we go back in and kill some more Jellies and get more money.
Yeah, so right now Hoishin's setting up the Jellies Gambits, which are basically both girls are going to be attacking all the Jellies with Fyra. And their level and equipment we have routed such that they're almost able to kill Jellies in one shot. They will fail to kill them sometimes, but that's okay. If you fail to kill, it just means using one more Fyra, and sometimes they'll split, giving you extra. And then Bosch is going to be stealing, trying to get yellow liquids or Gil steals. And he'll be fixing Confuse. The Jellies have Phantasmal Gaze, which inflicts Confuse, which is a problem. And so we got some Smelling Salts. Bosch is going to use them on the girls or on anyone who gets confused.
Yeah, Phantasmal Gaze is a wonderful little technique.
Which, once again, technique.
It's a cone effect out from the Jellies, the way they're facing, and basically anyone that it hits within that cone has to pass a check against their vitality or be confused. The only other thing that you can do to prevent that is get shell status, which you can actually often get later on in the jelly grind from picking up drops and getting it as one of the riders that happens with those.
Yep, this can be, jelly farming can definitely be a bit dangerous, especially early on.
Yeah.
The first couple rounds of this, we were going to avoid picking up any drops in order to try to advance the chain level up as quickly as possible. We do this because we want the uncommon drop most of all, because we'll get max out of the 99 normal drops already, and the uncommon drop.
We actually want every single drop.
We need at least some of every single drop, and this happens to be just a very efficient farming place for XP, LP. We actually alternate between XP and LP in the Order of Ambrosia run. That's that's good.
Yeah,
I think
it's a very, very good grind spot.
But these drop, commonly they drop, both common and uncommon are just loot to sell. Uncommon a lot more than common, but
yeah. There's the water magicite, there's yellow liquids.
Yeah, I pick it up.
And yellow liquids sell for 400 something. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head.
Yellow liquids?
Yeah.
I can't believe you gave me the 532 on Books of Orgain, but can't give me the 531 on yellow liquids.
I'm tired right now.
So
I always keep thinking he's 631 every time.
What Hoishin's also doing is he's turning Ash's Gambit on and off, just so Ash does not target the same jelly as Pinello.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
So
that would just waste MP and spell time.
Plus, being able to alternate, make sure that while one's charging, the other one's killing.
Exactly.
Flan, so
Just kills them
jellies.
faster, essentially. This is actually something it took the North American community a while to realize is how much faster it is to farm with both girls casting Fire. When we got
I knew it was faster. I knew it was faster. It's just that I couldn't afford it.
Well, this is the old route where we got Dark on Ash. We couldn't afford getting the Flame Staff and Fire on Ash. So Jellies 1 had to be done without the Flame Staff. And you couldn't even start Jellies 2 because you have to license the Golden Amulet first thing on Ash. But with the new route, way it's set up, both girls can start casting Fire from the very start, and it's much more efficient grinding the whole time.
Yeah.
It's quite nice.
The main thing for Ash is that she gives you like maybe 1 or 2 extra jellies in each room because of the divide. But as I was saying, there's after the yellow liquids, the rare drop is teleport stones, which of course we're going to need a few of throughout the rest of the run. They also sell for 100 gil each, which is nice. And then float mode. Oh, hey, he just got one.
We're good on float modes, actually.
We're at 2 float modes already? Jeez.
Yeah.
Nice. So yeah, float modes are exactly what you'd think. Basically, they cast float on your entire party, and that's just like any other previous one. Makes you immune to ground damage, and you also float over traps, which is really nice. And we're going to be using them for both of those purposes.
So Hoishin's avoiding picking up drops, hoping to get the chain level to get the better drops, but didn't get lucky here. But it's still fine.
Yep, and this is the aforementioned last place to pick up teleport stones as well.
Yes.
Well, you can buy them in Valfenheim, but by then...
Did you say the rare drop was float modes?
It's
very rare.
Okay.
Yeah. Water Magicite, yellow liquids, teleport stones, float modes.
Yeah.
Another thing about Phantasmal Gaze is...
I think it's 431
it's
for the yellow liquids.
531.
If it hits Larsa, oh man.
He likes to murder people.
He does a lot of damage, and the girls don't have that great of armor.
I
So.
almost lost a run to him.
Yes. I mean, that was... Don't try and bring it back on ATB active. That's the lesson from that run.
Yeah, no, that doesn't end
Would
very well.
you ever expect Larsa to just completely wreck you?
Oh yeah, fun fact, those dinosaurs, the sonic fangs from those dinosaurs has I believe a 5% chance to insta-kill someone.
Yep.
Even if it wouldn't do any damage otherwise.
And this is not the last time you'll see sonic fangs either. So there's a few times it's scary.
Especially on one boss.
One specific boss and a few enemies that will pass. But so 2 things about what he's doing right now is he's trying to position both girls on opposite sides of the room, which makes it easier for them to target different jellies. Right? If their gambits are set, they target the nearest one they can see, and so if they're far away from each other, they tend to target different jellies and spread out the damage better. The other thing that's interesting is, I forget who it was that discovered this, but 4 yellow liquids from that one's nice. The nearest visible gambit is nearest visible by your camera, right?
I think that is yokai.
By camera?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the nearest visible you can see on your screen. So if you just face away, they won't attack anything.
Yep.
Isn't that when like Puri tried to do widescreen
Yes.
strats?
So that was
Yeah.
that was an old strat of where you would or it's a strat. We're not sure whether it's worth it or not, but you put the screen on. They put the game on widescreen, which we think might have slower loading times. But if you're widescreen, you can see more jellies, and it makes it easier for you to farm jellies. We're not really sure about that one still. So since it takes time to do, we just don't do it.
But yeah, we knew that going all the way back to Yokai's segmented run. The first one, he did too.
Yeah. Yeah, it won't target if you can't see it on screen. Because something with the game's quirks.
Yeah.
Well, hey, visible. If it's not on your camera, it's not visible to you.
Even though the
But they're
person,
looking
the
right
person's
at
staring,
it.
Yeah, right. We're trying to say it's a nice speed game.
This is a great speed game. Except when it's not.
As much as we complain about it, we do somehow love running it.
Yes.
Somehow.
Somehow.
So this is another place where more recently we managed to cut down the grinding a lot. Cutting 8 Dustia was a big one, but this one we used to get ruby rings on the girls. We've talked about how important the reflect is on everyone to kill all these bosses. We found that it doesn't. You actually lose almost no time casting reflect while you run through these dungeons. It's very carefully routed to figure out where the right places are to not lose time. But once you have it routed, you don't have to spin the gill. But
you also actually save time from not buying ruby rings because you don't have to unequip it and re-equip it for every crit down.
Yeah, and
so funny.
ruby rings are worth 8,500 gil. We got that from Eminon and just kind of put it in the root and didn't really test how long it took to get that much money.
And it turns out if you do the math, 8,500 gil is about what you expect from a round of jellies. So you kind of expect 2 extra rooms if you want to do 2 ruby rings on average.
Yep. Yeah, it's one of those interesting. That wasn't very many that round. I think he got 8 that one round, which is unfortunate luck. But
5-7.
5-7 is probably fine. Yeah. So one of the more interesting things. Remember we were talking earlier about Bagamden first being in, then being out, and then we should try to get it back in the route again. Ruby rings used to not be in the route. We used to actually just do straight reflect, and then we found this from Emin. Like, oh yeah, ruby rings, those would be nice.
Eminon's really fast.
I loved him so much, I put him in the run, and we used it for the longest time. And the Roostal's like, oh, this takes too much time and too much money. We're just going to not do that
It wasn't just me. I originally just wanted to cut 1, but then 255 FF, who was another Finnish runner, was just like, I'm just not going to use ruby rings. I'm like, wow, you're not losing much time. Maybe we can route this even better.
Yeah.
See, that's kind of how I felt. I'm like, well, if you're going to take rid of 1, you might as well just get rid of both at that point.
Yeah. Getting rid of 1 was a strat for like 2 months or so, probably.
Yeah.
Well, the idea is you have to have one person casting decoy, and so the one person would cast decoy, the other one would cast reflect, and that way you would never have to stop. But eventually we realized we could get both.
Yeah.
Without losing any time. But it's just one of those things where you just have to find the right spot to dispel if you need to.
And menu fast enough.
Yeah. Just basically get good, right?
Yeah.
It's just terrible.
So I don't run anymore, I'm bad. Hey, finally from the highest chain level.
So Hoishin was just lamenting the fact when we killed the first demon wall, which meant we had enough LP that we could have left probably after 3 rooms. And you want to leave Jellies 1 as soon as possible because you want to get those golden amulets on to start getting bonus LP. But our guild wasn't that great even after 4 rooms, so we're doing 5, which is the normal amount, which is a bit unfortunate, but we have the 30 extra LP anyway, so that's nice. We just would have had even more if we could have left.
9, 11. Okay. 11 more.
So he's about to license the girls to be able to have golden amulets on everyone. Normally you want to leave jellies when the LP is around 85, 95 on Ash and Pinello. But we're going to see it's going to be a lot higher than that because of the Demon Wall.
Yeah, Demon Wall helps.
Yeah.
Although we're going to need some of that LP for Elder Worm anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's good to have the bonus.
Hashtag Gaia hats.
So the people who were donating to the Demon Wall Incentive, they knew. They're like, you need the LP. We'll do the Demon Wall first, and then we'll do the Elder Worm. They understood the route.
Time for a couple donations?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
So we got $10 from Ghost King, who's sitting right behind me. It says, greetings from the donation station. Loving this event so far. Somehow still kicking just fine after spending literally half the last full day on the couch. Shoutouts to you all here tonight, from Hobbs to the hosts to the FF12 community to the rest of you still awake. Thanks again to Hoishin for having me for commentary, and good luck on FF12. And Solomon, thanks for putting up with 5 hours of me reading those messages. I hope you got some cake at least. Last year we hit this total by around the last run of the marathon, so to get here when we're a little under 2 days left is incredible. Here's to 100,000 and beyond.
All right, so right now, Hoishin is heading back to Rabanastre. This is the other big time loss of having to get Traveler later, is we have to come back to Rabanastre. If you can get it when you're there, it saves you 2 teleports to and from in a Moogling. So, but we're going to pick it up now. And so since we're going to be using it on... So we already explained it, basically. It's just a way of getting 10,000 damage out really easily, as long as you're able to manipulate your steps accurately.
We're going to be doing the first part of the manipulation in Steel Shrine, which
actually,
is the next dungeon.
Earlier because Elderworm.
Elderworm, actually.
All right, you have Elderworm. Normally, we would go into Steel Shrine and cast it on a statue, which would set it up for Bergen.
Yep.
But we
Still
have
gonna do that,
Elderworm.
We'll be doing it there as well, but for Elderworm, it actually works out to best. It works out best to use it before the last room of your jellies.
Yeah, so back now to jellies.
So the penultimate room, basically.
And so I guess for those last rooms, we'll want to try and conserve steps a little bit.
A little bit.
If it doesn't work out, we can always just burn more steps.
I'm trying to remember which... yeah, the route with the dinos is the one that burns fewer steps.
Yes.
So if you are doing the last reset going that way, then it's less of an issue.
All right, so now Hoishin's going to pick up a few important items. He's going to pick up spells, or we'll see which. So we already have a lot of potions and Phoenix Down, so he's going to pick up spells we need. Confuse is important for several bosses. Decoy and Blizzara will all be important, and we'll explain as we use them. Golden Amp. Oh, yes, he's doing the licensing first, so we can equip them. So 8595 is what we're looking for. He has 113 and 123, so we're really golden on
the amulets.
Yes,
golden.
Amulets. Yes.
Man, we have more freaking LP than I.
Yeah, so the reason Hoishin was lamenting is that 28 LP Pinello has. We could double that if we could have left jellies earlier, but oh well. So golden amulets to double everyone's LP, very important, and also a pair of jack boots to stop immobilize, which is important for 2 bosses. Looks like we're good on everything, and our guild's still pretty nice, so looking to get like 80, 90 yellow liquids.
Yeah.
And then we can quit jelly farming.
Yeah, it's always better to kill more jellies in the second round as opposed to the first because of the golden amulets.
Yep. And you have to split it up because you need more than 100 liquids.
Yeah.
So you can only hold 99 in your inventory, and you have to buy a golden amulets. So that's the finding the division between the 2 liquids is when can you get the golden amulets? How many yellow liquids do you get? How many jellies do you get? When can you license the golden amulets?
And all of these are very random.
Yeah, keeping track of all these things is part of what makes running this game difficult and fun, I would say.
Yeah, it keeps things interesting because you always have to
think on your feet.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, jellies, the way the jelly rooms work, it can drop anywhere from like 10 to 20 of them in one room.
Yes.
On average.
Lower than
sometimes lower, sometimes a little higher.
Probably
10 to
15 on average, I would say.
15 is about the average.
I
roughly.
had the lowest, I think, out of any runner, 8.
8. I've seen an 8 before, yeah.
Yeah.
It isn't fun. But on top of that, you have the randomness of sometimes chain level doesn't jump up right away. Sometimes you just will randomly get a bunch of magicite instead of little liquids, or sometimes you'll get a bunch of like extra teleport stones that you don't really want as opposed to the liquids. It's just very, very random. A lot of RNG with the farming in this game.
Yeah, there have been times when I've come out of this with...
They can all decide they want to kill Ash.
Yeah, when they gang up on a character, even if it's Bosch, it gets really dangerous really fast. But I've come out of here after a round with almost as many teleport stones as I did yellow liquids.
So I was somewhat amused. Eminon has recently come back to trying to learn this game, and he's been tweeting his emotions as he learns the new route. And he mentioned the jelly farming we have right now is kusoge. Which I believe means trash. So I was amused. Like, get used to it, kid. That's what you're stuck with.
I imagine when I get back to it, I will think the similar thing, honestly.
It's rough.
I'm used to farming with a much stronger armor on Ash than we use now.
So we're trying to cut the LP that Ash has to use to get the early Fyra, and so he can't get the nice armor that we're used to getting. And that's why we're stuck with the light woven shirt as opposed to something else.
We used to get Wizard's armor, which is also more expensive.
Really? I used to just use the leather shirt on Ash until I got the light woven.
But yeah, the best she can have is the bronze armor, but that takes a menu. So.
Yeah.
I remember testing the bronze armor for a while. I didn't even like that. And I think light woven's a little bit less.
Yeah,
bronze,
one less defense for the light woven.
Yeah. It's 1 defense is not a big
I mean, yeah, but
difference.
But I do think having them both cast Vira kills the jellies fast enough that you should usually take less damage. But you can't
Theoretically,
get wrecked.
Yeah, sometimes the
can't get
best
wrecked.
defense is a good offense, but
Yeah.
if they all just go.
Basically,
Yeah.
best defense is a good offense, but we saw what also happened with Falcons, right?
Yeah.
With their great offense.
Yeah. Sorry, anyone
Football.
who's an Atlanta fan who's watching.
Am I appealing to the wrong crowd with that joke?
Oh no, I got it.
I watched that game. I
I was at work, unfortunately. But
I enjoy the sports ball.
I can just imagine the sports dance games in chats. in chat.
Slim ugh.
I admit I was rooting for Atlanta to win that one, and
I was too.
I went from very happy to very, oh, really? Okay.
It's
Pretty
like,
fast.
Well, at least I don't hate the Patriots.
Exactly.
So Hoishin got the last chain level here, even though he picked up drops in the first room,
Yep.
so that's quite lucky.
This
Yeah,
is this is
that's very
typically how
fast.
it works.
As it was mentioned earlier, it's a 5% chance for the flashing number up here, and once you start picking up drops, you really need that flashing number. So he got pretty lucky to get it early.
Yeah, he got it
this
at
time.
like 27 or 28, which is fast.
Quite nice. Yeah. So we're full throttle grinding right now.
He also went picking up a lot of drops at the start of a chain level doesn't seem to affect it quite as much as if you pick up like a couple things here and there while you're killing things. So
Game mechanics are weird.
yeah.
So are numbers and trying to judge them
So-
without, doing actual statistical analysis.
We have an actual channel in our Discord that's just math.
Yeah.
Just mad.
And trust me, math happens there.
Typically, he wants to leave when Ash and well, mainly Ash is the main person we want LP on. She needs about 210 LP, while Penella needs about 190.
Yep. And those are the things we look for. Also, it's nice to have level 26 on both girls if possible, and also you're hoping for a good amount of gil. For if you get 20k Dustia kill, you want 140 liquids. So if you get less Dustia like we did, we need more liquids than that. Although we did kill the Demon Wall, which is a nice source of gil.
Yeah, the main reason for the levels is actually because you deal more damage at higher levels. Your character's level is a factor in the vast majority of damage formulae in this game, including magic damage.
So this is a segment where you could just spam donations.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just grinding right now.
All right. Well, we have another 25 from Spike Vegeta, who says, "Hey Hobbs, you're still cute. Cute enough to where I'll back you. It's time to start the comeback train for Ventus in the Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep character bid war." Freddy gets it.
RPG Ventus.
Let's make this a
RPG.
3-horse race, everyone. We've got 231 from Swerb.
Oh,
Says,
no.
"So cool to see the FF12 runners together at Limit Break. Loving the run. I can't wait to finally see the end of the game for once. I can't believe you guys are continuing the run with less than 16,000 from Dustia farming. How are you going to afford Gaia hats? P.S. Happy birthday, Solomon."
I mean, if Guy hats came up, the birthday
went
had to
so
come
long.
up too, didn't it?
A good hour with that one.
Whenever I post the Fields Birthday Man FFZ emote, I always imagine Solomon wearing the Gaia hat as the Fields Birthday
Yeah.
Man.
Funny thing, in Roosta's channel, he has several different chat commands with this bot, including Traveler thing. One of the ones that we use a lot is Shades of Black, which is one of the techniques which casts a random black magic spell.
Yep.
But the most used one is !solo.
Yeah.
I think you can guess what it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's exactly what you think it is, trust me.
I think the meme was actually born through Pitted wishing Solo a happy birthday.
No, actually.
Please give us the background to Happy
Yeah.
Birthday, Solomon.
Well, it all started with my boy, Liquid Wi-Fi. People in his chat were wishing him a happy birthday for no reason. Somehow that meme got translated to me, or transitioned to me.
I'm truly sorry that came from the Kingdom Hearts community over to the FF12 community.
Well, I'm a part of the KH community too, technically. Part of a bunch of stuff.
Now we get to find the exciting pastime of punching the person who knows how to throw smelling salts.
Yeah, you notice that he doesn't have a weapon. That is intentional.
Yeah, he has, I believe, only shielded armor on at this moment.
Yeah, so we're at a pretty bad liquids level right now, but since we have to do more grinding to kill Elder Worm anyway, I'm not super worried.
Got quite a bit on that round at least.
Yeah.
It'll help.
Yeah, one of the important things that Pinello has that Ash doesn't yet is the headsman license, and what that does is gives you a certain amount of MP back for each enemy you kill.
Based on
And
the level of the enemy you kill, I believe?
Yeah.
Yep.
Level divided by something?
Yeah, there's a formula there. I don't remember it exactly, but it is based on the level.
It's pretty much required, though you can kind of get away without it by shenanigans,
By
alternating
switching back
and
and
forth.
But you don't want to do that.
You don't want to have to do that. It's
Shenanigans
slower.
and luck. It's possible. It
Unfortunately, the rest of the run, it's not really useful at all.
sucks. Yeah.
But
Actually, there's one place where it's really nice.
Ahriman.
yeah,
Ahriman, when you kill the
Ahriman,
clones.
that's
Yeah.
yep, that's true.
It's quite nice.
Yes.
We've got $25 with no comment from XII. Thank you very much. And $10 no comment from Zelicio. And I want to remind everybody that there actually there are some prizes that you can win during this, for donating during this FF12 run. If you donate, wrong tab. If you donate $10 minimum, you can get the Final Fantasy 25th Memorial Ultimania Volume 3. And a $5 donation gets you the chance to win a Final Fantasy 12 Brady Games Guide, Collector's Edition of the game, or a Rogue Tomato handmade plush.
Ooh, nice.
That plushie is nice, by the way.
One donator is particularly excited about, donates $10, saying, supporting mental health and potentially getting an awesome plush. Count me in. Keep up the great work, everyone. Thank you, Kiwoa.
So yeah, this jelly farming is a little bit drawn out, but we've cut it down a lot. We used to do a lot more. We have to go into about 90 liquids on both rounds.
We used to have to basically minimum kill about 100 or 220.
Yeah.
Or so there were a lot of the older original routes for quite a while when I was running it.
But the nice thing about jellies is once you have it, the rest of the game is basically a boss rush. You have all the guilds, buy everything, you have everything you need, you're ready to go.
This is
you
the
just
end
kill
of
boss,
the
boss,
grinding.
boss.
we are practically done with grinding.
And so this is part of why the community has thought about for a while doing a post-jellies percent speedrun where you just start at the end of where you start at the Still Shrine, the next dungeon, and just run from there to the end to just really test your skills instead of just worrying about how many jelly rounds, how many Dustia drops you get.
And a lot of the practice this game for me ended up being I would usually start at around Sid 1 and just go from there to the end of the game just to practice that over and over again. So it only takes about 2.5 hours, and it's a lot better use of your time than going through this area, getting bad luck, and having to reset a bunch.
Not wrong.
Jeez.
But they're all
hits,
attacking
3
Bosch,
hits.
who has the best armor, so
Yeah.
it's okay. It doesn't matter. As long as the girls aren't dying, it's a good jellies farm, really.
I can get behind that.
Yeah.
I think we all can.
Yeah. You start needing good drops to be a great jellies farm, but if nobody dies ever, it's a good jellies farm, in my book.
So
Unless you're
we're-
0 and you get 9 liquids after 5 rounds.
So we're typically almost done right now. We're at 93 out of maybe 100 to
I
110.
was 39 in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, we're at 75, maybe
75.
one
We
more.
want to do at least one more.
Cast,
Yeah.
cast Traveler
more,
now
one more.
on your next enemy, basically.
Oh yeah, so go ahead and do some
Traveler.
licensing, I guess, yeah. Because Bosch doesn't have a Traveler right now.
For
so
that Elder Worm
he'll-
thing,
we-
yeah.
we can burn some steps when we get
Okay,
to Elder Room.
yeah.
When we get to the save.
Oh no RPG Dino, please.
See, I like this hallway because it has everything that I can make in Twitch emotes.
Oh
for
yeah, we
RPG
got
Limit.
jerk birds.
We got jerk birds.
We got RPG Dinos.
We got RPG what? Oh, and I also have the Sir Flan emote for Sarah's channel over there.
Remember to subscribe to twitch.tv/RPG Limit Break.
Shameless plugs.
I believe all of that goes towards
Basically,
Does
keeping
go
the event
towards
happening.
the marathon goes towards
the charity.
So,
Yep.
so one cute thing Hoishin's taking advantage of here is it takes a while to heal yourself because of that ATB wait time on guests, and you can't.
Oh no.
This is gonna be fun. You can't reset guests.
Oh no.
Just getting completely wrecked.
Yep. Annoyingly, the dinos have a very large hitbox and can sometimes get in your way. And by sometimes, I mean a lot of the time. Especially on that run specifically.
But
a lot of times
Explosion hype. Explosion game.
Explosion hype. Yeah. Yeah, a lot. Some of us have kind of, or some people have played around with only using like hitting the switch twice each time and going through that hallway a bunch.
Yeah, but it's like 10 seconds slower each round.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, like hitting that switch wastes a bunch of time, and then the dinos tend to just sit right in that hallway anyway, and it just.
Oh yeah, that way it would be faster, but the dinos wreck you. Yeah.
Yeah, the dino way is faster because it's about it's like he says like 10 seconds faster to run.
It's faster to go that way, but pushing the button
you
is
lose
extra time.
like 5 seconds doing the button,
And then the dinosaur always blocks you 100% of the time.
I want to point out we did get a subscriber.
Let's do one more round, I think, Hoishin.
Yeah,
for
that
LP.
was-
And Cast Traveler soon. So
Thank you
license
for
that on Bosch.
subscribing.
I'm giving Hoishin commands because this is important for my segment coming up. No.
No. Go through the gambit.
That's the one.
See, this is the thing. Hoishin is the one who showed us that it's faster to zoom out on the license board, and now he's the one who's suffering for it. So,
did we actually confirm that it was faster? I thought we decided it wasn't.
Yeah, he has video evidence showing certain times when you move around the license board, it's faster.
Okay, fair enough.
So now we're gonna do zoomed out license board.
You don't need to if you don't. It's
I'm
like,
not
it's like
going
a half a second or something.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so sometime in this next hallway, Cast Traveler, so we're set up for Elderworm. Actually, Alec, I think you might need you to guide me there. I'm not.
I wonder if my inputs
trying to know how
would
to get
drop
there.
less.
I can
though.
get there. One of those two.
Yeah, you want to take the control?
I could take the control and run you there if you really wanted me to.
I think I know which the way is. Just yell out directions for me.
Yeah.
Left. Right.
Go that way.
This is how you know the
I'm
runner prepared for their incentive.
My problem is I'm very used to coming there from the other direction.
Yeah, right.
Because that's what we do
That's
over
the
in
yeah.
OA fights it later because while it's possible to fight it now, fighting it later is much faster because you have to run through that area anyway for a rare mob, and why not beat it down when it's a complete pushover?
Just hit it with your Zodiac Spear. No big deal.
Actually, see, it's easy. Then
Except
you cast Holy once, and then it never casts its ultimate thing.
Yep.
It's fine. It's easy.
I wish we had a Zodiac Spear though.
Or Holy. It's okay. We have something basically the same as Holy.
Did you guys Traveler, Hoishin? Or are you going to do that now? Okay, now. Oh, man, let's kill some joys with this
Here we
Traveler.
go. Here we go.
Oh! The Gambit.
Need to cast it again.
Oh no.
Oh, the target died.
Yeah.
Stop it.
It's like a jelly one.
2 more
though.
flip modes.
Here we go. 68.
What was the number?
68.
Yeah.
Because it's
so-
0 for first.
Oh,
so
right,
60 is
because
our
it's
step.
68, so yeah.
So you can actually do.
Right, we haven't cast it yet.
We didn't even need to check our step count. We know that Traveler number is 068.
Yep. Once again, I'm very used.
Do you even travel, bro?
I'm so used to having already used it by now.
Our command in chat is do you even travel, bro, if you get a low damage roll. So we did, so I guess we don't even travel. Feels bad, man.
Feels bad.
At least
man.
it wasn't 0. Zero is the feels bad man of traveler numbers.
So I think it's about time for me to be hopping up. So if you want to mute my microphone.
Yeah, probably at the teleport out to Arid here. I'll go ahead and hold on to that.
Okay, time for the quick train transition. This is like a pit stop.
I don't know much about the Elderworm fight, so I'm gonna let these two take over.
Elderworm takes a nap, and you just try to damage rush it before it wakes up.
All
and
Fear
uses-
strats?
No.
Oh.
I think it's sleep strats, yeah.
Bosch uses Traveler.
I thought you said he takes a nap.
Huh?
I'm not sure that's right either, honestly.
No, you want it on both because it's actually a fairly low chance, even with Spellbreaker.
I'm so confused right now.
Yeah, I figured out a way to make Elderworm possible, and so.
So yeah, we're definitely saving before this fight because he has the ultimate ability that if it goes off, it will. Actually, I think.
One-shot
Can we
everybody.
get it to not go off?
It's-
Either way, it one-shots everybody.
It puts a bunch of really bad statuses on everyone, and it's not fun. Yeah. Yeah, and then you go left here, and then you go through this next area.
It's that boss.
Yeah, it's this boss. So a funny story about this boss. Originally, I had watched the Crystals for Life run to try to learn, because that was the only real video evidence run, other than I believe one of old Nitrodon's old runs, to try to learn the game off of. And in that run, as an incentive, they killed Elderworm. So I thought you had to kill Elder Worm. I forgot or didn't know that there was actually a way to go around it.
Yeah.
So typically we would go around this fight to get to Baromeses because this fight sucks and you don't want to fight it.
And it's slower even if you have a fast fight.
And yeah, exactly. Even if you just walked up and killed it, it's a slower run.
But you gave us money, or
Yes,
well, rather the
in
charity
other
money.
words,
But-
thank you all for your donations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
So like I said, about 40, 50 steps is what you want, and what was the damage down? I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. It's I think it's Cherry Staff and Fyra.
shouldn't it be the same as or no, because we don't have enchanters, do you?
Yeah, it's below Confuse. I would give her give her the. Yeah, I would give her the.
Yeah.
I would actually give her White Magic 4, I think. How much is that? It's 35. Yeah. Yeah.
What's no, it's 2 as well. Either one. So using that extra LP to get some get sleep on them, so we can make sure to get through this fight.
Yeah, and Vaughn should get it as well, ideally. Yeah.
I think my second run ever died here because I got lost.
It's also picking up some extra augments for Bosch, because he's mostly our tank, so we don't need too many abilities on him, though we will be picking up some later. But for now, it's just mostly buffing up his, beefing it, tanking his value, and getting a lot of potion lore so he can have better potions. As well as things like Spellbound to help increase the length of Decoy.
Reflect Decoy on both Vaughn and Bosch.
Yep.
Not licensed, but the statuses. Yeah.
Okay, sneaking in a couple quick donations. Got $25 from Thierry Eisler. Said, didn't know this was happening until half an hour ago. Watching this RPG limit break helps me pass the time sitting at home sick. Right there with you, by the way. Can't help but donate for such a great cause and would like to thank all the people who made this event possible. Also got $25 from Christina. Says, I absolutely love this game and am slacking off work to watch you guys. Thanks for the fun run. Donation to Runner's Choice. $2 from Zero Umbra. Says, so this is Zero Umbra. Shoutouts to the FF community for hating themselves enough to run an insane game during a marathon. Ask Solomon what Larsa will throw at me this time. Nepgok.
Nepgok.
And you do want him reflected as well, but yeah. Bosch reflected as well.
$25 from Anane Rex, who left no comment, but thank you for the donation. $2.31 from ETY, Eddie, I guess. Hi guys, donating once more because Roosta loves my donations. Also because he's jealous of Solomon. Feels bad, man. Thanks,
You
Hoishin,
should burn
for
some more
coming as
steps
well.
before you save.
I think he's far
You're only
from
at like
jealous
600
of
something.
me.
You're at like 680 or something like that.
Try not to get dino rolled. I need pictures of the birthday
Do you remember the
party.
number? It was 68, right?
Oh, 68, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is. He's going to be running for a minute or two.
It shouldn't be that much.
We got a few more.
All because someone wouldn't
$25.
cast Traveler when he was told.
$25 from the Dark Raziel. Says, for the Dream Doom sing, ha ha ha, I love you, my friend.
Now, have Pinello do it, yeah, and
you're not
I
gonna-
think you take your hat off,
You're
too,
going to have
or
to kill
something like that.
Larsa
It's-
as well.
Yeah, I think that's it, actually. You do want to kill Larsa, but, yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy. Alright,
That's
we're
it.
in there.
Dang it,
No,
Larsa.
we're not. God dang it, Larsa.
Yeah, actually target Larsa first, I think, is the technique. It's been a while since I figured this out.
I say, do we? Yeah, I assume you start with like both three to just. Does Sportful get cast at the start of the fight?
No, it's at 50%.
50%. Okay. Okay.
No, I enter with you enter with solo Bosch, and then you kill the treants, and then or at least get out of the way. And then once I mention, then once you get damage down to near 50%, like you do like 1 or 2 rounds of arrow. I think it's like, and then you just start casting sleep. Once sleep hits, then you swap out Bond for Bosch, start reflecting arrow, and get Traveler. There it is. Wait. Oh.
Oh no.
Just gonna kill Elsa first and then. Yeah.
Yeah, that much MP shouldn't make a difference unless you really get trolled by the sleep. You should put her hat on too. You want all the magic you can. Yeah. Either or, really. But I would run it with Bosch because he's the tank for the first bit. Once everyone targets him, of course, bring in the girls. And like I explained to you earlier, yeah. You have plenty of steps. So yeah, move Bosch towards the farther treant, I would say. Yeah, you want to move them away from Elderworm a little bit. Towards the treants. Yeah, you want to kill the treants if possible. Because otherwise... No. Yeah. Kill the treants first, then sleep, then Traveler, and arrow. Okay, yeah, you're good. I would say just do 1 round with Ash only and try to get 2 characters near the treant. You want to save as much MP now as possible. Yeah. There we go. Okay, that hit right away. Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now...
What? Oh, 60.
Yeah.
That'd be fine.
I think it's still
Oh,
doable.
68.
You're just gonna have to recast sleep after a round or 2.
I have
Yeah.
Aether too, so.
I would recast Ether or sleep now. He's probably gonna wake up very shortly.
Yeah. The alternative would be to bring in the leading man to take Sporefall.
Uh-oh.
I would do that now,
Yeah.
because sleep is about to run out.
Decoy's gone too.
Just keep Bosch closest to Elderworm, and that'll be fine. You don't actually need Decoy for Elderworm. It's just for the treants.
Okay.
Yep. And now Sporefall. Might have been able to finish it off, actually, but in
Yeah.
hindsight, yeah.
We
Lasted a
don't,
bit longer than I thought too. Yeah.
we don't typically do
I
this
wrote
fight.
it
Yeah.
there.
This isn't a fight we see very much.
All right, so Bosch should be closest and bring the girls out farther away, and then you'll be fine.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't even need to sleep at this point.
Jeez.
Is that Traveler?
It's not gonna do enough.
Knots of Rust. Yeah. Larsa got this.
$226.
Almost.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, he's.
Ash instead.
I equip the armor on Vaughn.
Actually, I think this might do it.
Doesn't die first. There we go. Armor on Vaughn. Armor on Vaughn. Not gonna get, that's only for Flame Staff is on Vaughn at the moment.
That shouldn't matter. That's so.
That's
little
true. I
health.
guess he has no hit points. Oh, nice.
There it is.
Yeah. As the couch tries to backseat game in that boss down.
So you saw how
Yeah, annoying.
basically why I wanted a full damage Traveler for that fight.
I see why. I see why you wanted that.
Yeah. Well, that's Elderworm.
Alright, we got our one understep in the run taken care of.
Easy every time, right?
Yep.
New traveler number's 052.
He's gonna recast it probably.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But just in case, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In case you didn't hear that, he said thank you for donating for Elderworm. It was a great time had by all. Especially Rooster.
Definitely what he said.
Close enough.
We got a $25 donation from Anonymous. It says, been working all week up until now, so I haven't had the chance to watch Limit Break. I hope I can catch more runs before the marathon ends. Good luck to all the runners.
Now we're running from point A to point B.
You may as well. I mean, you got to fill in the entry for the bestiary. So yeah.
He already has killed though, at least one though.
Exactly. Especially the Malboros. Malboros are fun. They're the best enemy in any game ever, especially Final Fantasy VIII.
Or it doesn't look like Seraph isn't here, but like or especially at the end of Nemesis run.
Yeah.
Sorry, Seraph.
What have you done?
Not like this.
Yeah.
Paramina Rift.
And yeah, the cutscenes are in the same area. Just
Do you know how to get there from this
run
place?
east, basically.
On the bright side, it doesn't have to deal with the pumpkin heads in the jungle that do like 500 damage per ram.
Plus, you saved a float moat.
Yeah, saved a float moat.
That's very,
It's 150 gil.
We're out the same, guys.
Yeah, there are two cutscenes in the next area. Head left when you have the next path decision, basically, because the other one goes down.
Far to the west. Remember that time we were going far to the west? This time we're going far to the east. And
Yeah, we don't normally take this route. We actually just run through a very, very dangerous jungle, which has almost killed a run.
yeah. If you saw my ESA run, it definitely can have some issues.
Particularly with the pumpkin heads ramming. And they do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Did you almost lose a run there? Because I did.
I believe that was the run both of my whole party got slept twice in a row.
I got
Yeah,
double screeched, everybody dies, and then I bring out Vaughn, Fran, and they get rammed, and I'm just like, oh no.
I'm gonna lose a run to pumpkin heads.
I got
FF12.
Actually, those are Oh, what enemies are those? Those are...
They're pumpkin heads, typically.
No, the pumpkin heads are the ones in the Salika Wood. The ones...
Yeah.
They look like pumpkin heads. I call them pumpkin heads.
No.
Yes.
The overweight runner should probably know this, but I forget what they're called too, honestly.
Yeah.
We've
It's on
got a
the tip of my
$1
tongue.
donation from Andre Neves, who says, "Happy birthday, Solomon."
God damn it.
And then we've got a $20 from $20 donation from Anonymous, who says, "Hoping a pristine playthrough. You're brilliantly informative regarding the hard data, and you're supporting one lovely organization, Maths and Nethicite." By the way, read the first letter from each word, and you can pretty much guess what it says, which is, "Happy birthday, Solomon."
God damn it.
Yeah, no. that would be better, actually.
We also have a $1.37 donation
Wild
from
Onions and Paramita,
Tuma
but I mean-
Tikari. It says, "All I had in my bank account, but every little bit helps. Let's make this go towards Hoishin's choice."
Yeah, wild onions are the ones in Paramina, like Zero said, but we're talking about the ones in the Feywood, I think, which are... I should just know this.
Don't they
and-
tomato something?
No. It's...
They aren't red rapingers, are they? that's a rare mob. That's definitely
No.
not it. This is something that's going to bug at least me and Alec until we figure it
Is
out,
it
honestly.
just Mandragoras there? No, I think it's 2 words.
No, I think it's 2 words, too.
Mandragoras, aka the Mandies, and oh my god.
Yeah, those are coming in like an hour or so. Actually, probably
Yeah,
less
and
at this
that's
point.
gonna be a fun segment.
No, Mandragoras are in Fawn Coast, I think.
Fun coast.
Actually, there are Mandragoras on Fun Coast.
Yeah. Like the base monster Mandragora, not the...
Not the boss.
Yeah.
There's moos, but those are bunnies.
Pretty much a lot of runs died in silly ways throughout all the attempts.
We have a list, and it's not a complete list.
Actually, yes, there is definitely an extensive list that is still not
Oh,
complete.
yeah. Deadly Nightshades.
Deadly Nightshade, okay.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Should have known, but
My
whatever.
my favorite one was losing a run to the tower. I didn't have any Phoenix downs, and he killed everybody.
You gotta shout out Hollow when the tower comes, because the tower is the weapon from FF9.
Right.
Well, we're having a lot of fun this late night run. Glad everyone's sticking with us, but I do want to remind everybody why we're here. And that is RPG Limit Break 2017 supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI. They advocate, they educate, they lead, and most importantly, they listen. If you need to reach out, please head to NAMI.org or use hashtag StigmaFree on Twitter, or tweet directly to NAMI with @NAMICommunicate. And with that, I am finally out of donations for once. So you guys are going to have to step it up.
About time to start talking about the Still Shrine, eh?
Oh.
Yeah, the Still Shrine is
So-
actually an interesting dungeon that we all hate to practice.
Yeah.
And
do.
And do.
Yeah, it's
not too bad.
It's not bad except when it goes badly,
I
and
like
then it
to-
goes horribly, horribly wrong the vast majority of the time.
I like to nickname it the Killer of Runs.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those dungeons that's actually not really that hard. But as Alex said, if something goes wrong, it's one of the harder places to recover anything from.
There's 2 bosses
Unless
you
you're
have
zero.
to do, and one bad boss fight will transition actually into the next boss fight. And that's where problems start to happen. There's mainly one particular boss fight. It's like, oh, he decides to whack Vaughn a little too much.
Yeah, and then on top of that, the Mateus fight, which is the Esper boss of the Still Shrine, is one of the hardest boss fights to recover on, if not... Vamfrit's also really hard, but I don't know. I find Mateus arguably harder just because you don't have as many tools at your disposal.
I'd agree with that, yeah. I mean, most of us have recovered from it at this point, at one point or another. I think my biggest example was a cutscene run the one cutscene run I did. I almost died to Mateus, and spent like 15 minutes recovering. But
yeah, that's the big portion. It's like you can recover on Mateus. It's just it'll take you about 10 minutes.
Yeah. So it'll take a long time, and then your run's dead because that's 10 minutes of time loss. For
my fastest Mateus
nothing.
recovery was 7 minutes.
That sounds about right.
Yep.
The problem is once it casts Blizzaja.
I went from -3 to only +4.
Yeah, once it casts Blizzaja, once it keeps doing it every so many actions, just like any Esper does. And that's a problem because you're trying to get your party set up to hit it again with magic. And while you're doing that, well, you have to be mindful that every so often it's going to cast Blizzaja again. And Famford is like that as well, but I don't know. It just seems to me like that one is almost not as bad in a weird way.
So once again, he's trying to optimize Chocobo sprint's time by saving it for these long corridors coming up right now. May look a bit slow at the start, but you only are limited to the 3 no matter how long you're on the Chocobo, so...
And that's one of the reasons that it doesn't cost much time to check for the Golden Amulet and Red Cap chests, because when you're going to Aerate Village, you get a fresh Chocobo there, which gives you the 3 charges of sprint.
Yep. Though I believe it was recently timed out that it is actually faster to keep going on the same Chocobo than hop off and get on a new one.
But only by a couple seconds.
Was that? Right, if you're not going for the chests. I used to think it was still faster to just hop off, like just burn through a couple sprints right away, hop off, get on another one, then keep turboing. But yeah, see C0's answer in chat. He was the one who tested that out. So
yeah.
Here we're gonna crit down Ash and the Panelo at the same time we want to immobilize Fran. So this is kind of hard strat to do, but you want to keep moving.
Yeah,
because this is speedrun.
You have to have a pretty good feel of the area of effect for each of those spells.
Yep. And a lot of the time efficiency that you can lose is just not properly hitting both either critting the girls or hitting Fran or hitting another person. But being able to have everyone out and do multiple things more or less at the same time saves a lot of time over the course of a run. One thing I don't think we actually touched on is another side benefit of Spellbreaker is that it doubles the effectiveness of status effects.
Yeah, it doubles the chance. So if you had a 38% chance, it becomes twice that, or a 76% chance.
So for a lot of it, we tend to take a lot of things that were maybe like a 60% chance and make it a guaranteed chance to hit.
Yeah.
So especially things that are targeted on ourselves, like that Immobilize there would have had a decent amount of chance to miss. Same with Decoy. You saw it miss earlier when Rooster was trying to cast it, and that's 100% chance to hit when you're in Spellbreaker.
Here's
and this trap as well, right by it, Rejuvenation. It heals him. He's setting up Traveler, and that chest is a 50-50 shot at an Elixir and a Mega Elixir.
7.
We want the Mega Elixir because it sells for 7,777 as opposed to the only 777 of an Elixir.
Not to mention, you could use it on Sid too and save 10 seconds.
No, shut up.
We used to do that a lot, but most of the time we just sell it for the money.
It's only 10 seconds.
Or
It's
sometimes
not worth
save it for Fran if we're short on ethers. Depends on how lucky we get with like the Freda Warp and things like that.
Yeah, it is entirely possible that you will have to use the Mega Elixir just to restore Fran's MP during one particular section of the game.
Yeah, later on we'll need 3 elixirs minimum, and then like usually an ether or 2 to round that out, or an extra elixir. And the way we have the game rounded out, we have 3 guaranteed elixirs. That chest we just got, which is a chance for an elixir and a mega elixir, and then 2 more chests later on that are guaranteed to spawn but have a 50% chance for either an elixir or an item that sells for a decent amount.
Yeah.
So some runs we want one, some ones we want the other. Usually we want the thing that sells for much, but sometimes we just get all of the good money rolls and don't have enough elixirs and ethers to finish or to get through that one zone.
Yeah, because if you sell the Rabanaster Palace Elixir, you get the one in Tomb of Wraithwall. that's guaranteed. And then if you get the White Fang, you're still at 1. Then you get the Elixir and Mega Elixir here. There's another one during the Ahriman fight. And then there's the 2 other ones that Freddie mentioned. So if you get the Mega Elixir, you might have to use it.
So
like
one thing we are actually doing here is we're using the Immobilize of on Fran to do something kind of similar to what we did with, at least in that first one, we did something similar to what we did with the Cure Immobilize on Vaughn near the beginning of the game in Barheim, or like the Potion Immobilizes. But in this case, we can do it from a much further distance. And so one thing that we'll use a lot more later on, but we use a little bit right here, is if you switch to a character that is far enough away from the character you're currently controlling, any enemies will despawn from that spot. And then when you switch back to that character, you haven't hit like the kind of a hidden circle around your character for the characters to spawn into the game, because the game can't store too many creatures or the memory will start going bad. Once another limitation of the PlayStation 2, because this is a fairly game that came in fairly late into the life cycle of the PS2.
Yeah, there are areas where it doesn't work, mostly areas where there aren't many monsters, or areas that are too small.
Then some monsters like this Dark Mare won't despawn, or he'll respawn really quickly because just how his mechanics work within a certain zone.
Yeah, with that one, I don't know. It's hard to say whether it's just automatically spawned all the time or if it's despawns and immediately respawns.
Yeah.
But it hardly matters because it stays there.
Yeah.
But the other ones, you know, like Freddy said, you spawn them by running into their area, despawn them by switching to the character that's too far away, and then because you switch directly back, you didn't cross that line again, they're just not there.
So the gimmick for this zone is you have to turn a few statues into the center to kind of stare at a central statue, which will then lift up that giant axe that we saw Bosch run into before opening up that door. So he's heading down to head to the first statue here. We go this direction specifically just because of everything lines up correctly for what we need to do. We can bring Fran back out to help save a little bit of damage and high potions by despawning some mobs. It has another couple mobs that don't actually despawn because they keep respawning, but you can do kind of a funny thing with it if Roosta wants to show it off at all.
We don't do that anymore.
We don't do that anymore? Oh, okay, never mind. Well, we used to do that here. Now I guess we save it for something else. Okay, cool.
Probably extra immobilized time for when he.
They just buy so many.
No.
They
It's
just.
just
It just takes too long.
yeah.
It just takes too long. Yeah. Because throwing high potions is faster apparently.
Statue throw.
So these have a 33% chance of being one of the 3 directions that is not the direction it needs to be, which means it has basically a 66% chance, or a 2/3 chance of facing one of the 2 directions that lets it only take 1 spin. Unfortunately, in this case, you got that 1/3 chance to go the opposite direction, so you have to turn it twice. We just call that a statue troll usually.
Yeah.
All 3 have a chance to do it. It's the first 2 are more important because more things are hitting you, and you have to sit around and wait for it to turn. Blind.
Yeah, like that even matters, given the stats we're using.
It may have mattered earlier game where we had to hit stuff, but we don't have to really hit stuff anymore.
Yeah, there are only a couple parts that use physical damage, attacks.
Has anyone actually run into that trap recently? Yeah.
Huh?
I haven't in quite a while.
Don't look at me.
Did you run into that trap once?
No, I ran into it before, but not recently.
Yeah, there's a petrification trap there.
By
in the middle of
recently,
that
I
room.
mean a long time.
Like, I forgot that was a petrification trap. It's been as that long since I've seen that trap run into. Can it? Okay, that makes sense. A lot of the traps in this game can do just a myriad of different effects. Sometimes a lot of the same trap can do different things. Some traps have a % chance to spawn and don't spawn all the time. Traps in this game are kind of weird, and we don't really ever see them in the speedrun because we don't have Libra on ever.
This is a good one here.
Yep, this was, I mean, on average, just by using math,
I've actually
one of the 3.
I've actually lost an early run way back in like 2013 to that statue because they just kept lunging me and I didn't have any Phoenix Downs.
Those balloons can be mean. Sometimes they'll start off with a protect, which means they won't do anything for most of the time you're there, but other times they'll lunge, and then lunge, and then lunge again.
They are out to lunge sometimes.
Okay, so we used to actually... this fight has actually gone through a few different transformations. We're about to fight a sub-boss called Venuskar.
And
Bruce is making faces at me.
this is pretty close to the same... This is actually...
Oh. It's like reflect from... So... Oh, it's just Vaughn's, yeah. So since we had Reflect on for the last fight, Vaughn wasn't in the party to have it Reflect, so it Reflect is still just on him from before. Anyway, so this fight has gone through a few different transformations. We used to do kind of a straight up, just 2 rounds of Thundara will kill him. We don't actually get that spell anymore, but Bolzara works somewhat similar. We used to just Reflect 2 spells. I think it's just going to wait for Reflect to run out, yeah. So I guess more time to explain it before it's dead.
Yeah.
Initially we did that. Unfortunately, at 50%, he uses an ability called Crown, which has a chance to confuse the tank, which requires him to hit himself and then take some time in. The way we have the next 2 bosses set up is we cast 1 cast of Reflect and Decoy and try to get that to last as long as possible, or at least we used to at the time.
And then we did Traveler, and now we do this.
So then we had a Traveler to do that.
Yeah, the original, though, is actually very similar to what we're doing here, but with Vaughn casting 2 rounds of spells instead of 1. So he casts Blizzara on himself twice.
That's actually what this thread is.
But
or used to be.
Yeah, the original, we would use a different boosted thing, and because of higher levels and more augments, get it all done in 1.
Yep. But this one, it's Vaughn can actually help. He can last long enough to tank it, and then it doesn't use up any decoy or anything on Bosch. That he can, with 1 round of Fire and then 2 rounds of Blizzara from Vaughn, will kill Venuskar in basically 1.5 rounds. And then avoid the issue of having to deal with Crown or having to deal with decoy timings and things like that.
Yeah,
so doesn't have decoy yet, so
yeah.
Oh, we do it now. Okay, that makes sense.
The next fight is, as was mentioned earlier, Mateus, and it's weak to Thunder. But wait, we don't get Thunder anymore. Why is that? Well, because Mateus is also vulnerable to oil, and what oil does is it triples fire damage. So fire, we already have that. And even though it resists fire, it takes half damage. With oil, half damage tripled is 1.5 times. So it's actually works out just fine.
Weird interactions that someone... Zero find that one out too? It was who? Of course it was Eminon. So it was Eminon. Why do I even ask? But yeah, we have the flame staves. Like we used to run Thundara without the staves, without buying Thunder staves because that was expensive. So, but we would use it because it would still double the damage. Like okay, it works out. But then someone's like, oh, oil actually works, or Eminon found out that oil works on that. So we would just reflect an oil first, and then use fire as normal, and it would kill Mateus actually a little bit faster, and actually more safely because
but the hard part of the strat is that oil license is not so cheap, so you have to go to that license, and it's not expensive. It's not cheap, so we had to figure out how to make it to the license.
Yep, there's a lot of really tight finagling of licenses that we had to figure out over the past
especially
year
now
or so.
that we reduce a lot of the farming amounts.
Less farming means less LP to work with, which means we have to make sacrifices to make other things work. We made some in armors, I believe, others in just general augments. Like, I believe we used to get Spellbound fairly often, and it kind of went away, then it kind of came back, and now I think it's been pretty much cut out until late game, right? Or if at all.
I think...
Do you get Spellbound at all now?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, you do. Oh yeah, because you don't have Ruby Ring, so yeah. But yeah, it's one of those changing of routes kind of goes back and forth, and these things happen with routing, especially larger RPGs like this.
Yeah, and Bosch is holding the Dawn Shard.
Yeah, this is the fight where Bosch holds the Dawn Shard, where it gives you 20 more magic resist, but it makes your magic equal to 0.
Luckily,
something
Bosch
I think
doesn't cast magic, so...
Yeah, he doesn't need to cast magic this time. One thing we actually forgot to mention at the start is that first pedestal that Roosta hit at the start of Still Shrine, you need to have a Dawn Shard on, or it'll just spawn a bunch of enemies, and you have to kill them and leave the area. And I'll give Roosta some serious time for this. So he's going to run up and then wait for Reflect. License oil. Okay, so that, then one more round should be enough to finish it. You have to wait for a kind of a stronger damaging ability. He's going to try to runner to equip a golden amulet. It gives some extra LP for Bosch. I know I usually have an issue of trying to forgetting that, but that was how that fight was supposed to go. So we made it through Still Shrine.
Now comes one of the scariest fights in this run. If
well, soon.
In
A
a
little
little
more
bit,
running
yeah.
first. We gotta go through the Silica Wood. Woo! Alex's favorite music. So one of the side benefits of that strategy on Mateus is that Phyra, or the little ice elemental additional enemies, are weak to, or rather immune to fire damage, but they also have the ability that they reflect any of the damage they take. So a lot of the time, the issues some runners had in the past is if the girls are not quite close enough to Mateus and are closer to one of the things, the damage will reflect off onto them, and they would just end up killing themselves on it. Then you'd have to... That was one of the reasons you had to do a lot of finagling to try to get... Or it's one of the things that could quite easily kill your Mateus fight and lose you 10 minutes. But now it's a little bit easier to recover from, as long as you don't lose too many reflects on Mateus. And because of the Ezra is not taking any damage and thus not reflecting any damage.
Another thing we used to do was have Balthier run up and Traveler Mateus so we can set it up for Bergen.
Yeah.
The problem with doing that, though, is if Traveler number wasn't in our favor, he could potentially kill a glacial, those little floating glacials, and level up, in which case we won't be able to use him for underflow.
Good times.
I did that.
That's happened to runners before.
Skate also did it once. My biggest problem with that was actually that you have to burn steps. This is a tighter Traveler setup that we're using now. But like I said, we used to also use Traveler on Venuscar.
Yep.
So.
We used to. That's why we used to have to do that.
Yeah.
You want to hear the backup strat for that?
I know the backup strat for that.
Fenrir?
Level up Balthier. Leveled up Balthier. You know the backup strat?
Yeah.
Sleepka.
You buy Sleepka, which is expensive, and then you reflect it off your own party. So yeah.
You don't have to reflect it off your own party.
It works better if you do.
Oh, it lowers the chance, yeah, because it's targeting your own party. That makes sense. So another little minutia with how the math of this game works is it kind of lowers chances of depending on who you're targeting. And because your party members have a bit higher vitality usually than some enemies, though Fenrir's is fairly high, it has a lower base chance to hit even though it's reflecting onto that other enemy.
All right, so we have time for a couple donations, and then we'll go ahead and get into explaining the Bergen fight.
Great, we've got $5 from Anonymous, who says, "Good luck to all my Final Fantasy friends. Question for Roosta. What is the best Final Fantasy and why is it 12? Hashtag sorry Seraph, hashtag happy birthday Solomon."
God damn it.
How many memes can we fit into one donation? Heart.
Asian Wafer said,
no.
"Did you know RPG Limit Break happens on the same year as Sala's birthday? Funny coincidence, am I right?"
It's the same year.
It's not my birthday, though.
We have $25 from Wildcat25. Says, "Question for everyone on the couch and the runners. If you could be any race from any Final Fantasy game except human, which would you be? P.S. Happy birthday, Solomon."
He did miss one meme, I have to say that. Hashtag Winnig. Yeah, that's just from a typo that Roosta made while he was running in the FF relay. So, yeah.
Winnig.
He's trying to say, yeah, but I'm winning. And, yeah, Winnig.
Okay, Bergen fight. We're gonna say because it's pretty risky.
Yeah, this
It
is
is.
not a hard fight, but it is trolly. It is subject to randomness because Bergen has a chance to block your spells. That is
And,
pretty much the only
and
reason it's not
combo.
safe.
Yes.
Yeah, combo is less common of a run of a fight killer I've found, but it can also happen.
It can, especially with lower levels.
yeah.
You know?
And so the general idea is he's not even bothering to crit the girls down for Spellbreaker. If he did, then they could theoretically do this themselves. But that takes a lot longer than it takes to set up Traveler. So he's going to do Traveler plus the 2 rounds of reflected spells from the casters.
Yep. And the decoy will still last from the Mateus fight for at least the start of this fight.
Yeah, long enough.
Sometimes the whole
long
thing,
enough
but-
that it's usually pretty safe.
Yep. But Ash and Penela can take a couple hits if they don't.
The problem is not just the magic evade, but the fact that there are 3 judges starting on the opposite end of the arena, and they slowly but surely make their way over to you. And once they get there, they very reliably use an ability called Water Spout, which deals physical damage and
Clogs the AT.
Aqua Hurricane, Japanese version.
it takes up the full queue.
Yeah.
What was that?
And meanwhile,
Aqua Hurricane.
Aqua
Viola.
Hurricane. Oh, that's a better name. I like
Yeah.
that
yeah,
name.
I
a
do
lot.
like
it
that
a
better.
lot.
But yeah, while they're
While the girls are casting, he does have time to go for 1 steal before
Yeah.
he
Yep.
starts casting
Which
Traveler.
has a chance to get a ruby ring.
Ruby
Yeah.
Ring,
Yeah.
which
You know?
is worth 8,000.
Which is very nice.
I
I believe the other two are high potion and high ether.
They
Something like that.
you buy them for 8,500 gil, which is a lot of gil, and why we don't get them anymore. But you can sell it for half that, so 4,250, which is a really nice boost.
Basically, we really want this to end in 2 rounds.
Bosch did not steal successfully, so that's pretty common.
No
Stealing
block.
only has like a slightly over 50% rate.
Should
and
be
that looks
perfectly
good.
fine.
Yep.
Oh yeah, not a single
yeah.
block.
Yeah, normally we take bathroom break here.
Bathroom break time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the last
This is
long unskippable cutscene.
It's
It's
pretty
a
long.
little over a minute long from the
the
skippable
last chance
cutscene.
break.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, let's go back to that question asked earlier, I believe.
Yeah.
What's
so
your guys' favorite Final Fantasy race?
To be more accurate, what
What
race would you be
would you
from
like
any
to
Final
be?
Fantasy game if you
Would
couldn't
you
be
be?
human?
How do you propose we reach Arcades?
if we could not
I'm asking
be
you
human-
guys. I'm still thinking.
It's if we could not be human, what would we be? And I'm trying to think of what I would be.
Oh, what would I like to
Falsy,
be?
yeah.
Falsy.
Falsy.
It's not even 12.
Didn't say 12. So any Final Fantasy.
Okay.
Though if we're gonna go 12, I'd go with a Curia. I would rather be in a Curia.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't want to
Curia.
be immortal.
I don't even know what I would want to be.
I would get bored probably, but
Yeah.
I clearly haven't played enough Final Fantasy games to understand all these answers.
The Akiria are the
There's a hunter's
immortal,
camp just beyond
powerful
Pacific Village.
beings that kind of
The
lord
camp
over
sits
the
within
setting
Arcadia's
as of
borders,
Final
so
Fantasy
if
XII.
It's
anyone
kind of
patrols
God
there should
in
be
this
Yeah.
world.
Kind of like gods.
Yeah.
Getting that far should be
you
half
know.
the fun. Let's be sure we go prepared.
Or
Man, what would I
Curia.
want to be?
the Curia.
It's just same.
Yeah.
Well, I take it we got some time for some donations.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
$5 from Moody SSBM, who says first time donating to RPG Limit Break. Couldn't wait for the Earthbound and Kingdom Hearts or can't wait for the Earthbound and Kingdom Hearts blocks. Thanks to all the staff and runners for putting on such an awesome event. And then KO's Little Monster again donates $5 for J-Hob's silky voice. Craigism.
I got it, actually. I know which race I'd be.
Peg chomp.
I'd be a Selkie from Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. The kind of thief race. I think that would be cool to be, like, agile and fast.
So here he's licensing for the next piece of armor that he's going to be getting, which is Mirror Mail. It comes with a property that he pretty much, when he equips it, he's going to have Reflect as long as he wears it.
Or I could be a Moonbro from Final Fantasy IV. That's technically a thing.
The thing with Mirror Mail now comes
Lunarian.
managing that we have to unequip it and re-equip it so we don't miss out on Decoy and Protect, because if we have Mirror Mail on and we try to cast Decoy or Protect onto a person with Mirror Mail, it'll just bounce off them.
By the way, it's kind of hilarious how many runs Fran has saved with these quickenings,
It's
including multiple world records.
we used to have the running joke. Well, we still do really, but the running joke used to be it's not a world record if Fran doesn't save a fight with a quickening chain, because most all of them always did.
Most all of them.
Most all of them.
Yeah.
And the current world record as well.
And the current world record actually still has one.
Actually, we talked about how risky Bergen is, and the world record Bergen fight was very disaster.
Yep.
And he had to use Fran's quickenings to save it.
Fair
and it's still
enough.
world record. And that's why we joke. We sometimes joke free world record.
Yeah.
Sometimes TM.
It's obviously not, but we say it all the time.
It really is.
That requires a lot of things to go right, and also being really good at the game.
That also helps.
Yeah.
So we're gonna pick up. We're gonna do 2 major shopping trips in this next section here. Well, one smaller one and one bigger one. We're gonna pick up a few armors or a few magic armors for Ash and Penelo at this shop as well.
Sorcerer's Habit.
Yep, the Sorcerer's Habit, which gives a nice magic boost as well as a mana boost, which is very helpful for some fights coming up. Or a magic power MP boost, I guess, is a better way to say it. In addition, I believe they're picking up a hat for Bosch here. Not,
Oh, no.
oh, we're picking up the Viking coat here. That's
yes.
right. I wasn't sure if you guys were getting the pirate hat for this run or
Now
not,
they
but
got the headband.
they got the headband. Okay. So the last one they picked up the headband, which gives Bosch some extra HP.
And magic resist. But
Yep. And this one they're picking up a Viking coat, which will have a very important use later on, near the end of the game.
It's used for one boss
Yep.
and one attack, and it is the best option to survive that.
You
So we get
could you could use it for one more boss.
Yeah, technically.
You could. Saves a potion.
Actually, more, yeah, a potion. Basically, there's Rafflesia later on, which uses a ability that you get immunity to the damage, if not the status effect, sap.
Unfortunately,
Nectar
you can
Volley.
still get sapped
Yeah.
with that. But hey, you save a potion.
We have a $1.50 donation from Zero Umbra.
Oh no.
Zero Umbra again. I forgot to uphold the tradition. Without further ado, happy birthday, Solomon.
God damn it.
We also have $14.65 from Anonymous with no comment. And $2 from another Anonymous, no comment, $5 from a third. So thank you to all of you Anonymous folks out there.
And now this is a section of just 3 back-to-back really great tracks. Mosfor and High Waist is a really cool song. Then my favorite, the Salika Wood. Then Freddy's favorite, the Fawn Coast. They're just some of the best music in the game
Can't
in
wait for
this
the
run.
full remasters. Ooh.
Yeah.
It's coming out in like 2 months already, isn't it?
Yeah, in June.
Is it June?
I think it's June.
Oh,
yeah.
next month already.
No, it's
Wow.
July.
I thought it was
Oh,
July.
it's July.
Yeah,
My
July sounds
bad.
right.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
Seven
That
or
makes sense.
something.
it's a few days after my birthday, so
Right.
happy birthday to me.
Gonna play the Zodiac Age.
Hopefully we get the pirate hat from a random chest.
Forgot that was there.
Yeah, there are actually a couple pirate hats you can get. There's another in the Still Shrine, but that one is likely to cost you a potion if you go for it. This one, less
This one's
likely.
like out of the way. I think it's only a 30% chance of it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming up in the Salika Wood, which will be here fairly shortly, there's a little bit of some possibilities for backup strats as well. If either sometimes the Ash and Penelo lose LP on a boss, or you just cut jellies a little bit short to try to go to. Because if you're like 1,000 or a couple thousand gil short, or a few LP
Didn't
short,
spawn.
Or a little bit of
You
or
can
a bit less money.
or a bit less. Yeah, something happens. You're a little bit short on money.
I mean,
you can
experience
kill.
is
Also,
yeah.
experience for that matter. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the one I was trying to go for, but yeah.
You can kill some pumpkin heads in this next zone for the first couple zones.
Yeah, they're weak to blizzard, to ice magic. You have glacial staves, so you can cast Blizzara on them and usually kill them, and that can get you up to level 26, which you really want for damage ranges that are coming up. And yeah, it's about 4 hours in. I don't know when they're going to do the next swap, but
I believe at Arya after Aryaman.
okay. Yeah, I guess Rooster's getting a little bit of extra time here because of the Elder Worm fight.
Yeah, we'll probably go for longer in general for it. So.
Mandy's and Ariman are the two scariest fights.
So yeah, this is the effective wall of the FF12 speed run of Sochin Cave Palace and lesser extent Sid 1, though it used to be a much bigger
Many
issue.
runners quit because of these two bosses. Let's
Yes.
just say
Yeah.
that.
The new runners especially have a very difficult time with these bosses coming up.
Even we do.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like
So the first boss coming is Mandragoras. It's a group, instead of just being one specific enemy where we can just kind of easily reflect magics on, it's 5. Oh, well, no chest. There's that chest here that can spawn a bone mail that sells for 2,000, I think. Anyway, the Mandragoras are 5 enemies that immediately split up to different corners of the map to then kind of go back together later, but because it's a group of smaller enemies, reflecting magic doesn't really work so well. And in addition to that, you can't really tank it with Bosch because...
that's twice now we've been one short of a meme number on a Traveler. We had 068 and now we have 419.
Yep.
The scary part about the Mandy's fight isn't exactly that there's 5 of them. It's the fact that 2 of them have an ability called Vesper Song, I think it's called.
The
Hero's
main
March.
ones...
I think it is. No, it's a different one.
They have a lot of... They have kind of all 3 of them,
Basically, what the
honestly,
ability does is
but Mystery Waltz, yeah.
it
Yeah, that's
levels
it, that's
them.
it.
Mystery Waltz.
Yeah.
It levels them up, meaning
Yeah.
they get extra attack, extra defense, magic resist, and it just makes the fight absolutely horrible. If they get leveled up too many times, then the fight just becomes impossible.
Yep. As
If you-
many casual people have issues with
Yeah, if you
the
really
fights now.
want to travel Mandy's fight, check out Christopher Live
Yeah.
Mandy's fight on YouTube.
That was
It's interesting.
that was me doing the old pre-traveler
Interesting.
strat where we used AoE spells directly cast on them because they were in groups.
Yeah.
And it was not the best fight I've had. It's not the worst either because I didn't
Okay.
die. But
Yeah.
it took a while. It took a lot of healing items. And also, for that matter, you might also want to check out the Sid 1 run in that. Fight in that run.
Sid 1's a lot. Basically,
Oh,
before we found out Traveler was actually good and
Sid 1
useful, there is a lot harder strats for both of these fights coming up.
Sid 1 was a nightmare back in the day.
Yep. I know. I learned it.
Yeah.
I used to spend most of my practice time just going and doing Mandragora runs and Sid 1 practice. It was
Just like in Steel Shrine, a bad Mandy's fight will transition into like not having a great Ariman fight.
Yep.
Yeah, going for an ether here. Got a high potion instead.
Better than nothing.
But yeah, in the lead up to Crystals for Life, I spent 1 2-hour practice session doing nothing but Sid 1 with those strats, and at the end, I was a nervous wreck. I was just, like, I was doing all right in the fight. I wasn't performing badly. I obviously knew what I was doing, and I could tell, but it was just so stressful that at the end I was like, I need a drink, you know?
One of those things.
And you
yeah.
weren't even on Sid 2 yet.
No. Sid 2 now and then. Like, it's worse now, honestly, because we don't have Bubble. We used to use the Bubble instead of the
Viking code.
Viking code.
I remember when Skate was like stressing over, oh my god, I'm doing bubbleless. I'm doing bubbleless.
Oh
Yeah.
no, I remember those days.
Mm-hmm.
We were transitioning like, oh yeah, Bubbleless. We should try that, I guess, because it's slow.
Yeah, Bubble takes like
And
2
nowadays,
minutes
like,
to get.
We all do Bubbleless. What's the problem?
Yeah. But comparing like the strats that I would have used back then, Sid 2 still would have been a very rough fight, but they would have been much closer to being on par with one another. Now Sid 1 is by far the easier fight, even though things can and do still go wrong. So,
Apparently.
yeah.
Some of those fights where people are like, oh, Sid 1 messed up. Like, oh, it's such a, like,
Ooh.
Well,
next potion. That's
yeah,
nice.
if you're going to say it's free, yeah, compared to the old strats, it's free, but, I mean...
I'm not saying it's free, but it's pretty much a scripted fight. At
Yeah.
least it has been for me.
It is, except when it isn't,
On what?
basically.
Oh, yeah, you can use that on Ahriman. Yeah, so that Oaks potion, so Ahriman happens to be an undead enemy. Unfortunately, you can't abuse it like you can with Dusty and kill it with a Phoenix down, but you can kill it with heal spells if you'd like. You don't get any of the damage buffs with it, really, except for Spellbreaker, but you don't get like the flame damage or the fire staff buff, so it's not really worth using. Plus, we have stronger magic spells and don't really bother with Cura in the run. But because we have that X potion, we can actually throw it at Ahriman for an extra, I believe like 1,600 damage, roughly.
Bosch is what, 2 potion lords now?
Yeah, a decent amount of damage, like about as much as a Fire hit, I'd say.
It's a nice chunk, especially.
So give something for
the
Bosch to do if we need, if something is mainly probably being used for backup in case something bad happens and it's close to dying.
Where's that Belial strat?
Yeah.
And we're going to be seeing that new strat, actually, that
Which
has
was
been
made
developed
about
in the last few days.
2-3 days
or
ago?
week or so.
Yeah.
So
Fresh
we're all
strats.
excited for that one.
I haven't seen it. Freddie, I don't.
I actually followed that one pretty close. I watched the video on it.
I've seen the YouTube video, and it's something.
It's a. I didn't see the new one. I saw the first one. I think it's pretty much the same thing, just cleaned up. Yeah. Okay.
Chance for a couple of donations here.
Yep, we're just running through.
$15 from Masame, who says, great idea and great stream. Greetings from Germany. $5 from Dominion G, who says, really nice of Solomon to commentate this run on his birthday. And $100 from Dr. Belvin.
Oh my god.
Who says happy birthday, Solomon.
God
To celebrate the occasion, use this donation to name the Choco Chick in World of Final Fantasy after him. $3 from Anonymous, who says, roses are red, violets are blue, Penelo is useless. Happy birthday, Solo.
That ended exactly as I hoped it would.
Funny thing is, Penelo is actually very useful in this run, as you can see. But yeah,
yeah.
Guten Morgen, Deutschland.
Yeah, the reason we use actually the characters we do is characters in this game have different stat progressions as far as all stats are concerned, I guess. HP, magic, strength, defenses, speed even. And Ash and Penelo happen to be kind of the best early game mages in the game. Fran has a little bit better magic technically, and we probably would use her if we were able to get her at a higher level, but because of the way we need to keep someone at a low level and both her and Fran come in at the same time, she just doesn't ever get to a high enough level for us to use her.
Yeah, and Fran.
So Penelo's the second best at that point.
Fran actually has the worst stats in the game. Vaughn, because he's kind of forced into being the jack of all trades. And Penelo gets more LP than him.
Yeah.
It just works out best.
Yeah.
Oh, and MP. That's
Penelo's
actually
other
really
big
important.
bonus is MP. Yep.
That's.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's as big a deal with the new Ahriman strat, but with the old strats, it definitely was
I
a big
imagine
deal.
it still is. You don't
Still
really
is,
lose,
yeah.
You
Okay.
can still use plenty of casts. I think you actually do an extra cast for new strat, so. Yeah.
Huh, that didn't do as much as I thought.
No. Those
Yeah,
do
but
a
it's
fair
not
amount
that
of
much.
damage, but not like a ridiculous amount.
For
He
me, they
healed
do
the
a
start, so.
ridiculous amount. Somehow.
Well, you should equip all your hats then and stuff.
Hey.
Yeah. Gaia hats would help. He's right.
You can't get Gaia hats till like here.
Well, that's just, you gotta have a better attitude about it.
Yeah, Solo likes to use Gaia hats, which have They're more expensive.
Well-
They kind of change some of the crit downs, but the main property they have going for them actually is that they give you a little bit of extra health. So what you can do is you can bring back, when you do backup strats, you can bring back one of the casters with a character other than Bosch, who does not have a... Bosch has a Phoenix lore, which means more HP on a revive with a Phoenix down. So you bring him back with someone else, and then you equip the Gaia hat after that. And suddenly they're in critical HP, Spellbreaker. So
You
it's
don't
a nice...
have to waste time just whacking them back to critical HP.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's a trade-off there for sure.
So
On top of the Gaia hats allowing you, because I believe they do give you a bit more magic damage.
A little bit more,
So
yeah.
it
A little
makes
bit more,
Sid 1
and they-
more consistent.
yeah,
I actually discovered that Sid 1 for me is not a damage roll because of the Gaia hats.
yeah, that would actually help because it's really close. Like it was only about a magic off anyway before, especially when they removed the magic from the route. But anyway, what he just bought there, he bought the Mirror Mail in that one, which is an armor that has almost twice the defensive, or maybe more than twice the defensive of shielded armor. Doesn't give you automatic protect, but instead gives you automatic reflect. So now instead of having to like do other shenanigans or dispelling to get reflect off of Bosch, we can just remove the Mirror Mail and put it back on in order to have him have reflect on. So this will be very useful for the Ahriman fight coming up in a couple battles here where we need to re-decoy Bosch mid-fight multiple times.
The tricky thing is remembering to take it off at the right time
Take
and
it off
putting it on
and
Yeah.
at
put
the
it back.
right
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. A lot of people forget to do Mirror Mail. My current PB forgets to put it on before the Sid 1 fight. So, you know, I like the Sid 1 fight. I think it's pretty scripted unless you forget to put Mirror Mail on at the start of the fight. Anyway, he also bought a few spells, Bio, Dispel, and Death. You still, yeah, you still buy Death in the red, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bio is the we were talking about earlier, is a neutral elemental damage attack for enemies that nullify or have damage from all magic abilities or all elements. Dispel will let us dispel some enemies later to try to get rid of like effects like Shell, mostly Shell actually.
Only Shell.
And also to help dispel Ash and Pinello, I think.
To recast
To recast Reflect and
Reflect,
things.
yes.
Yep. I don't remember if you actually need that for that anymore, but
It's used like once, maybe twice, depending on...
yeah, a lot. It's
Yeah.
used for in case backup strats. You have to recast Reflect, I imagine.
Also, we have
or-
to save, so
And
we
it's-
sometimes have to.
Also, yeah.
It's very important that you actually talk to this kid, because
Yeah,
otherwise...
this is kind of
yeah.
acts like a hunt, even though it's not an official hunt. But you get that nice little drawing. It's
If
cool.
you don't talk to the kid and you try to like go and fight the Mandies, the door is just gonna say, "Oh, it's locked,"
Yeah,
because
it
you have
gives
to
you-
get the key from this kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you forgot the key before in your run.
That one I raised my hand for. Definitely did that. And finally, he bought Death, which will be used for a very specific purpose near the end of the run. And we'll get to that when we get there. So he's just doing the setup for Mandragoras now, getting everyone back in Spellbreaker. Saved, I hope. I'll probably assume he did. Yeah, he did. Okay. And the Traveler we casted quite a bit ago should line us up about even to where we want to be for the Mandragoras fight. So the general idea for the Mandragoras fight is they all will split up and go to a separate corner, and then all try to gather in one corner of the fight again. Once they do that, we're going to load up Traveler. Usually, I believe at the start of the fight, Russo will cast Traveler on a Mandragora, and then wait for them to group up, and then try to run into range of the group right as they start. Usually, they'll start running at Bosch again. Usually, and. And hopefully he'll have targeted the right Mandragora, and they'll all be kind of grouped enough together that he can hit all 5 of them with a Traveler, and they will all die because they all happen to have like 9,900 HP or something like that.
They have just over 9,000.
Yeah, it's
just over 9,000.
Importantly,
it's closer
just
to the mean
under
number.
just under 10,000, enough to
Yeah.
that everything will get one shot with
We
Traveler.
can afford 1 level up from them, but that's about it. Any more and Traveler won't kill.
Yeah, you have to use a little bit extra magic to finish. Hopefully one of those moats, maybe. White Fang, yeah.
So yeah,
anyway.
this is a very, very dangerous and scary fight. It's
The problem
completely
is,
random too, because they can just run everywhere if they want to.
Sometimes, a lot of times, they'll just kind of randomly, like, they'll start coming after, and then just one or two of them will just peel off into another corner again.
And then
for
you hit one of them.
whatever reason.
And then
or
you hit one of them.
like the one that you targeted will be way off in another off the side, and you hit that one, not the other ones. And a lot of things can and usually does go wrong in this one, in this fight.
Do nothing.
All right,
That's what you want to do, definitely.
Serious moment.
Yep.
So, yeah.
We'll be quiet for this one.
Good luck.
Good
Do you want us
luck.
to keep talking? We can keep talking. Let's talk about memes. Talk about memes? We can talk about memes. Mandragores are free. We always get a 5-hit every single time, and this time is no different.
If you don't get a 5-hit reset.
Yeah. These also have the reason you don't want to do these normally is because they have a lot of AoE techniques that will go through Reflect and do a lot of really annoying statuses. So, so one of them broke off. He might be able to get 4 though here.
Yeah.
As long as his Traveler works out.
3.
Yeah, 3. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's good enough.
That'll do. So now he has the girls all set up, so he waits for one of them to target Bosch, brings Ash and Penella out, and does a quick round of Fire Reflect that should kill them. Fortunately, he's only ramming, so... And that other one decided to go into the corner again, which is very nice.
They have Scream and Pollen, which are both
AoE attack.
and you do not want the girls to get hit by them.
Chase him, I say.
Okay, regular attack, so we'll do it one more time.
Yeah.
He's going to get a channeling real quick to try to reduce the mana usage because he needs as much mana and get War Mage, actually, because he has War Mage.
Mage is more important.
Yes, it is.
Ooh.
Yep, because he needs all the mana he can get for the next fight. Great job.
We're not out of the woods yet. We're
That
not
was-
out of the woods yet.
No.
That's like a 50% of this dungeon.
Yep.
Not a
So that
50.
was
really good, though.
That was pretty much a textbook Mandragore's fight for how it went. Ideally, you get a 5 or even a 4, really, but for how you basically couldn't get more than a 3, that was great.
Yeah, like I'm a little bit more aggressive about approaching the Mandragores when they group up, and it works out for me.
Yeah, I do it a bit
time,
differently
but
as well. But
yeah, there are different techniques for that fight, and
I do it slightly slower, but
Yeah.
I think slightly more
it's
effective to me. But
it's not a sure thing no matter what you do.
Yeah.
it can control you. And trust me, before Traveler, it control you even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they hit you before Traveler with Pollen, for example.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Suddenly
So-
you're asleep and have all these bad status effects.
So he's gonna Traveler here to set up for 2 fights from now. I believe he's the Traveler chair, unless something changed
Yeah.
on me. Okay, cool.
Yeah, for Sid 1, because we do use Traveler in that fight, and that's the last main use for it. It's used after that as a backup.
I didn't see the number.
683.
They saw the number. Yeah, this is why Roostalol and Hoishin communicating to get the right Traveler number so Hoishin knows for Sid 1. And they might also be doing guild calculations, I'm not sure. Because I know they were, I think, barely had enough gil after the Fawn Coast menu to, like, it was pretty close. I think the minimum is 11,800 out for that menu. Or 12,4, okay. And then you use some for the, yeah. So you have to be able to, so after that Fawn Coast menu, you have to be able to afford a couple Chocobo rides, or no, I guess a Chocobo ride, and then a couple payments for story purposes in the next area, as well as one more spell we need to buy while we're going through Arcades, which is the next town we'll be coming up on, called Eroga, which is just AoE, which is a better arrow.
Yeah, and that chest that he picked up there could have had a officer's hat in it, which would have basically solved the gil issues right there. And if he gets the guy a hat, that kind of will as well.
Yep.
You can do some things like, I don't have an extra elixir, but if you had an extra elixir, you could sell that.
Good old guy hat.
Which, at this point, we'll either get a guy hat or an elixir, and that should be an extra elixir regardless, so. Barely enough, but enough. That's all. That tends to be the fastest runs in FF12 anyway, so. he's going to buff up Bosch here. That's definitely the build you want to use.
Berserk Ash. Oh yeah.
That's the
But
new
she's-
strat.
she's great,
so
so
with this
she's
new
fine.
Belias strat, you Berserk Ash, and for some reason that just clogs the ATB. She just starts casting Belias. It's really weird. The new bug we found in the game.
Wait, what are we doing? Or like 1, 2, 2, 2, 3,
Anyway,
3, 3,
so
Just kidding.
the actual new strat, or
1, 2, 2,
newer
3, 3
strat.
strats.
Figuring out strats on the fly here.
So in the beginning he's just gonna start reflecting Blizzard or fire off of himself onto Ahriman, which does damage. But after a certain threshold,
Blizzard,
Ahriman
actually, if the first two. Yeah, go ahead, sorry. sorry, keep going.
So after he hits a certain threshold, Ahriman will start teleporting away to make a clone of himself, and he does this in terms of phases. After every phase, newer phase, he makes more and more clones of himself. So in order to stop him from teleporting, we actually queue up Belias to clog his teleport. That way he won't just teleport away and we can get in more damage with more Fyras. This actually potentially can skip phases. And if we skip phases, we don't have to deal with him teleporting, making more clones while we go and have to rebuff ourselves, and he comes back, and then he has to teleport away, make more clones, comes back.
Yep. So he does the first 2 rounds with Glacial Styles here, so has to do less damage with Fyras, so he can do as much damage as he can with the 3rd round. And thus, as Solomon is saying, he will cast Belias here to stop him from teleporting away until he's done. Otherwise, a lot of the fire damage would just be completely wasted. So now while he's dividing, he's going to has a decoying cure on Bosch. Yep, he did enough damage in order to actually skip a phase here, so that Ahriman will do a split into another couple and skip straight to the 4 Ahriman phase. They brought Balthier out in order to save time on Bosch's decoy. Of course, you get the elixir.
Yep, that was.
So he's going to wait for this Phantasmal Gaze to go off because we don't like Phantasmal Gaze. So he's going to do manual cast a couple fires with Fyra with Ash here in order to get the kill on them, which procs the Headsman effect that we were talking about earlier, which will give her extra mana for killing the extra enemies, and thus she should have plenty of mana to finish this fight off with.
And it's worth mentioning that the real Ahriman has kind of a blur effect around it, so he's able to get Bosch near the real one to get more damage on it from the other cast that was happening there.
So he's trying to avoid Ahriman getting below the threshold in order to hit the next phase, so he can do the maximum damage he can with these 2 fires right here. So he got it perfect. So he waited for that.
That's perfect.
Yep. It's now one more quick refresh of Decoy and Protect while Ahriman splits into 8.
And then he's just going to manual cast for the finish.
And then he can look for the Shimmer effect of the real Ahriman when he comes back.
You could just manual cast too. It's at
and manual cast it.
Yeah.
Well, he's looked for the right one that way, but yeah. So he's going to wait for that, save some decoy by having Vaughn out, sit around, and this was exactly how the fight was supposed to go.
Ahriman is now consistent, boys, maybe.
No, because
Probably.
Phantasmal
It's
it will
actually
never be
hard.
consistent because Phantasmal Gaze.
Yeah.
That's true. It's slightly more consistent
He had to
now.
do a little bit of audibling there just because of that Phantasmal Gaze on the first phase there, I think. That kind of was a little annoying, I imagine.
And it's worth mentioning that the clones don't actually give LP, so there's no real reason to...
It's the one he targeted that you kind of saw the rings around. You can see the little extra shimmer effect there. And he's dead.
Doom right at the end.
Except for a dead Ash, unfortunately. Looks like one of the Ahriman. So the way the targeting works, if something's far enough away, they won't see the see Bosch like at all, and so it'll just target a random person next to you, which happened to be
Battle speed
Ash.
slow.
There's a lot of just traps in this corridor, and float mode makes it so you float above traps, which is very nice. That's why you cast it there. So what happened was one of the Ahriman targeted Ash from far away and killed her right as the finishing blow was coming in. So that's an issue because our Ash now lost a significant portion of HP, and yeah, or not HP, LP. which will mess up a little bit of their licenses later, but I believe they have plenty of backup strats for that.
Yeah, there are backups for most of this. Pretty much what it delays at this point, because she has War Mage, is mostly just channelings. It can be awkward for spells, but
she needs
she needs
bio.
Yeah, she needs more of a bio. So
I don't think she has bio yet.
yeah, I think that's 40 LP, right?
Yes. So I think that's what they're figuring out actually right now is how they're going to afford bio. Yeah. He's nodding at me like, yep, that's the issue.
Rats. Rats.
Rats.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh no.
Also, that ruins the Travelers. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
right. That does ruin Traveler.
You can just teleport and do jellies. Like, that's the thing.
Yeah.
The setup for Traveler after that is to hit the bat right before the crystal.
I mean, you can either farm guards with
Yeah.
Aroga or rats. Then again, you know, if he's gonna teleport to do jellies, he might as well just do rats.
I don't know what rats are.
It's like on the 67th floor.
Are you going to do jellies? Okay.
Yeah.
The Traveler is just the bat right before the crystal.
Yeah, that's an Order of Ambrosia strat because we do a bunch of stuff immediately after hitting old Arcades here because embroidered tippets, which are the accessory that doubles experience gain as opposed to LP gain, become available here. So we get those and we do some more jelly farming for more money that we need, and because at that point we need the experience more than we need the LP, it works out. And then the Sid fight just becomes really free at level 30-something.
Sid 1?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Because Sid 1's not free.
Whatever. Not gonna get into this.
At level 30-something, I would say yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah. In Order
yeah,
Ambrosia
yeah.
is pretty free. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, Hoishin is going through the next area, which now he would originally or usually have to worry about step count here, but now he doesn't. Think that's always nice because this area can be a little bit stressful a lot of times. Like when I run the game, I usually kind of get really stressed right about pretty much from jelly farming until after Sid 1. And then once Sid 1 is over, it's like, okay, I don't have to worry about Traveler steps anymore. I can just, and I've usually practiced it a lot more at that point as well, because like I said, I usually like to practice from Sid 1 to the end. So I just kind of relax and just go into the groove of, okay, we're going through the rest of the game now.
Yeah, I'll
Just
be honest.
do stuff.
I don't worry about Traveler steps here because I always seem to have to burn 100 steps or so once I get to Sid,
Yeah.
no matter what.
For me, it's like 300.
We've gotten a lot less tight on stuff.
Yeah, but
so.
you cast it like way later.
Cause it's hard. Movement is hard.
It's true.
Yeah, it's the last bat.
Frank, here's
on
what
the
you guys
way
are
out.
talking about now.
We were just talking about how to set up Traveler. I was telling him the OOA way.
Yeah, that's what I told him
Okay,
already when
okay,
you were
cool,
gone.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Running in circles.
so that fight, the whole damage manipulation thing went perfectly, but
Yeah. Unfortunately, that random Ariman decided to come whack.
Yeah, so
Ash in
Well,
the
I think
face.
I brought-
Decoy ran out.
Oh, did Decoy run out?
Yeah.
Wait, there's no way Decoy ran out.
I think it was because one of them teleported.
Yeah, it was
afterwards.
because one of them teleported.
Yeah, I
Because you
didn't-
recasted Decoy before the
Yeah,
thing,
I didn't turn the battle speed down for Vaughn, and so he died faster than normal,
Mm.
and so all the clones hadn't reappeared. And that's one of the annoying things about Ariman is when
Yep.
they teleport back to you, they might not teleport with Bosch in range. So even though Bosch has decoy, they might not target him, and so that can result in random deaths if you have the girls out when Ariman teleports back.
Slap.
Yeah, we've
So-
had a lot of issues in the past, just in general with Ariman. Ariman likes to cast a lot of magic abilities, and as we said before, if an enemy kills himself, you don't get the LP.
Yeah.
So,
And Ariman can kill himself.
and Ariman definitely can kill himself and has done on many a runner's occasion.
Yes.
Which, though, this new strat will definitely probably should avoid that a lot more.
Hopefully, yeah. Because
Theoretically.
it's just 2 hits at the end to
'Cause
kill
yeah,
him.
yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about standing there trying to get reflects.
Yeah.
Usually.
And Mazer Eye. Oh,
You don't have to kill
man.
clones.
And to kill
also.
clones.
But
The wonders of Mazerai.
the final part of the new strat is to leave the girls out in a specific spot, and hopefully they don't get
Yeah,
targeted.
I saw
But
that.
I didn't want to try that in the marathon. But unfortunately, the same results.
Only one of them died. It's fine.
Yeah, the ability Mazerai is a very high damage ability that Ahriman uses in its last phase after you've killed all the clones.
Yeah. And it can kill Bosch in one hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of a... If this is a rough part for a speedrunner, it's definitely a rough part in a casual playthrough as well, because you go from these fairly difficult Sojin Cave, even casual fights. So you've grinded quite a bit and make it through one fight. You still have to deal with Ahriman, which is like, what's he doing? There's so many of them, and now everyone's dead.
And the crystal bug, too, to trick you.
And oh yeah, and then there's a crystal bug in that zone that looks like a regular crystal. Then you hit it, it's like, oh, now he just killed
Attacks
my
you.
party.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there's actually a strategy to kill that for a safety save if you want it, but it's...
If we could have used that strat, we wouldn't have to farm jellies right now because we can't afford bio. So.
Yeah. So. Then on top of that, you go from there to here where you have to do this crazy mini game that's kind of semi-explained and kind of wild. And 600 gil, just enough.
Chops.
But yeah, chops.
Yeah, chops. Completely.
So this
it's usually consistent except for the first area where two guys that you have to talk to just walk off completely in random directions.
Yeah.
Only because of this cutscene. Because
So
while the cutscene is playing, they're just completely walking everywhere.
So I believe we're looking for the senior researcher, who's right there.
Yeah, that one. Perfect. You don't have to worry about step count. Yeah. He's supposed to be right
That was
there, but
was
it
that
said
the
it's
avid
that
reader. I
one.
guess that was the avid reader when I was thinking was the
That
senior
was
researcher.
yep, exactly.
See, this is why I didn't want to do chops.
So there's a lot of people that look fairly similar that you have to find, and okay, come on, person.
Yeah, so this
There she is.
whole quest, Ahriman fight, this whole quest, and going through
And then
Draklor
going-
is all on step count. So
Usually.
when you're learning the run, this is one of the hardest places to. But
Yep.
but since we have to go do extra farming anyway in between, we
I think he was
we
back
can
where
reset
you
the step
thought.
count.
I think that's him
No.
right there. Or is that gentleman? That's gentleman. Dang it.
No, he's always back in that corner.
So the other fun part of this yeah, there he is.
wow.
That's reasons.
What?
Jeez.
I've
So
never seen
this
it
is
me
actually
neither.
this is a perfect example of what I was about to say. Actually, so the other thing that this thing likes to do, if you like, sometimes just randomly swap people from where they were with another person because of just how the zones load in. Like, I'm not sure exactly why it happens, and it doesn't happen really that often. But I've done a lot of testing in this area, let's say, and I've seen it enough that it's like, okay, I don't know what's happening here, but like what happens there, avid reader was supposed to be kind of in a back corner, kind of pacing back and forth, but it got switched with another random NPC, and was taking that NPC's path instead, and it was just some other wild thing happened, but that can happen with a lot of different characters. Usually they'll be in one place, but in this case they were not.
I know it
Hoishin
happened to Skate one time where, you know, the old man that's up on the stairs? Somehow he teleported right by where the disguiser was. And then
Yeah.
Skate was like,
Yep.
how?
It will happen
I've seen 'em-
rarely enough that you're just like, wait, what? Huh, why?
I've seen him down there when I was doing Order of Ambrosia style chops, doing a whole bunch at once. In
So-
this area.
So something I realized right as I was about to fight Mateus is that getting confused and sleep on the girls is going to ruin the ruin the cursor for
Yes,
later
it
on.
is.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was about to fight Mateus, and I'm like, wait a second. If I go to Green Magic on Penelo, am I going to get sleep or am I going to get oil? So I had to put on a weight to make sure I was going to get oil. Didn't
Yeah.
want to reflect sleep on Mateus. Don't think that would have worked so well.
No.
Yeah, that's one of the things you just got to deal with in marathons, really,
Yeah.
if you're doing incentives like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, these two are very used to having their magics in a particular spot, so they can do a lot of these fights on active. Like usually, most of us can get through Mateus on active because you just
Yeah.
walk up, have oil ready to go because it's the only ability on green magic.
Yep.
And then just
Yep.
turn on gamuts and go. But
Yep. Use a potion.
Yeah, use a potion.
That was
Yeah.
chops.
For the most part, the first place you really need to use weight is Ahriman.
Yeah.
And you don't even need to there, but you'd have to be
Yeah.
suicidal to try and do the whole thing with active. It's possible to get pretty far, but you have to use weight.
You'd
at
have
some
to be
point.
Very
Tass.
Yeah. I think Kaz has actually done the whole fight on active because he said he practices on active until he can't handle it anymore.
Yeah, final phase, he said.
Oh, final phase. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe with this. Actually, I think with the new strat, you could do it.
It would be more
on active because you just stand there and target them manually.
Yep. You just have to be really on top of your timing so you don't accidentally actually cast
Well,
blast.
that would be the hard part. But
Yeah.
with the new strategy though, the real argument is always the second one to teleport back every single time. It's kind of cool.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it might be because it's like a time-based thing.
I think it's because the real one splits, and then the ones that split, but he
apart.
just comes back after splitting.
But
so.
usually he like waits a bit and like. Oh, it seems like
I
it splits another. I don't know. It's really weird.
Yeah. Always the second, but
we're finding more and more things about the AI in this
for
game
sure,
all the time.
For sure. Literally, like 3 days ago, this strategy was invented. So
exactly. Working out the kinks.
But it seems to be safer, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I definitely like it. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to mess around with it for sure.
Yeah. Like literally, that's the best I came up with in a couple days. So if you can come up with anything better, so the damage rolls, I do 2 rounds with glacial staves. You could also do a round with fire and flame staves, and then 2 extra spells. That also works. It's the same damage.
And ATB reset. Yeah.
Yeah. But that ATB reset, when also having Belias queued, I didn't like that as much as just doing glacial staves. Also, you get more MP back if you do glacial staves.
Did we go like full in depth into ATB resetting yet?
Wait, what?
Did we ever go full in
Yeah,
depth?
because we're talking about
I know we talked about
Belias.
it. But yeah.
Yeah. Just to reset.
Yeah. I mean, it does a lot more.
So
than
I guess
that sometimes.
I guess another important thing is that if anyone is ever targeted, you can't take them out of the party, and so sometimes you have to ATB reset to remove the targeting. So Hoishin's just setting up the gambits for jellies again, just to do a little bit more farming.
Yeah, this time, even though he doesn't have Larsa here for potions, because he has the better armor, it's not nearly as dangerous for the girls.
The
or Bosch for that matter.
Dino is still a little bit dangerous, but the mirror mail, he takes like 0 damage.
Yeah, basically the Dino.
Dino can still one-shot Bosch.
5%.
Yeah.
I had it happen twice in one run once.
Does not surprise me.
Twice in one run, or twice in one run through the area.
Twice in one run through the
Here
thing.
it is, boys.
Oh! Sorry, that was my bad.
Anyway, I've also had that happen twice in one
Good
run.
job, Freddy.
We were just asking for it. Apologies for the loud noises.
So that was 0 damage, but it still instantly killed him.
Yeah.
I'd like to point out.
I was about to mention how I had a Cerberus in the Feywood. Wait, is the Feywood or is the Gomor?
Bosch won't actually take any damage unless he gets poisoned, by the way, so you're probably fine. That was.
We got to showcase the Sonic Fangs. Next, it's going to be the Gear Veganist that does it.
Oh yeah, there's still that one boss.
With Mirror Mail, the only way that the jellies can actually do anything to you is to confuse you. That is literally the
Poison.
only thing they can do. No, because poison is a spell. That reflects.
Oh, it reflects?
Yep.
That's funny.
In fact, this is
bat poison. That's what it was.
Yeah,
That's what usually does damage.
And in fact, this is actually, it's possible to auto level here. The safest way is to get Mirror Mail on everyone, and then if you want to, if you don't mind it being a little bit slower,
That's
you can get
28
Bowline
LP.
Sashes, which are immunity to confuse, and then you just cast Break on everything, and they just keep respawning because they're not quote-unquote killed.
Yep. Got enough LP on Ash and Penelo, so we can continue on with the run proper.
Penelo way ahead.
Penelo has way enough, yeah. She got all the LP.
Yeah.
Just getting extra HP on Bosch to make this next boss a little bit safer.
Yep.
These are licenses we would get later, but you can do it now or then. Doesn't really matter.
I mean, Sid 1 is something.
Swiftness isn't that big of a deal for Sid 1 because
Yeah.
But the
He just
150
loves
HP can
potions.
make the difference between
probably.
a damage roll from his gun. Guns have pretty high
definitely.
variance in the amount of damage they do.
Plus
Not to
crits.
mention crit.
Yeah.
That's just the scariest part of the fight is if he decides, hey, I want to double crit you.
So yeah, Traveler on the bat here.
Yep.
That's something I like to forget on when I do OA runs. Notes in my notes.
Yeah.
275.
We got the kill too.
Extra LP.
Peg chomp.
So yeah, that actually wouldn't have
RPG
been
what?
horrible. It could have just burned like 150 steps or something and been right back where you wanted to be.
Got a few donations here. We've got $10 from Gjolberg. It says, greetings from Norway. It's nice being able to see the best Final Fantasy game being run. Also, happy birthday.
Oh my god.
Hey, it didn't specify who. We've also got $2 from the monster with the multicolored hair behind the couch. Says, here's another $1 for each Gaia hat not bought during the run. And $100 from Gnul, who did not leave a comment, but we appreciate your donation.
So
Okay.
now we reach the point in the game where enemies start doing a lot of damage to you as you
Yeah.
run by them.
You start
Yeah.
becoming underleveled again at this point.
Yeah.
We were kind of, well, we're a little bit underleveled for Arim in that area.
And you get like your armor falls behind too. Like you
Yeah.
start,
Yeah.
but now you get mirror mail, but now your mirror mail is not good enough anymore.
Yeah.
As you run through, and you take damage fast. So we're gonna be running
Yep.
through Draclor, but he's gonna protect himself to
Make it a bit safer.
make it a bit safer. Mostly you need this protect in case this elevator opens,
Yep.
and we'll see what happens if the elevator opens. But it just means
Elevator troll.
yeah, we call it the elevator troll. It just costs 10 seconds, but it's 10 seconds to just stand and take damage, which is
Yeah.
pretty brutal.
And something actually Hoishin, I believe, did there is set up the menu for the damage gen that will be
Yep.
happening at the end of this.
Yep.
So that's another example of things you can just do while on the run to get ready for later. Because even if you switch to a different submenu, if you go back to that submenu, it'll still be where you were at, I think. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of times in a full speed run of this non-marathon, you will be just running through this. Don't really worry about protect. Don't usually even really worry about heals that much, depending on what happens, and just trying to get to the end without anything bad happening, which lots of bad things can happen in this run. So we're taking a bit safer on the way through here. But this part is, and once again, a fairly annoying part for casual run because you're not sure where everything is. You have to do kind of a little doorway maze where you have to open some doors, which close other doors. And fortunately, there's not any enemies in each of these rooms, but there are a lot of enemies in between. And he'll be coming up on 2 elevators. The first one coming up right around this corner here, both of which enemies can just kind of randomly open the elevator and come out of, and you can't actually enter the elevator to go up until...
There it is.
That's the ding of someone's at the elevator. So now he has to spam as many potions as he can. Fortunately, he's on slowest battle speed and not many instants are happening.
Yeah,
And
we
wait
think-
for it to close.
We think this is about a 30% chance.
The girls get completely wrecked here, but it's totally meaningless. They're just
They're just there to get hit at
just
this point.
there to absorb. Because Bosch is the one who needs to be tanking for the rest of the dungeon, so having the girls take hits just means hits he's not taking, which is nice.
You pretty much assume that you're going to hit the save crystal before Sid, even if you're not going to save, just to heal.
One other thing I like to point out here is that in ICJS, the Mystic Armor has much higher defense than in Vanilla. We actually have one of the better Mystic Armors available, and the girls still get wrecked here.
I believe it.
So they buff the Mystic Armor and the Light Armor damage or the defense values in ICJS.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, because
Especially if we end up using those guys.
in Nikki's route, you use a Samurai who uses Mystic Armor, and so even though it's a Samurai, it's Mystic
has-
Armor, but it still
okay.
has really good defense.
Nice.
And the Katana is based off of magic and strength stats. So.
Yeah, katanas in this version are also based off magic as well as strength, but strength is by far the more important of the two in the formula.
Yeah, the way stats work with a lot of the attack weapons in this, each class of weapon is kind of based off of primarily strength in most cases. Some of them only strength, but also some have like some buff with speed, some buff with magic. I don't know if any of them buff with vitality or anything.
Oh, I think one of them does.
Like maybe maces?
I have no idea. I think maces is magic.
I don't know if any weapons buff vitality, but equipment certainly does. There are a couple that do.
Right.
So right now we're just opening these bulkheads, which control where you can go in this laboratory, and we're just going through the fastest route to get to the boss. The interesting thing is the boss that's coming up is Sid-1, and he's a scary boss. The thing that makes him scary is he is surrounded by these 4 rooks, and you have to kill the rooks fast because if they finish their buffing, they start to do damage very quickly, and decoy wears off, and then everyone starts to die, and it falls apart very quickly. So there's 2 phases to the fight. The first phase is just kill 1 rook as fast as possible, and the second phase is kill the rest of the rooks. So basically what we want to do is have a single round of bios from both girls reflect entirely onto 1 rook, and that's basically what we're looking for.
Unfortunately, that's a little bit of a damage roll.
It's a little bit of a damage roll. It shouldn't be too bad. We have
Unless
good.
you have Gaia hats.
Yeah.
Or sorcerer's gear all the way around. Yeah.
But it's like 10% or so.
It's a low chance.
It's
yeah.
pretty low chance with this setup we have. If we were lower level, it'd be a bigger problem. But it should. But so the hard part will probably be getting them all to hit 1 rook. But if we get that and we don't get the damage roll, we'll be set.
Yep.
Even if we get the damage roll, we can recover. And then the second part is actually pretty straightforward. It's just bio all the rooks, traveler everything, and then kill them.
The first part is usually where things go wrong in this fight.
Yeah.
Second part is pretty much a script that you follow to kill it.
Yeah, it's only if you're over aggressive really that it becomes a problem in the second phase. Or if you get like back-to-back crits and you're not ready for it.
This reminds me I need to find a better spot for that traveler before this fight. Because it is a little bit short.
Cling, cling.
So yeah, another nice thing about this fight is you don't need to move much. So you can go in with basically like 10 extra steps, and that's all you need.
You do have to take a 1 step forward, though. Otherwise, a bio will just randomly throw away onto like a different rook instead of the 1 rook you're trying to focus.
There's a few different strategies at the start of this fight on how to line up your party so that the bios will all hit the same rook. Because that can definitely be a problem.
So you'll notice here, Hoishin just waited until action appeared on his on that bio before taking off Mirror Mail. Even though even though Blizzard was still going, he could take off Mirror Mail with no problem.
Yep. So buffing, putting Mirror Mail back on.
Everything looks good. Everything's set up.
Yep. Except for Gambits, because jellies.
And bio now.
Yep.
Gambits look good. Battle mode wait because you have to be able to stop time in this part.
Yeah, it's actually pretty important.
Yes, definitely.
You need to have the actions queued in such tight sequence for it to work out properly.
Yep, so Hoishin will be lining up his characters how he likes them, throwing usually a potion with Bosch at the start. Oh, he does it this way. Okay, interesting.
It looks good, I think.
It should be fine. So he should...
Damage roll.
Yep.
No damage roll. Sweet.
No damage.
All right, good fight. Yeah, it looks good.
So we're in the second phase.
So getting to that phase is scary, but if you get it right, it looks super easy. And now Sid can get shell, and if he gets shell, you have to deal with that. But he doesn't have shell now, so it's no problem. And we can just finish the fight.
Yep.
Rook D-Strats.
So he casts 2 bios, just direct casting, and then cast Traveler.
Steps are good. Traveler hit for everything. All the rooks are dead.
You know, as long as Bosch doesn't get crit here, yep, we're good.
Even if
it crit, yeah, sure.
He might not have died, and even then, it's easy recovery. So.
Yep.
Yeah, you may have noticed that the rooks did not take 9,000 some damage. That's because they have a damage resist property.
0.7.
So, yeah. Right here, what he's doing is he's just making Sid take a slightly different route, which allows more effects to hit him.
Yep. So he didn't re-equip his weapons here in order to set up for the next damage down before the next fight, because you don't need the full damage in order to do it. So
that was clean.
Perfect fight.
Very
Perfect
clean.
Clean.
Yeah. You definitely made that look very easy. Many good
really
runs.
easy. What are you
Many
talking
good
about?
runs. If anyone wants to see how hard this fight can be, watch Fredda's PB.
Just watch or my PB.
It
I
was
lost
easy
5 minutes
until I
to the
forgot
guy.
Mirror Mail.
Lost 5 minutes to the guy, man.
And it was still record.
Yeah, it was.
For not very long, but
Didn't it have a pee break too?
It had a P break before Fenrir.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It had a late game P break. Yep. Good times.
Those were the days when the world record was really free.
Yeah, the world record was free, and the world record is still free apparently.
How would the meme
Or
go?
is it not free anymore?
No, how would it go? Remember when the world record was free? World record was never free.
Yeah, world record's never free.
Got $2.
The world record was always free. Come on. Sorry, Ben.
$2.75 from Roostalol 206. Says just making sure Hoishin doesn't forget his traveler number.
I got you, buddy.
And we've also got $20 from Anonymous, so thank you for that. Keep them coming, folks. I have been pretty impressed with the late night donations from y'all. Let's push that number past 65K.
Just do it.
Almost there.
No.
So we're mostly going to be running through here. We could buy some stuff, but we don't have any money, so we're not going to bother. You don't really need... This next section coming up, you really don't need much of anything for curables. You can technically get through here with basically one potion. It looks like Hoishin's going to buy a couple anyway, just for safety. Yeah, you do that. I'll give my vaccine for the thing. Okay, that works.
Only one vaccine?
Just for curse. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Because after that curse, you'll have Remedy Lore 3 on Bosch. So
True.
Oh, right, because you don't get Rem Lords early anymore.
And we have so much extra LP, we can probably get Rem Lore soon on him anyway.
So yeah, there's the next boss uses an ability that can cause
everything
on you.
But
usually it doesn't happen, but sometimes it does.
Yeah. If you're 0, it's never happened to you, and you just don't worry about it. But
it's never happened to me.
Yeah,
it's happened to me once.
It's pretty rare.
happened to me.
Yeah.
I got cursed by Rafflesia.
Yeah. When it happens, it's brutal. You can fix everything with the remedy except for disease. And if you get disease, you have to touch the crystal. And in the speed run, touching this crystal sucks, basically. So we get the vaccine to avoid touching the crystal.
Yeah, we're pretty much to the point where we just don't want to ever touch a crystal, so we don't have to keep critting down the girls.
Yeah, except obviously the teleport crystals.
We'll do it a little bit. We'll do it probably. He might do it once or twice extra just for safety.
I think we're gonna do a tyrant save and a Hashmal save.
I'd be surprised if you didn't save for tyrants.
Oh, and also Hydro, because it's free save.
Yeah. Those were pretty much the ones that I did at my NASA run, and that almost
that's what I did the
that almost came back to bite me because I was an idiot and didn't immobilize Redis for the Fenrir fight.
So this next boss, Rafflesia, is pretty straightforward. You just he's weak to wind, and we just bought Aroga, the best wind spell. So we're gonna use 2 rounds of Aroga as plenty damage to kill him. He has one move in the middle, Nectar Volley.
Yep.
It doesn't do too much damage, so we just tank it.
Yep.
Theoretically, I think he can kill you if he does a really big combo and then Nectar Volleys. But I've literally never seen. I think his max combo might not even be high enough.
I've seen,
especially at full 8 points.
I've seen a full combo, well, not necessarily full combo, but I've seen it basically spend the whole fight comboing Bosch. And it might have been able to kill him, I don't know, but it didn't because he blocked a couple of them. And it never even got Nectar Volley off.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny.
He can block Nectar Volley, though. That's why he's nice.
Yeah. So Nectar Volley happens, he's forced to use it, and then you can tank it. So all of his other scary moves can't be used, because he gets a move, you get a move, he gets Nectar Volley, you kill him. That's all there is to it.
The main gimmick of the fight, though, is that he constantly is draining mana from the party during it, and that if the fight takes too long for whatever reason, this is one of those fights where a lot of new people mess it up by trying to just heal Bosch.
Yeah.
But if you heal Bosch, then you lose you're clogging it up for the Arogas, because 2 Arogas will completely clog up the ability queue. And then the caster runs out of mana before getting Aroga off, and then everything goes terribly. So basically sit there and let Arogas go off.
Yeah. And one thing that's kind of
Sonic Fangs?
No, you can get hit by Sonic Fangs from those Cerberus though. Those are the Cerberus. There are also Tartarus in this area, which are also kind of a wolf area. But the thing I was going to say that's kind of funny about that MP drain is that it's proportional to your total MP. It's percentage based.
Yep.
So it's actually better to not have.
No, it's based on your base max MP, I think.
Yeah. Well, yeah, basically. Yeah. Same thing. It's
well, it's not how much MP you have now, because it doesn't slow down as it gets slower.
Yeah.
Right. But adding Mystic Armor doesn't increase the rate.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. So it's like
it's subtle.
Having more mischarges is actually a bad thing.
It's bad, yeah.
Because you proportionally drain more MP effectively.
So Cherry Staves because he's weak to wind.
Who has the drain? Oh, okay.
Mirror Mail to reflect everything, and we're ready to go.
Yep.
So
we want to go in with Bosch only just to avoid having him randomly target one of the girls because but you start kind of slightly just outside of its range.
Also, Curse could hit everyone.
Also,
Yeah,
he has
would
a
be
couple
brutal.
AoE spells.
And the MP drain.
So just a physical attack. So this should
MP
be-
drain happens in the... Or no, it doesn't happen.
But if it uses a long move, then you can have too much MP drain.
Oh yeah, and also if he uses toxicity, I think it is, that'll affect all the girls and it'll be bad. So do more than half the damage. He's forced to use Nectar Volley. It's a pretty free fight. Didn't block it. That's why we have remedies, and he's dead.
It's like a 4 combo and a Nectar Volley might kill, but I don't think you can actually
But
has
then
a chance to
if he
cast
does
it.
the combo, you can just put the Viking coat on. So it doesn't matter.
Nectar Volley is countered by Viking Coat.
So now we
Water
immobilize 2 people because we need to, like I said, enemies are going to start being pretty brutal to us now, so we're going to despawn them using the same trick we were using earlier. So Pinello immobilizes our 2 useless characters.
Yeah, particularly the behemoths and some of the other enemies that appear in the next area past the Feywood and Gearvagan itself. But in this area, it's primarily the behemoths, but the other ones still have enough nasty stuff that we may as well just despawn them to save the potions. Not in this area, but starting in the next area. And there goes the X potion, I guess.
Rip X potion.
Worth it.
Yeah, it's a good use.
It is, but, you know.
Bosch doesn't take any damage this section, it's fine.
Hoishin's going to run by the Gearvaganus like a man. That's why I use the X potion.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, the Gearvaganus is
Actually,
the area after this. It's a dinosaur that can randomly spawn and cannot be despawned. And it has caused some interesting shenanigans.
Yeah.
There, Let's Get Pitted, who has a really, really funny highlight where the Gearvaganus almost ended his run, and it was saved because, was it Pinello or was it Ash?
I think it was Ash.
Yeah, I think it was Ash, who
Blocked,
had,
right?
with her staff, 8% chance,
So
blocked
enemies?
an attack. And if she hadn't done that at that point, his run would have died.
Yeah.
He still ended it because of time loss, but still.
Yeah, so here the little gimmick is we just go to all these little gazebos and then just spin the camera around to find which is the right way by seeing which way it lights up. And we just follow that. And then this next gazebo up here has the behemoths in it, which do a lot of damage. The rams hit for like 1,000 something.
Yeah.
So it's pretty brutal, but they can be despawned, so hello behemoths.
Yeah, Ram is an instant that is
Goodbye behemoths.
more powerful than your basic, more powerful than like Lunge and Gnaw, which are your more basic instant moves.
Yep. Yeah, you can get through this zone with only 1 immobilized, but to save a little bit of time and just make everything a bit safer, took him out of the party real quick.
Yeah, just save a little bit of time and then immobilize.
Yep.
Fran is used for this area. Bosch is used, or Balthier is used for the next one. Fran is used for this one because we actually use her for the next fight, and so we want her immobilized to wear off before the next fight.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we re-immobilize Fran and Vaughn, I believe.
Yeah, the next fight
Or no, do you use Pinello and Ash now?
For what?
For the steps?
Fran, Pinello, Ash.
Fran, Pinello, Ash, okay.
Yeah, about that dinosaur,
Wait.
I had a few runs almost
Balthier?
died at it too.
I don't know.
Pinello, Ash?
Yeah, looks like it. Yep. Okay, yeah, so no Gearvaganus today.
Yeah, we got the post spawn.
Do you want to go for the
This is the
Insanguine
safe
Shield?
route.
This is the easiest way to get the Insanguine Shield if you want to go for it. It's just to the left over here, but
Insanguine Shield strats.
there's a chest in the Feywood that has a 30% spawn chance that has like a 95% block rate. So you can put it on for some of the later bosses and block all of their attacks, make it a little bit safer.
And this is our the only time you will see an actual casting animation for Belias.
Yeah.
I would have said this is our only use for Belias, but that's not actually true anymore.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Ariman, Belias.
Espers are useful for more than one thing now.
Yes.
I'm actually working on a strat for Mateus, too.
All right.
Yeah.
Trying to, like-
Safer version of the no Dawn Shard. Just try and freeze Mateus so he can't hit you. But we'll see how that goes. So now we enter the lost city of Gearvagan.
So yeah, the next fight is Daedalus, and it has an elemental weakness that we can't really take advantage of. It's holy. not cure magic, specifically holy.
Yep.
So there's one spell that deals holy damage, and that is holy itself. It takes up the whole effect capacity, has a hilariously long animation, and we don't even have access to it yet.
Yeah. And single target? You said single target?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Yeah. You know the first thing I'm going to try
Well, I
when
didn't
Zodiac
actually-
Age comes out?
I didn't actually specify,
Okay.
but yeah.
Triple Holy. I really want to see Triple Holy.
But yeah, so we're using. You might wonder
so-
why we're using Fran, but we're using Bio as the damaging spell. Fran is in here to cast Confuse on it because you may remember a few hours ago we mentioned Underflow as a glitch.
Yep.
There is
very
a,
important.
there's a hit chance underflow for status magics in this game. Right now, Fran is so low level and her magic is so low compared to Daedalus's vitality stat that she has less than a 0% chance for Confuse to work when she casts it. Which, of course, means that it's, I don't know, probably like
100%.
240-something right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
So it's guaranteed to hit, and we're just going to use a Confuse loop. And the main risk here is actually that Daedalus offs itself and robs you of its LP. So we actually have a little bit of a damage timing on that to try to make sure that doesn't happen. That's also why I believe he still has no. Okay, he's doing something a little bit different than what I do. He's still...
Yeah, so as you can see, this fight is extremely free. Once you get the underflow going. That's actually, underflow is going to be something we use for...
party.
Most of the bosses, or several bosses coming now, we're going to be underflowing different spells. Also, it looks like we're not going to get the suicide.
Yeah. Looks like he times the spells a little bit differently as opposed to what I do, which is using the cherry staves for the first couple casts, which has a similar effect overall.
Yeah, I used to just refresh a bit early on the last cast for when I had to switch to golden amulets, but that's not a strat anymore.
As long as you're there casting Bio and Confuse, that fight's pretty
Pretty much, yeah.
So now we're just going to traverse across these the water steps as quickly as possible using the despawning to get rid of these scary enemies. See how good is Reflect timing. Oh, perfect. Reflect wears off and immediately immobilize. So this is the only scary behemoth. Tail swipe is bad.
Very bad.
Yeah.
The only scary behemoth in this area, and the worst possible move. Pretty standard for FF12.
The fortunate thing about that is that he can immediately go into the menu, bring a different character in, and that character will come in past the behemoth already.
Luckily, he did not roost a warp here, so he's still at the right place.
Yeah. The Roost Warp is if you mess it up and you get sent back. It is not something you want to do in your run.
Yeah, one really scary thing that can happen here is this is the new thing we've been doing, is using Cure to immobilize instead of bringing out a immobilized character. Most of the big optimizations we have in this run involved not changing the party just because it takes a while. So we're Cure warping instead of immobilize warping, so we don't have to change the party. But there's an Intite that wanders these areas, and if the Intite sees you casting Cure, he gets really mad. And oh, here he is.
There it is. Yeah.
So he wasn't in the right spot. Yeah.
This is a quote-unquote weather effect for heavy mist, which is why the Entite is there. That Diacon Entite will mess you up.
Hi, Entite.
Casting magic. But fortunately, it is by default not hostile.
Yes, this one is not.
Most of them.
The next one.
One of them is not.
The next one is
and
a
only in
real
that
jerk.
specific spot.
Yeah, the Undine Entites that can spawn in the Pharos are default hostile.
Yes. And we may encounter one of those.
Yeah.
We'll see. So the really only unfortunate thing about Fran dying, or Fran and Ash dying, is now Ash has to attack herself again because she's not Spellbreaker.
Except that I think we're safety saving before Tyrant anyway.
Yeah,
So-
okay, yeah, perfect, yeah.
So it doesn't even matter.
Otherwise, that would be the only
So,
issue.
so Tyrant is coming up. Tyrant is a very scary boss. We confuse Underflow him as well. However, he attacks much faster than Daedalus. And Daedalus gets stuck trying to Darkra you, so even when you confuse him again, he's just stuck trying to cast a spell. Tyrant, on the other hand, can lunge in between confuses.
Or Fireball.
Yeah.
or Fireball, and
Fireball isn't too scary, though.
he can also lunge combo you to
Usually
death at the start of the fight, and he can also Sonic Fangs you, which we've seen can kill you in one hit.
Yep.
So there's a lot of things Tyrant can do to kill you. It's not too bad to recover from usually, but it can go pretty poorly because Fran, Vaughn, and Bosch can they all have low enough vitality or low enough magic that they can underflow his high vitality. But we still save anyway just because Zero has the split name of scariest boss in the run.
Yeah,
because he is a very scary boss.
He is. Whenever I'm doing a run like this, it's very scary because you don't want to go into it because it takes a long time to have to re-crit down everybody and do all that stuff and save.
Yep.
So you don't want to do it, especially in a run. One of the safety saving is.
Yeah, one of the fortunate things about Tyrant though is that you have a pretty long run up to the boss, so it's actually not that bad to
with no
re-crit.
hostile enemies.
Yeah.
He's not a hard boss. He's just scary because he can do bad things.
Exactly.
Yep.
The strategy is actually quite easy. It's just
Plus, there's this fun little mechanic in the game where the ATB is a little bit random. It can actually charge at a random variance of speed. So if it happens to just go a little bit too slow, which is why we get the extra swiftnesses on Bosch to try to avoid that, he will get just enough time to get an extra lunge in or something to kill a caster or Bosch.
Yeah, Tyrant is actually a really super annoying boss to me, specifically because he's weak to ice, and he's the only boss in the run that's weak to ice. And so that boss is the only reason, really, you have to buy Glacial Staves.
Yeah, we have, Skate specifically tested it with Bio, which is pretty much the only viable alternative thanks to its resistances.
That, but also Blizzard without Glacial Staves is also a possible alternative.
Yeah,
actually, I think it's a little bit better than Bio, but neither one's happy.
Either way, it's like a minute plus that you lose, and you have to use ethers.
Yeah.
So
at least one ether, and we have no ethers right now. So good thing.
It's not ideal, but
4 elixirs though?
This is still
5
the
elixirs.
best. Yeah, this is still the best solution. Yeah, and you wouldn't want to use an elixir in these fights, not because you care about the extra elixirs, really, but because you don't want to heal them out of Spellbreaker.
So these bosses that were all confused, underflowing, have the exciting thing of Daedalus can kill himself. Tyrant can also kill himself. Because he also attacks for about 1,200 damage. So if that 1,200 damage happens right at the end of his life bar, he's going to kill himself, and you lose all that LP, and it's pretty annoying, but actually I think our LP situation is good enough now that it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Everything can kill itself, and we'd still be okay.
And you notice the swiftnesses on the girls as well. That's more for Shemhazai, the next one.
It just helps everything. It makes it go faster.
Shemhazai is a long fight, and there's a little bit of a tight timing at the end.
Probably have time for donation while he's doing
Yes.
this.
Yeah, if we need donations.
Caught him at a bad time.
Yeah, we've got a $20 donation from Icer107, who says, "Hello, runners, couchers, and audiencers. Greetings from Norway. I've been following the event for a little while and was looking forward to the FF12 run. Instead of fighting over which Final Fantasy is the best Final Fantasy, I want to give props to the original Final Fantasy for giving us this amazing series with both highs and lows. Putting these gil towards the Oathkeeper cutscene glitch in Kingdom Hearts, because cutscene glitches are simply the best. And Solomon, when is your birthday?"
5 months ago.
Speaking of 5, we've got a $5 donation from Kaio's Little Monster, who said, "Here's a $5 to show off the awesome save crystal before Hydro."
The best save crystal for reasons.
Yeah.
Well, I hope someone
$50.
shows it off.
Yeah, we can show it off pretty easily, actually.
$50 from Before Achilles, who said, "Thank you for streaming for such a wonderful cause. Please keep up the great work. Nothing is more important than mental health, and we all need to take the time to realize that. And great job on FF12, by the way. I played through it once, and that was enough for me. You're making me want to play through it again."
So when I started running this game, the world record was 6 hours and 35 minutes by Let's Get Pitted, and we're actually on better pace than that run right now. Despite everything that's happened, and
Fighting 2 extra
fighting
bosses.
Elder Worm. Well,
And
actually the Demon Wall
didn't really take much.
Yeah, because it didn't take much time and actually helped us get. We wouldn't have the guild if we didn't fight it.
And Jelly's 3.
Jelly's 3 didn't help. Yeah,
Jelly's
Ahriman
3.
killing Ash.
Yeah, that just goes to show how far this game has come in the last year and a half.
So here we see Hoishin taking the easy way out and using ATB weight. So a lot of these bosses that we have to confuse underflow spawn with Shell, and Shell ruins the underflow. So the girls are too far away now, so this is a little bit of a problem, but it should be okay. Just move everyone in.
Yeah, this is actually a perfectly acceptable position.
As long as Ash Reflects hit, we should be
Yeah.
good. Yep. All right, so Bosch will be a little bit low on MP, but it should be okay.
Fortunately, this is a heavy mist area, so running around in circles is extra effective.
So you'll notice that we always keep the whole party close together. That's just so we always get all of the reflects from the spells at all times.
Just in case, yep.
Trying to keep our distance from Tyrant to avoid the possibility of him just pulling out a lunge between two of these confused self-attacks.
Yeah, there are actually two ways to go about this. You can either keep your distance a little bit like this, or you can basically have Bosch rub up against Tyrant.
Close.
Yeah.
Close, but no. We got him.
Yeah. That was almost a suicide.
Yeah.
Yep. A lot of us are trained to kind of see which number comes up. And
Yeah,
we're looking
exactly.
for the bigger number to be a
Exactly.
blast.
The 1200 would have been a suicide. The 4800 is the one that came up, so that's us.
Yeah. So the reason that basically giving Tyrant a hug also works is because it takes a little bit of time for the spell to travel from Bosch to Tyrant, and by it being up close, that time is reduced, which you can either be out of range of its attack, should that happen, or you can just be really close and not have the attack happen to begin with. Both are, from all we can tell, about the same.
Get your... Mirror mail.
Yeah.
That thing. Black
Black
Mass.
Mass.
That's some extra money, so we get a lot
Yes,
more
that's really
explosions for
Yeah.
us, because
So-
they'll definitely want them.
These cats are actually pretty dangerous.
Yes.
It may not look like not a whole lot of runners have died here, except me.
3 times.
And that's because these cats have a move called Hell Blaster. What that
Blaster's
does...
also pretty bad.
Yeah.
Annoying, yeah.
What Hell Blaster does is it essentially just one-shots you.
Yeah.
It inflicts pretty much every negative status ailment.
I've died here in
He
practice, but not in a run.
Yeah.
So that's worth mentioning. So
Yeah,
I was
Bosch
being
was.
extra
Yeah.
aggressive.
I definitely don't like this zone. Let's go with that.
Yeah, and you want to make sure Bosch is not silenced at the end. I
Slow
wouldn't
definitely
care-
helps with this as
Yeah.
well.
Yes.
I wouldn't-
It doesn't give the cats time to cast Darkra or Thundaga.
Yeah.
So.
Mhm.
Yeah, they have piercing magic, which means all their spells pierce through reflect.
Yeah,
So-
you'll find that a lot with a lot of these later bosses.
I mentioned it was amusing that Hoishin got stuck with all of the mashing parts coming from the version that doesn't have mashing. The Japanese version also has less aggressive Ozes, so he's stuck with the with Ozes he's not used to running against. The Ozes don't. I don't even think they have Hell Blaster in the JP version.
Wow.
So once again, here we're doing some warping. Here we use potions instead of cure because when we warp back to Bosch, we'll notice that he has not taken the battle stance, whereas Vaughn did. And so it saves, like half a second using the potions instead of the cure.
It's an animation quirk
Yeah.
because he's constantly in an animation because he's using a 0 charge time item,
Yep.
as opposed to using Cure where his ATB would be charging and he would be able to change stance while that was happening.
Taking a quick glance at the inventory.
Yeah, just seeing what is that.
Definitely want some more Phoenix Downs probably before.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Hellblaster. Hey.
Oh,
yes, no
nice.
problem.
Yeah.
So Hellblaster has basically 4 different combinations of effects it can do. It can do nothing. It can miss.
Yep.
It can do only damage. It can do only statuses, or it can do both damage and statuses.
Yeah.
Yeah, it only does both when you're on good pace.
Of course. Yeah.
So he's just
I mean,
taking
marathon
it.
luck though.
Exactly. Like, what are you talking about? It just did 8-10 damage. That's it. No problem. We're good. We're golden.
I still don't like this area.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one.
I
really-
always,
Nobody likes
I'm
this area.
always
No one likes this
worried whenever I enter this area because I know my runs can die here.
So actually, I guess I should point out that you've died 3 times here, but also Zero lost an OOA run in the Great
Yes.
Crystal.
He did.
Pretty brutal.
Very late. That's one of the last things you do in the Order of Ambrosia run. So he was over 20 hours in. And
You're tired by
Yeah.
that point. Yeah. Trust me.
and he was fighting some pretty tough undead
And
enemies.
it was the mom bombs.
No, yeah.
Oh
That's
yeah, you
right,
lost
it
it
was
to the mom
bombs.
bombs.
Yeah, because they
Wait.
completely cogged the effect capacity.
It was you who had issues with that other one and had to reload a save.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but my first, I think
Yeah,
my
that's
first
right.
run actually,
Yeah.
I did do that.
Yeah, so what happened with Zero was just mom bombs, used reaction, a bunch of them blew up, and then the rest finished off the rest of his party.
No.
Easy. So this is why we put him in the Great Crystal, because we knew we'd get a good one coming from the JP version.
That was actually pretty nice.
Yeah,
That was
Like,
really
we got that
good.
one blaster, and that's about it.
So I believe he's going to do a safer strategy here. We could save, but the only danger in this fight is
Crits.
Yeah.
crits and the tank dying. But if you just have someone backup who has decoy, you can just swap in the decoyed character, and it's 100% safe. So he's just going to put decoy on Balthier and reflect. And then, or it doesn't even need reflect. Yeah, because he's just going to stand outside the range, so.
Yeah, the strategy actually used to be to have Bosch decoy himself, but that's not entirely reliable.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. His HP was increasing after the
Yeah.
spell hit him
Yeah,
out
I
of the
saw
party.
that. That's interesting.
Spell
So he
was
wasn't
hitting
targeted,
him
but
in
his
the
HP.
menu, that's why.
Yeah.
I was wondering what was gonna happen. I'm like, is that
Yeah.
gonna work?
I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Well, I think it's because like the action bar, like the action
yeah.
already
Yeah, yeah,
occurred
yeah.
as it was in the menu, and then you just took him out.
But I think the action was still up while he was out of the party and he wasn't targeted.
Yeah.
So that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but even though Bosch does not have to cast decoy anymore, he still has to cast immobilize.
Yes. So this fight is very amusing.
Yeah.
The way we defeat her.
Yep. She has one of those weird properties where her targeting range is far outside of her actual attack range.
Yeah. She can target, I think,
The entire arena.
The entire
entire
zone,
arena,
yeah,
but
yeah.
she can only hit you 10 units away, and she spawns inside of a circle, which you guessed it is 10 units in radius. So there's like a nice little circle.
Just
Don't go inside
stand
this
inside the
line.
circle.
So we just she is weak to immobilize, and so we use Bosch to underflow immobilize onto Shem, and then she's stuck in the middle. And there's this nice circle that shows us don't
Our
go inside this
bio
line.
gambit setup?
Yeah.
So he brings in the girls and turns the gambits on them. So.
Yeah, and then there's This
Shemazai,
this
Shemazai
underflow.
has a random elemental weakness, so we just bio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this underflow is viable up to, I can't remember if 30 is the last level, or if you can do it up until level 30 and 29 is the last level, but you're not going to get Bosch that high.
Yeah. So Shemazai is actually the only boss in the game, I believe, with crossbow as her primary weapon, and so the crossbow has a 20% chance to crit, and so it's pretty dangerous, the possibility of getting crit. But yeah, so Shemazai stuck in the middle. You can see there's a little circle that Hoishin will try to not step inside of. And he just needs to recast Decoy one time. Decoy doesn't last that long, so remove Meow Meow, Decoy to make sure it lasts, and then should be GG. A little bit of a danger in this fight is Bosch can die, but Bosch has a lot of LP, so we're not super worried about it. And there's a cute little trick where you can clog the ATB. Right now, Shemazai is trying to use Shock. Shock has 4 effect capacity. Bio has 2 effect capacity, and so 2 bios and Shock makes 8 total. So if you get an item and 2 bios at the same time, that's 5 effect capacity, and so there's no room for Shock anymore. So he's going to try and just use a Smelling Salt to clog the capacity to stop Shock from running. But if Bosch dies, it's not that big of a deal. It's just annoying you get later HP lures in Pharos.
I think this viewing angle amuses me.
So yeah, we're good.
Yeah. So,
Perfect
so he
bet.
didn't even need to clog it because Shemazai would not have even reached him.
Gear Vegan down.
Yep. Final stretch.
I think I like Gear Bacon first. Come on.
Yeah, I'd say let him run up to the save crystal before Hydra. That would be a good place to switch.
Yeah. He wants to show the Hydro Crystal off.
So that black mask is actually pretty fortuitous. We weren't doing
Yeah.
that great on Monday. We would have been down to like 13 or 14 X potions, I think, for the whole next dungeon. And as I mentioned, the enemies are
doable.
doing a lot of damage to you. So you need potions to stay alive. And so that black mask is worth 6,800 gil or 10 X potions. So that's quite nice. You can actually put it on the girls if you want a little bit of extra magic, but since we're low on gil, we're just going to sell it. Going to pawn it off.
Just pawn it off.
Yeah. How much can we give me for this? Black mask.
6250.
It's no guy I had.
Is it 6250 or 6750?
I thought it was 68, maybe it's 62.
I think it's 62. Yeah, it's 62.
It's
I think it's 13.5.
it's like a lot. It's like
Or no, 12.5. 12.5 sounds right. I buy this item in no way. You think I'd know this?
I got a couple donations here. We got $5 from Wandering Mind. Who says, "Been enjoying this marathon a lot. Happy birthday, Solomon. Hope the cake goes good."
There it is.
No.
I've also got $25 from Medrolx? Medrol X, I think. As a beginner speedrunner who has depended on Nami in the past, this event is near and dear to me. Thanks so much to all of those involved, and darn this FF12 slot for keeping me awake.
Thank you, Devin. Sad you weren't able to make it this year.
5 elixirs,
yeah,
though.
it's kind of nice. Yeah, so this last dungeon is just a straight boss rush. So if you're hoping to go to sleep, sorry, it's gonna be pretty exciting for the rest of the run.
It's not just straight boss rush. There's also the brain pawns. What? The brain pawns.
The brain pawns.
You know what I'm talking about.
So remember when we got death? It's gonna actually be useful soon.
Good job, Hoishin.
Now I can sleep.
Hoishin's like, my part is done.
Not yet. Not yet. No.
Sleep. It's 6 a.m. Breakfast's just starting.
Oh, it's already 6?
We got one more dungeon to go, man.
2 dungeons.
Bahamut doesn't count as a dungeon. It's
Sure
more
it
like
does.
just walk like 2 feet and then you fight the final boss.
Sorry, I don't understand the feat, so.
So Fran's going to serve a very important purpose here. So he's picking up some quickenings, which he needs as much mana as she can possibly get. And 3 quickenings is the easiest way to get all of that. In addition, he's going to be picking up death. And hopefully eventually having enough for a couple at least 1 channeling. A little short. Almost. That's a lot of LP. You missing something?
Oh my god. You know what I meant when I said that.
Yeah, but still, you really need that battle lore.
Hey, battle lore is important. Except when it's not.
Yeah, we give this guy a lot of crap, but we love him. We give each other crap too all the time.
Oh, we all give each other crap. It's great.
One of the best parts about being this part of this community, honestly, into FF12 is we get along and we make fun of each other a lot, but we also will support each other and help each other.
I didn't see, was that 62 or 67? Okay. And that's not even just the FF12, that's a lot of the FF community in general,
Yeah.
honestly. That's why I heart them so much.
Feels good, man.
Mm-hmm.
It does feel good.
Slim yay.
It's useful to have a mix of both high potions and X potions.
How
Because
many X pots did he have?
19.
19?
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Like the lowest that we would feel even remotely comfortable with would probably be around 7 to 10, depending on the runner. But
7
more is
7
better.
is
I'd say 11. 11 or 12.
7 is Q strats all the way.
8 is the minimum you'd probably need for Sid 2.
Yeah. Like I'd be only using Xbox as Sid 2. And then hopefully spamming my hypo to that point. So I need to run to the end of the pier to pick up our final guest party member, Redis. He's a very important member of our party. He goes up to the top of the tower to very
Just
serve an
sit
important
there.
purpose.
Yeah, he just sits there and watches.
We mostly just let him take a dirt nap while we do stuff, but occasionally he's useful to bounce spells off of.
Yeah.
And he's actually very useful for one particular phase of
Yes.
a boss fight.
We do actually use him for something.
Yeah, we
very
do
useful.
use it for one boss fight phase. Could he be considered a different boss, technically?
Yeah.
Technically, he's another boss.
I
yeah.
think you only get LP for that fight after the second phase. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you get LP from the first phase of Cabranth, too? Jeez. Eh. Anyway, so at the end of Gear Vegan, you talk to the Curio we were talking about. Let's give a little story update since it's been a while. And they basically tell you that one of their number have gone kind of rogue, and they want you to stop him. So they try to give you this special sword, and
Rejected.
and
so
your party's kind of like, yeah, I'm okay, no.
Yeah, it kind of turned
Yeah.
from Empire's taking over this country, we don't like the Empire story to now there are gods involved and the Empire is really just trying to get rid of, or at least the guy who's in charge of them is just trying to, as Sid would say, get the hands,
Pretty much everyone
Put
but
the
this
history
guy.
back in the
Put
hands
the
of
reins of
man.
history.
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
main
Hands of
story
man,
of
yes.
this game, actually.
How is that Star Trek again? Or Star Wars? It's basically
Yeah.
Star Wars.
yeah,
I
the
mean,
meme
just-
is that it's
just-
Star Wars.
Just watch
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Well, the producer of this game is a big fan of Star Wars, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely borrows a bit from
also
it. but-
fan of Queen. Just
Yeah.
for your information.
Is it Queen?
Queen, the
Yeah,
band.
the band, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Actually.
Yeah. Olga Battle, March of the Black Queen.
Are you
It's
gonna
your fault.
Let
The game's a
Rooster be
killer.
fun instead.
Queen.
Yeah.
And I'd have to know more
Yeah.
about the game to really fill in more lyrics beyond that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys better start warming up those pipes. We still got that incentive at the end.
Oh boy.
Anybody
Oh,
have
baby,
the
oh,
lyrics?
baby.
Because I couldn't
A
load
triple.
them on my phone.
Do you need to practice? Do you need practice singing? You have time.
Hmm.
Can just
Are you
play
gonna give us a
YouTube.
nice exhibition of of a certain lead up to a XII crystal up here?
Ooh.
I think the leading man should show you the way.
Oh yes, excellent idea.
Leading man.
Bruce is like, this just wastes more time. What are you making me do? It really is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we just gotta make sure to hit this save crystal. I mean, look at that. You don't need to get mana. Look at your mana. Definitely get mana
Yeah,
back.
let's go.
Plus, it's marathon. You gotta save. It's perfectly. Oh. So yeah, there's about 5 traps leading up to that save point. When you look at it with, like, there's the ability.
We didn't know.
We thought you'd figure it out eventually.
A little bit of a interesting design choice they did there. To just plant like a trap in front of the safe crystal.
Yeah, apparently this developer is also a fan of trolls.
Yeah. Like a Zodiac Spear.
Like the
Chest.
Zodiac. Yeah, the Zodiac Spear chest is the biggest troll of
crystal
all.
Yeah.
bug.
Yeah.
Crystal bugs. Yep.
But when I first
In
played this,
IZGS, you get meme bow.
when I first played this casually, I saw that line of traps because I had Libra up, and I just laughed.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like, really?
We got a $1 donation from DN Anime. It says Solomon.
Oh no.
Hi. No, it's fine. Hi, Sol's choice.
God damn it.
It's not even giving you a happy birthday, man.
So rude, really.
I want to also remind everybody, since it's been a little bit, that May is Mental Health Month. And as such, it's fitting that we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI works to increase the availability of mental health care, promote early identification and intervention, and support mental health caregivers. If you want to know more, head to NAMI.org or reach out to NAMI on Twitter at NAMI Communicate.
So this is Hydro. Immediately in the fight, Russo's just gonna run up there, plant the girls in front of him, and start kiting Hydro, because Hydro typically doesn't have many long-range moves outside of Fireball. but typically he'll start off with a physical attack, and in this case you can just walk around him.
This is the best boss fight.
This is one of my favorite boss fights, yeah. You literally just run in a circle and he never hits you. He's also weak to oil, so you can just cast oil on him, and now that we have Firaga, we're starting to do almost capped out damage.
Yeah, like with Mateus, it actually resists fire, but because of oil, it's still more
Doesn't
damage than a neutral spell. And with all the boosts, it does a lot more than Bio would, which would be your other best option.
Yeah, you probably can.
The biggest reason why that strat also works is just because Hydro moves incredibly slow compared to all the other bosses.
Yep.
All the other bosses, they just want to run up and whack you.
It looks the same as Tyrant, but definitely doesn't move as fast as Tyrant.
Tyrant moves pretty
So,
fast.
Pharos has basically a different gimmick each floor. This first floor, you need to kill an enemy to get what's known as a black orb. Pick it up and then put it into a pedestal kind of at the other end, and then do this 3 different times. The way pedestal spawns happen is one will spawn right away, and then another one will spawn every 3 kills. But each time you leave a zone and re-enter, the first enemy you kill again will spawn one.
Yeah, and he accidentally queued up Bio there because he had not got Black Magic Wand and Ash. So Firaga was in a different position in the menu for each of them. And
Good times.
he went in there and licensed Black Magic Wand, so now they all line up.
Making lives easy. Because you don't get Black One Magic earlier, you just do it now because...
It helps with menuing, which is pretty good.
Which is already hard enough to do in this game.
Yeah, you'd think, like, with the fact that there's menu delay in this game, that it would be easier to menu, but in a way it almost makes it harder.
Dropped inputs, stuff just not being, like, going where you want it to go. I complain a lot that my inputs get dropped when I menu.
Yeah, there's a very real...
You gotta slow down a bit, you're going too fast.
Yeah, there's a very real limit to what your menuing can be as opposed to other games, and I don't know, it's a bit of a trade-off. You kind of have to just deal with what the game gives you, I think.
So what Rusa's doing is just he's killing these chimeras, and they drop these black orbs, which he needs to carry around with him to activate these statues, which release the seal that's on the door to the boss.
Yeah, and Twitch subs for RPG Limit Break, when you take a look at those Chimera Brains, these are this game's real jerkbirds.
It's true.
They are really annoying in this general area where they show up in the first ascent here and in the next section after Pandemonium. And
yeah, I think Rooster has lost the Severus world record to these birds.
They
So,
get they get in the way, they deal damage, they inflict status effects.
Yeah, I think he actually bought an extra couple gold meals just in case these like start to spam Petrify.
I always make sure to have a couple.
Plus you need some later for a fight.
I only have 3. Then again, I do risky stuff.
I mean, it's a marathon.
Yeah.
Usually I buy 3 at like the beginning of the game, and then I mean, if I have to use them, I'll just kind of like, okay, well, that was the use of it.
Remember, everyone, to keep those donations coming in. We got plenty of incentives for you to be able to donate to, as well as a lot of bid wars. And there's also still those prizes available for this block. The Final Fantasy 25th Memorial Ultimania Volume 3 is available, you will be entered in the possibility to win if you donate at least $10 during this game. And then Final Fantasy 12 Brady Games Guide and the Final Fantasy 12 Collector's Edition, as well as the Rogue Tomato handmade plush, are all you'll be in the drawing for if you donate at least $5.
So the next fight coming up is Pandemonium. I believe, I don't know, are you using the safe strat or the harder strat? Or your strat? Safer your strat. Okay, perfect. So this fight, he is weak to arrow, so he'll be using Aerogas to do it. At the start of the fight, he's going to try to clog up the ATB with Aeroga. And I'm trying to remember your strat, actually. It's been a while. So I believe he's going to start the fight by using Aerogas to reflect, or an Aeroga and dispel if the Pandemonium has shell on. Or do you... Shoot. I should probably have him explain it later, honestly, and see what he does and explain it afterwards, because I'm going to flub it otherwise.
Yeah, basically their main thing to keep in mind is that Pandemonium by default gets perfect defense, which makes it immune to damage effects for a while by default. So that happens at a damage threshold, and you can overwhelm that and get to critical.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I think.
So license.
So you can do a confuse loop, which is
Flame Staff is on him.
a bit harder if you have 2 Aerogas going, but you can also time the fight so that it works out anyway, and perfect defense goes up and then immediately comes back down. In fact, he's right about where he wants to be damage-wise right now. Yeah, so perfect defense is up, and you can see he's at very low hit points.
Yeah, he's not going to get it off, but it should come straight back down because he's at a low enough damage threshold.
You see,
theoretically,
there it faded.
There it goes. Oh, it's fine.
Well,
it's easy every time.
And you know, if one of the casters was to lose LP at that point, you would have wanted it to be Pinello because Ash was the one who was behind from Ahriman.
Yeah, most LP at this point is pretty superfluous anyway. Once you get to this point, you're just getting extra channelings, like a little bit extra magic damage, and
yeah, it helps certainly to get the extra magic lures on the casters just for damage ranges that are coming up.
Yep.
But it's not essential. You don't need it.
So what he did there, he moves directly to the right with Bosch in order to avoid a potential move that he did actually use that fight called Whirl. Basically, it's an AoE move. I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but
Sonic Spin?
Yeah, that sounds
something like that. Power Spin, that's it.
Power Spin.
I was thinking Sonic Turn, and I'm like, no, that's not it.
Yeah.
It's Power Spin.
Yeah, Power Spin, which does a pretty large AoE and can definitely hit Ash and Pinello easily if you don't move far enough away. So he moves straight to the right while the girls are casting Aeroga, and then casts a quick Confuse with Bosch in order to avoid the thing. And then if Bosch wouldn't have died, he would have probably done a quick ATB reset of Ash and Pinello at right about the 60% damage threshold, and then finished him with that way. That should have been about as enough damage to kill him. But he had to go through a little bit more backup strategies. Once again, this game, you need to have backup strategies ready just in case bad things happen, like a random extra attack.
Yeah, and one thing that's coming up, we talked about underflows and have taken advantage of them against bosses. Well, it's important that Fran and Balthier are at low level starting in this next section, because the Daedalus underflow actually has a fair amount of leeway with Fran and Balthier. They could be a bit higher level. But in this section, Fran is going to be underflowing the death spell against the Brain Pan enemies in this area, because the gimmick is that when you kill a Brain Pan, a section of a bridge appears there, and you need to kill a certain number of them, then the bridge forms and you can cross it. So the Brain Pans can have reflect status. They often do. I think it's like a 50% chance of that. They have over 10,000 HP. They're a pain to kill, but Fran is capable of underflowing death to guaranteed kill them until somewhere in the 20s levels. We're reflecting it off of Bosch mainly because of the reflect status that they often have, but also because you can just kind of poke Bosch into their range, and if he does end up getting hit, that's okay. But Fran is safer because she's farther away from the brain pans themselves. And you see him doing a lot of immobilize, switching back and forth. That's pretty much purely at this point to despawn Chimera Brains.
Yep, so the elixirs are primarily for the purposes of making sure Fran has enough MP in order to do all these deaths that are needed.
Yeah, normally at this point we would have probably just 3 elixirs and a couple ethers. So there he would have thrown an ether instead of an elixir so that she would level up a little bit more, so when he's through the first elixir, that would give her more MP overall, and that makes it work out a little bit better in the long run.
Yep, well, with 5 elixirs, you can just throw the 4th elixir, and that should be more than enough.
Yeah. With all these elixirs, it's pretty easy.
And then at the start of every zone, Penelo's going to just re-immobilize. She gives him the chance to despawn some extra mobs. He has very specific places that he's going to be doing this immobilize despawning in order to despawn enemies without also despawning brain pans. Him and Zero spent a lot of time, I believe it was you two, spent a lot of time, actually it was mostly Roosta actually spent a lot of time planning out the exact places in order for him to do that without, to despawn what he wanted without despawning what he didn't want.
This is also where we start using our elixirs.
Oh yes, and the Hoishin warp. Yeah,
It's okay.
Hoishin can explain it.
Yeah.
No, it's nothing.
No?
Yeah, sometimes things don't go great. It's fine though.
Yeah, this place can be a bit trolly depending on the chimeras and what they want to do, really. Typically, you don't have any problems, but the biggest issue is just those flying guys.
The Aeronites, yeah, you can't despawn those.
Can't despawn them. They chase you away, and sometimes they're just in very awkward positions.
Yeah, they're RPG jerkbirds too.
Yep.
This game has a lot of jerk birds.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's not really that. The birds aren't really too much to deal with. Yeah, the regular Chimera Brains at least with this current immobilized routing.
And the Aeronites, there's really only 2 places that they're likely to show up, and one of them, by far the more likely, is right at the end of this section where you can just run right past it.
I've had one spawn right by the 5th Chimera, or Brain Pawn, and oh my god. What was he doing there?
Yeah, a nice benefit of having Penelo out for this part is that it gives her a bunch of extra XP in order to hit level 27 before the end of the game, which helps with some damage rolls for some of the final bosses.
Yeah.
Or one specific boss, really.
Yeah, so Penelo's magic goes up when she hits level 27. Ash's doesn't go up again until she hits level 28, so if you're going to raise one of the girls a level, then Penelo would be the one you'd want to raise up for that reason.
Yep, one of the notices of if you turn a gambit off a bit early, if you're basically if the character would move after you turn the gambit off, they will stop what they are doing and move instead. But if you do turn it off in a place where they don't have to move towards you at all, they will actually still keep casting what they do. It's a interesting little quirk that can mess people up sometimes. That spot right there is actually an interesting little spot that was found after Yokai, one of our segmented runners, figured something, maybe not that exact spot, but something very similar to that spot. He's like, ooh, I'm going to show you guys this cool strat I found. And I kind of worked it and moved it a little bit further up so it actually despawned exactly what we wanted it to.
Yeah. Yeah, because what he did initially still What was the exact thing? I'm trying to remember the difference in
It's
what
very
he
similar.
did. Yeah.
Oh
it's
no,
very similar.
he ran up and killed the brain pan and then despawned them. Is what he would
Yeah,
do. What he did
that's
in his
what it
run.
was.
Yeah. Instead, I'm like, oh well, these are far enough apart that I can just despawn the front two and leave the first one if I find the spot. And I basically found it first try. It's not really that tight of a spot. It turns out.
Yeah, and there's a nice visual marker for it with the corner.
Yeah.
He briefly watched the timer to see
Yes.
Yeah.
when he has to
Yep.
kill it.
These this set of brain pans in particular, there's you have to kill 10 of them to get across the bridge, but these are on a 90-second respawn timer. So he checked the timer real quick to make sure. Hi, Pinello. Pinello somehow didn't die.
Somehow, right?
So yeah, now he's always waiting for the timer. He's gonna kind of take his time, kill this one down here, run up to the top, kill a couple more, and then usually wait up there about 5-10 seconds, and then the first four will start respawning.
You can tell he's good to go when the chain number hits 27.
Yep. Since we don't have to kill any chimeras, he never really breaks the chain. And
Oh wow, these are being really cooperative.
yep. A lot of times the birds like to get in the way right here.
Pretty much all the time for me.
Yeah. Probably about 75% of the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can wait. Like a lot of the times you don't actually have to kill that one because you're at this point you should have 7 kills and you only need to kill 3 more. So if they get out in the way, you can just either wait for them to leave. You have to wait a little bit anyway, or just not kill it and kill all 4 of these again. It's a little tad slower, but not as slow as trying to kill those or
Yeah.
deal with them hitting you.
And it's worth mentioning that when he killed those 2 that he just killed the first time and ran back a little bit, that was to make sure both of the ones up top here spawned.
Yes.
So you can see here that only this one spawned and the one in the corner over there did not. Running back that little bit caused that other one to spawn because he ran out of its spawn radius and then back in. So while it was limited by the presence of too many other brain pans from spawning previously, once that one was killed and he exited and re-entered its spawn radius, it was there. In this section, he needs to kill 4 total.
One
And-
more?
3.
No, 3, yeah.
Yeah. And there's just a lot of the red versions. Like you can see, some of these will have red flames or regular flames instead of green flames. And if you kill those, they will remove a step from the bridge.
RPG Jerkbird.
Talking about petrify.
Yeah,
That was break.
level 4 break.
I mean,
and he was level 28, so
yeah. Level break, good times. Yeah, it's a lot of Final Fantasies have level abilities where things will only will happen guaranteed, but only if you're within a multiple of a level.
Yeah, it's a much bigger deal in the Order of Ambrosia run than this one.
Gilgamesh.
Yeah, there's a few fights we specifically route around certain levels for.
Gilgamesh and Zolera being the big ones.
Yep.
Level 5.
Prime level death. This is the ultimate ability of Zolera.
So Fran did her job. We don't
Yeah,
really
she
need her
doesn't do
anymore.
anything.
Yeah.
Say goodbye to Frown for the rest. Well, most of the rest of it, unless something bad happens.
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh yeah. Okay, so he's gonna get back up here.
Get chased by that area knight.
Oh, Crushing Fangs. That's a stronger
Come
version
on.
of Sonic Fangs.
Yep. It also insta-kills.
Yep.
In case you weren't sure. Unfortunately, you can pretty much always outrun that thing.
Yeah. It's actually pretty rare
All
for
right.
it to hit you.
So, yeah.
We have
Slits free every time?
We have a very hard
Always
fight
trust Slit?
coming up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we have a very hard fight
Never,
coming
never
up.
trust Slit. Never, never, ever. So another of our running jokes is this next boss coming up is Slit.
He's
or
pretty
Slight,
hard.
or I don't know exactly.
Pretty hard.
Yeah. He's very weak to fire, so you pretty much you're capping out your damage on Trerog as he goes down really fast, but he does hit fairly hard. if he decides to hit you. So a lot of times people will go into this fight without decoy, without protect or anything, and he'll just kind of run around the place the whole time and never see you. Other times he'll be like, "Oh, I see you," and then just combo you to death right away.
Yeah.
Or
and
worse, attack one of the other two.
Yeah. So one of the best ones I've seen was where it just kept floating around out of range for like
Oh, yeah. Waste a lot of mana.
30 plus seconds. But if it does run around to the other side, then all you have to do is just have your tank go around there too, because if it doesn't, it can't see through your other party members. So if they're between Bosch and Slit, then Slit will target them despite decoy.
Yeah, so what he's probably going to do is run up a bit to make sure he actually just sees Bosch and do the easy version.
Nope.
Or maybe he won't see Bosch. Because reasons.
No.
This is a good way to lose mana, unfortunately, because you're only getting partial effect on your Pyragas. So you're not getting all
That
the
was a
mana
hard
back.
fight. That was a very hard fight.
Never trust Slit.
Yeah.
Were you worried? I was worried.
I mean, he put on decoy and protect, so I wasn't worried, but... Yeah, it's a running joke. Like, I think Skate and Zero both like to just go into that fight without anything. Be like, yeah, it's fine. It works every time. Huh?
It's a Harvey strat.
Oh, yeah, Harvey. Yeah, Harvey likes to do that, too. But, yeah, so I never trust him.
Next segment is
Never trust him.
Fenrir. Very dangerous area.
Didn't you lose a run to him or something one time? Yeah. Yeah, Rooster lost a run to him once, and I think since then he's
I'm pretty sure
on
everyone
board with
lost
the
a
never trust
run
him.
in the area before him.
Well, brain pans, yeah. So this is the second ascent. The gimmick for this one is you remove one of 4 different things. This one we touched is the map, the mini map in particular. We actually can still go to the main map for whatever reason. You can also remove your items, remove your magic, or remove your attack, I believe is the third one, or the last one. We go to this one because it's the closest, and we just have it all memorized, so we don't need it. The map. Really, you don't need anything to get through the zone since we all run past anything anyway. This just happens to be the fastest route. Well, we couldn't do it without magic.
The
but
danger part of this is don't get lost because the enemies here, they two-shot you.
oh yeah, they hit hard. Everything hits hard at this point, really. Most
It's mainly
things.
just this area because enemies here just two-shot you, like I said.
Yeah, and if you get lost, you can get spectacularly lost.
Who died? Who lost a run to this area in particular where you got lost and you just died?
I think I have, yeah, probably.
I've done it in practice when I couldn't remember it, but
Oh yeah, this is my bathroom right at the end of this, right at the top of this, before Fenrir. I'm just like, okay, I'm uncomfortable. Let's just use it real quick. This was after I had lost 6 minutes to Sid, so I'm like, yeah, this isn't a good run anyway. I mean, it was record, but record was free. Careful for this trap. In like the original versions of this, or the original time when I was starting to learn this, I could have sworn I ran into a trap in this hallway. And
Nah.
I think probably what happened is,
Oh no.
oh, tail swipe, is that
Alright. Oh, alright.
is that if you go one further, you get a very similar looking hallway that has a trap, but it's the wrong way, and I probably hit that one. And since then I just always thought there was a trap.
yeah, I'm
Apparently
pretty
there's
sure
not
there
one.
isn't one there.
Yeah, I think I've finally been convinced that there isn't one, but I'm still probably gonna dodge around just because habit.
We've got a $5 donation from Kupo Kyle. It says Final Fantasy puns for Final Fantasy speedruns, Part 4. How does Ash take her kids to school every day? In a minivan.
Oh my god.
Which we already heard.
We did already hear
So you're gonna have to come back with something a little better.
It wasn't any. It was better the second time.
We're more tired the second time.
Yeah, that's the thing, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got
like,
another.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I mean, right?
We've got another $5 from Kaio. Here's enough for a foot long from Subway. Speaking of, why is Quina not named Hollow yet? Hollowface. And to give a quick update on that, Quina is indeed named Hollow at the moment. Hollow is winning that by about $26, so really needs some padding there, I think, to secure it, but currently in the lead.
For that pun, I don't know.
3 out of 10.
It kind of just makes me want to bash my head into the wall or something.
Get out.
Get out right now. Never talk to me again and I'm banning you.
I can mute your microphone.
There's an Ash pun I could make, but I don't think that's PG-13.
We have $20 from Deneb, who says, as someone who suffered with mental illness, I'm glad to see a cause like this doing so well. Also, because everyone else is doing it. Hi, Solomon. Have a nice day.
Oh.
Now you're just exasperated at people telling you to have a nice day, man.
Have a nice day.
Just can't take compliments, really.
I hate everyone.
$25 from Anonymous says, hi from the French Restream. We want Dreamborn to sing a beautiful song, the ending from FF9, which is an incentive if Keoche goes to $500. So thanks for the event, and thanks to all the runners and crew.
Dream is dead.
Okay, so Fenrir is right past this door. The main issue with him is that we're going to try to underflow him with Balthier. This is the very primary reason we have him at level 12, because any higher he would have too much magic to underflow him. So at the start of this fight, he's going to try to cast an ability called Whale, which is a big AoE technique that will hit the whole party. But we want to avoid that, we're going to have the two casters cast Bio right away and him cast Sleep while he runs away. What happens is Sleep has a little bit longer range than Whale itself. So, and Whale has a 4 in the ability or capacity system. So both the bios and the Sleep goes off right before Fenrir would get in range to cast the Whale, and thus the Sleep will go, and then the Sleep will go off and cancel it. And he just
Lord Horn.
Lord Horn. And then he just needs to remember to cast Sleep a couple times during this fight, and it's good.
I think that's actually the uncommon steal. I'm pretty sure Beast Lord Hyde is the most common one, but I don't know.
Yeah, steak is rare, yeah.
Generic angle.
So yeah, just wait for him to finish casting Bio. He's another person very resistant to elemental attacks, so.
Alright.
Like clockwork.
3 more bosses. All really, really scary.
Easy fight if you remember to immobilize Redis.
Yeah. We immobilize Redis for that fight because, well, if he's sleeping, we don't want him to unsleep him. And attacking would unsleep him.
Whack the sleeping Fenrir, and Fenrir will be like, what? Whale.
Yeah.
I'm angry now. Even more angry than I was.
Nope.
Okay, so we are off to the third ascent. It's basically a Waystone maze. It's kind of based off of things you did earlier a little bit, but mostly just has a couple different paths, so we just take the fastest one.
I actually intentionally KO Redis for this section. I prefer to take the other way. It usually saves me a potion. There are 2 paths through here, one which goes by the circlet chest. That's the one I prefer, and the one that you're probably going to see Roosta take here. And I timed them out, and they're within 2 seconds of each other.
Well, you don't have to risk running into the the blue ball of death.
Yep.
Yeah.
Aren't you gonna save here?
Yeah, it's up on top of the...
Like you're just like curing people. I'm like, aren't you saving
Yeah,
anyway?
muscle memory.
Yeah.
yeah.
Save
Yeah, it's a
before
lot of time to
Ashmore.
cast some stuff, get ready for the next area.
Just dispel and we just can kill.
The next set of bosses are pretty trolly.
Yeah.
If they want to be. Like Hashmaw, if he combos us, we're probably dead. Whoops.
Yeah, it was on purpose. You're, getting KO'd also removes your reflect, so
Oh, right,
he needs
right,
to recast He needs to recrit and cast Reflect because taking an extra safety save here so we don't go all the way back to the beginning in case Hashmal or Sid go very wrong. Which are two fights that can go very wrong. Very easily. So there he used, instead of having to ATB reset because he doesn't want Redis to take extra damage, he just used a little mechanic by just hitting the waystone going to the next area to cancel the Fyra.
The same can be applied if you were to enter a different loading zone.
Yep.
This is a very scary segment.
So there's a lot of bombs in this segment. They do a lot of damage, so just big use of X potions and slow battle speed usually gets you through without much issue.
And protect.
And protect, yeah.
Protect is a godsend for this part,
you definitely
as
want
I
protect
learned.
for this.
Yeah.
'Cause they can
Purobolos ready's lunge. Purobolos ready's lunge.
Yeah, if they do much in instant attacks, unfortunately that's not really affected. It's like Penel can afford all the magic lures.
Yeah.
Each magic lure only gives you one magic, but it adds up and, like I said, helps with some damage rolls later on. I believe at this point one of the last bosses will not have to worry about a damage roll anymore.
I believe that's
Probably.
the final boss on Sid 2.
Yeah. So does Gabronth do damage roll with all the magic lures?
Yeah,
Gabronth is a damage roll.
yeah, it
Fair
is.
enough. I guess it's always been a damage roll, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Except if you have Gaia hats.
Well, you know. Gaia hats are expensive.
We have Kupo Kyle with the return donation of $5. Say, sorry, I just woke up. Final Fantasy puns for Final Fantasy Speedruns Part 4.2. What do you call Balthier when he drives his airship too fast?
Oh no.
The speeding man.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I'll let that one fly.
Seriously, it's one button. Just mute. We have $50 from Anonymous with no comment, $25 from Mammoth with no comment, $5 from Danky Kang with no comment, and $5 from Sonic Shadow Silver 2 with no comment. What up, Sonic? Thank you all for your donations.
Okay, so the next boss coming up is Hashmal. He is one of the last two Espers that we will be fighting in this run. One of which is kind of part of a larger fight, but the last solo Esper we'll be fighting then. He is the wind element, or the earth element. And to set up for this fight, we'll be using use of Berserk on Redis. And Hashmal coming up has like quite a high combo rate and quite a high amount of damage. So he will purposely hit a trap here in order to petrify himself, in order to use its effect of taking less damage.
And he removed the girls here just in case tower spawns.
Yep.
Oh boy.
The other issue with no tower,
No
easy.
tower.
Tower
I
is only
lost-
like a 20% spawn or something.
Unless you're on world record pace.
Yeah.
World record actually has tower, yeah. So he will be buffing up, doing that. And the other main issue with Hashmal is he has a chance on hit to cause the disease status. Disease makes your maximum HP have a chance to equal, or rather, it makes your current HP equal your maximum. Makes your maximum HP equal your current HP. There we go.
Did you float mode?
He did,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So
You got the setup right, don't worry.
Yeah.
I was watching.
I know he got everything.
Makes your
I just
maximum
wasn't
HP
sure if he had float mode.
equal your current HP, so you won't be able to heal without healing the disease first. He used a float mode there because being an earth elemental, all the earth moves that he has will do no damage to people that are floating off of the ground. Thank goodness. So all we really have to worry about is his attacks. Yeah,
He throws a rock at
I
you,
thought
but
that was
it's
supposed to be
because
good against flying moves. That's why my Pokemon knowledge tells. Talking about disease, so you get it one right away.
off the bat. Oh, man.
It's honestly not the worst time for it to
No.
happen, but Aerogas do the thing.
Not yet, not yet.
Oh, he wrist shred now.
So he's going to throw Good Neil to recover from Petrify, and one more round of Aerogas should finish it. So he's going to skip the Quick Jet, looks like, and then cure the disease later. That worked out fine.
That was good. That was good.
Perfectly fine.
All right. Now time for a very, very complicated boss.
And a fairly long setup.
And also the hardest boss in the speedrun.
So you're doing a lot of setup on the run this time. He's going to have to, well, first he's going to have to get rid of the vaccine and heal up. He wants to dispel Redis in order to reset his buffs because he's going to have to re-berserk him. He's going to set up a decoy and do a little bit of damage to Vaughn in order to set up for something a bit later in this fight. And finally, re-reflect the girls and set up decoy and reflect on Bosch.
On a random aside, you were saying earlier that the producer of this game likes Queen, the band. Well, the Japanese version of the Rockstar move is Rock You.
So, who wants to explain how the Sid fight works?
Oh, and finally, he's also trying to get Redis to lower HP in order to increase the combo rate that he has, because we'll be actually needing his physical attacks for the next fight.
Redis has a hidden property to him where if the lower HP he has, the higher chance he has for a combo.
It's actually everything in the game has that. That's a base
More
mechanic
so-
of the game. He also, if he gets, I believe they're going to get him down to crit. I assume they are, because he has the ability called Adrenaline, which is basically Spellbreaker for physical moves
Oh.
or attacks. I believe he'll probably be using Vaughn for that, since Vaughn has not quite as strong a magic. So you're going to Berserk him at these stairs specifically because we want Berserk to fall off at a proper time during the fight coming up. If we do it to perfect, so we got into Adrenaline and some damage to Vaughn.
Yeah, Vaughn's going to be used for a skip later. That's why the damage to him.
Yep. So we're doing Vaughn. Actually, yeah, Vaughn's going to be used for the first part of this fight. Because you don't want to, we're trying to save some decoy on Bosch so we can have a good timing in case the second phase of this fight takes too long. And then, so Vaughn shouldn't actually get hit on this first part. And you can run him around if needed. So there's two.
Do you want to take over Famford, or who wants to do Famford? Because there's a lot going on there.
I can talk about this if you would like.
I mean,
you
yeah.
can take phase one.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, this fight's going to go
Okay.
pretty fast. We're going to keep
You
going.
get Gabranth, I'll get the rest. Because he got the
Well,
setup.
someone start
Let's
because
do
we
it.
don't have
Go.
time.
Go. Talk about
Fine.
Gabranth.
All right, so Gabranth, it's pretty simple. Because Vaughn has decoy, Gabranth is just going to target Vaughn. And immediately just going to have reflected fire Agaz onto Gabranth. After one round of reflected fire Agaz, we're going to enter the second phase of Gabranth, which he's going to use a special move. On a special move, what we're going to do is take out everyone
So,
and then put in Bosch.
I'm going to interrupt a second here. So he was meant to turn off his gambits for the rounding off. I think he was expecting this to take 2 rounds, and no blocks happened. Thus, we got it out. Nice.
Ooh.
That worked.
That's actually pretty tight timing.
Yeah, it is. So because usually you would turn off the gambits on Ash and Penelo right away in order to take them out right as this fight starts. But he had to do a very quick ATB reset to stop them casting and then X them and you get back in instantly before Gabranth targeted. So now that Bosch is out, Gabranth will be kind of just tanking Gabranth's moves while Redis hopefully combos him to death relatively quickly. Looks like it's not going to be any combos this run, but it's fine.
It'll be fine.
It's fine.
So now this is the first of 3 phases with the Sid fight, and the basic goal here is to dispel oil and reflect Firaga on Sid. It's fairly simple, fairly quick, and there are ways it can go wrong, but it's easily the safest of the 3 phases of the Sid fight itself. You saw there a critical. That's basically the worst thing that could have happened at the start. He's also X-potioning on Redis because he does not want Redis to deal too much damage to Sid and knock him into a range where he would deal damage, where he would trigger an HP threshold for Sid to use the move Gatling Gun.
Right now, because Sid is targeting Bosch right now, but he doesn't have the line of sight on Bosch. He can just kite him around the pillar because the attack won't go off until Sid has the line of sight onto the character.
And now this is the hardest boss fight in the game right here. He's first going to dispel Famfrit and refresh Decoy on Bosch. Now, right before Firaga happens, he's casting oil on Famfrit. This is mostly for safety. So you don't actually need oil, but it makes, it basically prevents later casts from becoming a damage range. Right on cue, Redis' Berserk ran out. Those 2 reflects there are to set up Famfrit in a proper damage range to manipulate it to use the proper moves at the proper time. If you dealt too much damage too quickly, then it would go and do Water Jaw when you wouldn't want it to. So right now it's queuing up Briny Cannonade, and that is going to be why we have Viking Coat. So it's going to deal no damage, and as soon as it goes immune, he can switch back to Mirror Mail and get on with the Firagas.
That was a clean Famfrit, but we're not done yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little worried that Mirror didn't get on time, but it's fine.
And this final phase, first off, you can see he's bringing out Vaughn, and Vaughn is casting Arrow on himself without Reflect. So S85 Cyclotron is now skipped. It's not happening. And
Yeah, we have a few skips in this one.
So he's going to bring out Bosch again to reapply Decoy one last time for this fight and oil Sid after dispelling him. So now Sid actually has the return damage property, so he's going to actually have to heal the girls in addition to doing this pillar kiting around here so that they don't die. He has the jack boots on right now. This is preparation for the next phase. He was already in the menu, so you might as well do it. Wow, Redis getting a little bit of damage in there. And now, so long to Redis.
Well, it was a good fight.
That was a really clean fight.
So yeah, this fight, that was textbook.
He made that look really easy. Trust me, it's not that easy.
It ends many runs. It's like you're at the end, you might finish, and then Sid too.
Yeah, you saw him take a sigh of relief when it finished there. There's a reason he did that.
Oh, don't sigh too early. We still have Vayne to go.
Oh, yeah. The final boss gauntlet. The final
Oh,
boss,
yeah, you'll be fine.
Final boss gauntlet is
Probably.
not as difficult, but it is trollier.
It is still trolly.
I think it's
It really
a little
is.
trollier than Famfrit, because the worst that can happen that is out of your control in Famfrit is that you could have a crit and a combo at the same time, in which case Bosch drops and you have to recover.
Another thing that could happen is Sid using Shell, and as he's using Shell, like, he's clogging Firaga. And if that happens, you would have to do some type of backup or something just to make sure Famfrit doesn't get off Water Jaw.
Yeah. Meanwhile, a good recovery against Famfrit, if that happens, is actually usually fairly reasonable. You just have to be aware of when the next Water Jaw is going to come, and also keep an eye out for what Sid is doing, because he will occasionally do Gatling Gun as well. But that's something that you get a feel for, just kind of as a matter of course, because it's going to happen to you. You're going to have to learn to recover from it at some point if you're going to run the game. Whereas some of the trolls that can happen in the final boss gauntlet, not only can each and every phase troll you in one way or another, but some of them can cost minutes, be very hard to recover from, and leave you in a bad position for the next phase. So, yeah, it's
fun.
Yeah, I also think it happens a little bit more often than the crit combo combination. Yeah, that's a nice word choice. I'm tired, guys.
6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
We're
And
hungry.
I woke up, yeah, it would have been 21 hours ago now, so I was already tired then, too.
Yeah.
Time for a few more donations before the end?
Sure.
Yes, now's a great time.
We have $10 from Avjaro, who says, thanks to everyone for this amazing event. $5 from Jet, who says, love this game for years, and shout out to your boy Blue Harvey for introducing me to this awesome run. Great run from two of the masters of this run, and much respect to each Roostalol and Hoishin. Solo's like Fran in a way, having had so many birthdays. What age is he even?
That's a reference to the most awkward cutscene in the game where Vaughn asks Fran how old she is.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Great.
We also have $250 from Clouder. Love the work you all do for RPG Limit Break. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
7 a.m. clapping. Let's do it. Love the work you all do for RPG Limit Break. Missing all the runs I am most excited for because of work, but had to donate towards Star Tropics and towards seeing Dad's favorite exploding daughter in Final Fantasy Legend 2.
Time for the airship Bahamut. It's one of my favorite menus because all you do is go down, left, and you're there.
Yeah.
Or down, left, down, either one.
Yeah,
works.
they do actually both work.
I like my down, left.
I do down, left, just because it feels a bit more natural to me. Just did it.
Yeah. So these are 4 very long cutscenes that take forever while you're sitting there like, okay, I'm really close to PP. I really want to get my PP. Let's do this.
They
And
take
yet-
forever.
Oh,
They take.
why? Stop it. Yeah.
If I ever get here on PB Pays, oh man.
It's just like all black screen except for that little bit.
Yeah.
It's just the music changes every time.
It's
too.
technically possible to skip that cutscene before the screen shows the sky there, but it usually doesn't happen.
Yep, so he's going to do a little bit of setup in this first room, then lower down the battle speed and hope that Von, or no, you probably run with Bosch. Bosch doesn't die from random crits or combos. Usually okay, but weirder things have happened.
Oh.
No. Talking again.
I do want to very quickly
420.
note, too, that Star Tropics is now ahead of Star Tropics 2
Huh?
for the game choice. So,
That's coming up soon.
yeah, it's coming up real soon. Be
Last
sure to
chance to
get in
name it.
those donations if you want to see Star Tropics 2.
Okay, so he's going to run to the last boss gauntlet here. This is the last dungeon, and I say dungeon very lightly because it's only
Yeah.
like
The
2
boss is
zones.
literally 2 feet
Yeah,
away.
they really didn't really leave much for the end of the dungeon here. Pharos was really their last hurrah. So he's running to the last fight, and it'll be 2 different fights kind of broken up. We'll fight Gabranth again. He has 2 pretty short phases, and then you go up an elevator to fight Vayne. So for Gabranth, the first phase you would be able to, he has 2 phases. The first phase is just a straight, he attacks the closest thing, and you want to reflect Firagas on him. So a damage roll to see if you can get it in 1 round of Firagas, but usually he won't kill Bosch before the second round goes off, or at least 1 hit of the second round goes off. The second phase is a bit more complicated because he immediately casts Renew, and then starts casting his big ability. Fortunately, he can reflect his Renew off of himself. So at the start of that round, he'll be casting Reflect with one of the casters in order to make sure that Renew gets reflected right onto Bosch, who could probably use the heal at that point anyway. Much
Yeah.
more than a Bronth, definitely.
And one of the amusing things about it is that it's actually a better idea to reflect when you cast it. So, for whatever reason, it gets sent to him, and he gets a status a little bit sooner. Traveler here is just in case the damage range fails. So it did. Traveler happens. Only 990.
It still wasn't enough.
So
Not enough steps.
So yeah, that was the ×2 damage, and actually very close to the ×3, I believe.
Yeah, they casted it during, I believe, Fenrir to
Yeah.
be defeated.
The
to try to
window
get that.
to reflect Gabranth, as Freddy was talking about, is actually quite tight, so you do want to mash right at the very end of the cutscene to open the menu to reflect Gabranth before,
No
before
problem.
anything happens.
And we reflect, one from Firaga, and then 2 more Firagas should finish it, no problem. It should be noted that one of the reasons we use Vaughn for both Gabranth fights is Bosch instead of Bosch is because Bosch has longer cutscenes in between. It's a little bit different of a cutscene because they're kind of, well, I mean, they're brothers, so he has more specific talk for him. The first one we use Vaughn instead of Bosch for that reason. The second, and also to preserve some decoy. This one we actually just leave Bosch in because the cutscene is like maybe 5 seconds longer, I think.
Yeah.
It's not worth the time switching back and
Yeah,
forth.
I think the only difference, as I recall, is then come, wield your hatred and crush me. Or something.
Yep,
like
pretty
that.
much.
That's basically it.
So there's a little visual cue for this elevator. It takes about, I forget how many seconds now because I'm used to the visual cue now, but it's like 12-ish seconds.
I don't even do that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't even try to time it.
Yeah, so you're trying to get in as much, get everything re-reflected, get Fran ready. He actually uses Fran for the start of this fight because of how Vane's mechanics work. Because he's very similar to Hydro. The first phase of Vane runs around very slowly.
He
so
just,
you can
he just
kite him
walks to
around.
you.
Yeah.
So at the start of the fight, he's going to run up a bit, hope he doesn't use one of his abilities that has a bit more range on it.
Pummel.
Pummel. Basically pummel.
Yeah.
Literally pummel. And put the girls out so they are in range of Larsa, who will be a helper in this fight. You know, he's helping. He's throwing potions. Oh, wait, we don't want them to have potions.
Because that puts us out of crit, and that puts us out of Spellbreaker.
Exactly. So we're going to bring them out close enough in order for them to kill off Larsa, so we don't have to worry about that. So,
Please don't
yeah.
block.
Instant.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, Lars has a chance to block, but only one of them kills. So he's going to let Fran die here and bring out Bosch for the next phase. This is fairly new, actually.
Your lives are forfeit, and your insurgents with them.
Dalaska will again know order. And all, I shall bring your futile attempts at rebellion to an end.
My favorite line coming up.
Good line. So this part he wants to not move right away. Wow, the double. So because
What
of
am
the
I to do with those
ATBs
that would
being very
oppose me?
random,
Show them death. Sorry.
the ATBs have a chance of random. There's a small chance for one of the casters to cast Firaga before he gets Mockwave off, and a very even smaller chance for both of them to do it.
Yeah, you don't
we
want
usually-
one of them.
We usually plan for one, and one's okay. Two can kind of mess things up, but it looks like everything will be fine.
Yeah.
And we're just going to move to the next phase. So the second phase, he gets these big, like 6 of these swords called Sephira. Do you still decoy here on the second phase? Was that usually? No. Anyway, so now he is weak to oil, and we're going to be abusing that heavily. He also has all these swords called Sephir around that like to just attack Bosch and do lots of damage. And in addition, he, at least for this first phase of, first part of this phase, he likes to do physical attacks and has a pretty high combo rate. So he's going to be being very liberal with potions in order to keep Bosch alive.
Yeah, it's very possible for Bosch to get comboed to death, Dale.
Fortunately, it's short. Fortunately, it's short, so he's going to take this chance to re-decoy Bosch as quickly as possible. Usually you would decoy earlier, but because of having Fran out that first bit, it's okay to last this long. So he's going to re-decoy Bosch and dispel and oil Vane Novus while he kind of preps his big ability. So he's going to be doing Azure Vortis, gathers all of his swords around him, and then we're going to bring Vaughn back out for, once again, another skip of a, I guess it's a DM for something.
Yeah, and the inviolable will skip here is actually something you want to do, because if you don't do it, you can bring someone in to tank the inviolable will. But the problem is that it has a 10% chance to miss. And if it misses, you're pretty much stuck for 2 minutes under a magic barrier.
Yeah.
And that's hard to survive. You can do it, but it's hard. You need a lot of potions, typically.
Yep. He can also cast... nice. Very nice. So that's the second phase.
And now,
You can also cast it on Gabranth if you don't have Decoy, but that's why you have Decoy, so it's fine. Don't worry about it.
and now the Undying. This is the final boss. Time is when the final hit happens.
Yep.
We'll give you a little bit of advance warning for
You got
that.
about a minute. Assuming everything is fine. You know, everything will be fine. It's fine. So at the start of this fight, he can cast an ability called Piercing in the Aga spell, really, which does exactly what it says, and it's really not fun. So he's going to start off by redecoying Bosch and reviving Vaughn for another skip that'll be coming up in a bit.
Also dispelling haste off of the Undying.
Yep, he'll also be dispelling haste off the Undying to try to limit the damage Bosch is coming in. A nice block there helps. Quite a bit, actually. So he's going to gather them back up. This boss likes to just kind of move around the outside of the platform, so you have to make sure the casters are within range.
It's also
another block, though. Jeez.
Yeah, it's also the Divine Sword. Here's one of its more powerful abilities, and it blocked. Nice.
So 2 rounds of Firaga, and he'll start casting Mega Flare, and after Mega Flare, I guess even +1. And now after this point, assuming we get all the damage in, the fight's pretty much won. Like, he can't actually do more damage at this point. So yep, he was out of range of the casters, so they didn't take any damage. And now the fight is basically free. The only real time saves at this point is to make sure that, I know I say that and something's gonna go wrong, but is to make sure he gets the timing right, because you have to. It's a lot harder to time the skip for this big move coming up. But
yeah,
once Magic Barrier starts casting, so basically the goal is you want to do enough damage to the boss to push him past the threshold. That would be this phase where he's immune to magic. So he's about to do an ability called Ascension, which he just started casting. Got it, perfect.
So get ready on time.
And then once he comes out of that, he would have a magic barrier on for a bit. But since you did enough damage to push him past that phase, he's going to start buffing for his next phase, which means he doesn't do anything, and it's only a physical barrier anyway. Good job, guys.
Well, you did all
Very
things.
nice. He's trying to explain fights like as the fights are dying. It's too fast. Okay, well, I think we got some singing to do.
We do.
Hey, Ghoul. You want to grab that mic over there and sing? So we can use that to sing. Oh, you can just push the button. Yeah. No, 7. Well, one's plugged in, the other one's not plugged in.
All right, well, while they're getting ready to sing, I will go ahead and read off some donations here. We've got $50 from Velociraptor, who says, as someone who has mined so much salt from the Star Tropics 1 speedrun, I'm donating to see the lesser-known Star Tropics get showcased, having a blast here at the event. Chrono Crash donates $10. Best of luck to the Final Fantasy XII run. Oh, and happy birthday, Solomon. May it be filled with the orb. $25 from YB Too Fast says, kill the animals. Oh, wait. Wrong marathon. $20 from Anonymous says, gotta donate for Star Tropics 2. And $30 from Sealan says, it's someone's birthday? What? And with all those donations for Star Tropics 2, Star Tropics 2 is actually taking quite a lead now on the original. And that is $224.50 for Star Tropics 2 to $169 for Star Tropics 1. So you got a little bit of time left to go ahead and snipe that if you're looking for Star Tropics 1.
Well, can we fly?
No fuel
All right, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
As ready as you'll ever be?
All right.
Most of us is not in camera, but
I'm in camera. It's all that
Alec, you
matters.
can hear me, right?
Yeah, let's move
Oh
over
yeah, I
a
can hear me
little.
now. Okay, cool. Let's do this.
Can I unplug this?
okay.
I'm trying to share a mic that doesn't have long range, so we got this.
You say my love is all you need to see you through. But I know these words are not quite true. Best girl. Here is the path you're looking for, an open door leading to worlds you long to explore. Go if you must move on alone. I'm gonna make it on my own. Kiss me goodbye, love's memory. Follow your heart and find your destiny. Won't shed a tear for love's mortality. For you put the dream in my reality.
Lose the Empire. Protect him. I would entrust him to no other's care.
I'd like to point out that I'm the only one not using notes. Disappointing, guys, really.
I'm sorry.
Fred and not proud.
Fred and not proud.
Fred and not proud.
Your words put me at ease, Freda.
I mean, you didn't prepare for Elderworm either.
Hey, I still was below estimate.
As
time goes by, I know you'll see this of me. I loved you enough to let you go free. Go, I will give you wings to fly. Cast all your fears into the sky. Kiss me goodbye, love's mystery. All of my life, I'll hold you close to me. Won't shed a tear for love's mortality. For you put the dream in my reality.
Got this.
Kiss me goodbye, love's memory. Bravo, bravo.
Yeah, chat's cringing. This is now copyright infringement for JP.
Ah, dang it. And English, man.
I don't think the audio censor will be able to pick up the.
Yeah.
That was 12. Thank you, everybody.
All right, yeah. I just want to say that it's.
And if you think that was bad, watch the ESA VOD.
Yeah. I just want to say that I'm glad to finally get this in a event like this. I've been championing this game for some time, so. Thanks for running this, Hoishin and Roosta. Thanks for watching, everyone.
All right, well, thank you. And I don't care who you are at 7:15 in the morning when you've been up for maybe 21 hours. That was pretty awesome. Got another donation in here, though, is right before we kick off to an ad, and that would be $100 from Anonymous. It says, GG RPG Limit Break. So thank you all for watching. We've Final Fantasy 12, and right now we've got Star Tropics 2 up next, but I think someone could still get a last-minute snipe on that bid war and make Star Tropics win. But until then, we're going to run over to an ad. We'll see you all in a little bit. All right, well, welcome back, everybody, to RPG Limit Break 2017. It is early morning hours, and we are getting set up for either Star Tropics 1 or 2. Still yet to be quite sure about that. Remember, you can snipe that bid war. Currently, Star Tropics 2 is in the lead. If you get your donations in within the next couple minutes at most, maybe you could see that Star Tropics 1. Do want to remind everybody that NAMI, the charity that we are supporting, stands for National Alliance on Mental Illness, a charity who works tirelessly towards cracking the code of mental illness through various means such as education, leadership, and increasing the availability of care. Please join RPG Limit Break in supporting such a worthy cause. I want to also give a shout out to some of our community artists, especially LLK, Carrie Fry, and Mega Weasel, who are responsible for many of the emotes that you gain access to by subscribing to the channel. All revenue from subs and the ads we run will go to help us run future RPG Limit Break marathons. But fret not, any donations go straight to NAMI. Another group of folks that really deserve our thanks are those that worked on our overlays, Orlin and Namix. They can be found on Twitter with the handles @Orlin and @Namix_. We'd also like to say thank you to Carrie Fry for designing the RPG Limit Break logo, several of our sub emotes, and some of our promo banners. Check out her work at carriefry.com. That's KARIFRY.com. And remember, donating isn't the only way that you can support the stream, support Nami. You can spread the love out on social media using the hashtag RPGLB2017. And you can also buy some awesome t-shirts from the Yeti. Yes, they are back for another year. And that's from the Yeti, YETEE. The Yeti.com/RPG Limit Break is where you can find those. The Yeti are donating $3 from every shirt sold directly to Nami.
You were using it just out there. Like, yeah, that's the weird thing, is you were just using it.
Yeah, and earlier.
Remember, everyone, that there are actually some alternative language restreams. If you are not a native English speaker, there are 3 restreams, actually. There's the French restream at twitch.tv/LeFrenchRestream, the German restream at twitch.tv/GermenchRestream, and the Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream.
It's working. It's working. Don't tap it, please.
All right. Switch games if we have to, but don't touch it otherwise.
I know it's early or potentially midday, depending on where you're watching from, maybe even late at night, but let's get those donations flowing, everybody. We're pretty close to that $66,000 mark already, and we're way past the pace of last year, so let's keep that up. I know everyone wants to hit that 100,000 before the finale, but you know what? I think we could push even further. So let's get those coming in. Remember, there are prizes you can win as well. Throughout the entire event, there is the Nintendo Switch Grand Prize, which also comes with Breath of the Wild. That is a minimum bid of $25 needed in order to participate in that giveaway. So any $25 you donate over the entire course of the marathon puts you in the drawing for that Nintendo Switch. And on top of that, there are a lot of prizes for individual blocks. Nothing quite up for Star Tropics or Saga Frontier, it seems, but a little bit coming later on today. We have Superboy S with a $20 donation between the Final Fantasy during the Final Fantasy Legend block, as well as a Mystic Quest cart if you donate $5 during the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest any % race. All right, well, that's going to do it for me, folks. My name has been Jay Hobbs, and I'm going to be turning over the reins of the host to the very capable Gulo, too. And I hope you all keep checking out the stream and keep supporting.